You. California dreaming about you.
Hello. I watch some people watching before. Start spewing my. Oh shit! I've just realised none of my streams on this channel will have been 18 plus because I can't remember what. I need to find the email. I need to log into my. Never thought of that. Right, how do I do? Shit. I'll be alright. Yeah, fuck it. So welcome. Yeah, mind you, they're not banned me so far. Can't be that bad. I just realised I can't log into my account with this because it's my backup channel. So I can't make it 18 plus, which I used to do. But I also can't be bothered going through and finding my email for this channel. So I'll just leave it. If anyone wants to join links inside chat, that's all it is because it's for the same reason. All by myself. Don't want to be. If anyone has any suggestions on how I can find out this channel, I'll put the link in the side chat. Although that won't do anything, will it? Midnight! How's it going?
So, are you high or drunk? What are you?
I'm not, no. Neither, no. I do need some technical advice, though, if you can help me at all.
I mean, what do you need?
You know this channel, this YouTube channel that this is streaming on now?
Yes.
I can't actually get into the YouTube channel, to do all the description and everything. I can't log in because I forgot the email. Is there any way you could?
I can't help you unless you contact, Google, or our overlords.
Right. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that.
Our overlords. I love that.
Yeah, so I can't pin the link. I can't make a description. I can't make it 18 plus. If anyone's watching, that's the reason. So I'll just have to keep posting the StreamYard link inside chat every now and then. Welcome, Krishna. Good to see you. How's it going, midnight? What are you up to?
Fairly well. Just hanging out, just Twitter tweeting and drinking water, and So,
do you have cheesy Wotsits? Do you have cheesy Wotsits in the US?
I have no idea, but maybe.
What is cheesy Wotsits? I can't eat them now because it'll be noisy. Them cheesy Wotsits. I'm happy now.
So, if you're not high or drunk, what are you?
Sober.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Really? You're sober?
Yeah, this is me sober. Sorry.
So why are you doing a stream? I thought you could only do streams when you're high or when you're high or drunk.
No. I think you're thinking of D High Five. That's what he says. No.
What was that?
Are you a D High Five, the YouTuber? D High S, sorry.
I think he's the one you gave you posted a link to his Twitch stream.
Yeah, that's the one. He says He said he's the one who says he can only do a stream while he's drunk or high. I can do one sober. It's just.
I mean, I remember you literally saying. You remember you literally saying that you literally said that you can't do a stream because you don't feel confident enough without being drunk or high.
Yeah. That would have been true at the time, but that's changed. It was the social anxiety that was causing that, but I've kind of lost that. Again, mainly due to people like you talking to me. It's helped.
Yeah, well, I still get social anxiety, so you know.
Yeah.
But yet I'm here. I'm
it
here
doesn't-
talking to
Exactly.
who are you again?
I am Wild Heart. Wild Heart, if you can remember that name.
No, you're I mean I really don't want to say your name, but you're not Wildheart.
Oh, David. Yeah, I'm called David. My real name.
Your God-given name.
Yes. Actually, I can say my full name because my backup channel has my real name on it. It's called my real name, so it's David Grant, Grant. That's my full name. Irish and Scottish, I think it came from Grant.
I'm in love with a stripper.
Hey, yeah. What's his name?
Oh, I love how you say his. How do you know it's a he? It could be a she. It could be an it.
Could be.
It could be anybody.
I thought just saying he was funny.
It could be an alien for all you know. I'm bored.
So, have you been on any recent streams that you want to comment on?
I've been on Girl streams. I've talked to.
I was going to ask you about Girl streams.
What was that?
I was going to ask you about Girl streams. Go on, carry on.
Oh no, I've been on Girl streams. I talked to Rage.
Yeah.
Amicably, I guess. I don't know.
I want to get on the next Girl streams.
I mean,
does he stream often, or is it random, or does he have set days where he streams? Do you know?
Well, considering he got his new computer, he might be streaming more because
Cool.
I think he couldn't stream because his computer was shit. But
Yeah. Cool.
Yes, cool.
Yeah. I've not been on there for ages, so I wanted to go on that. Oh, do you want to sing Midnight?
No.
All right. Excuse me. Is there anything in your how's your relationships going with your two partners?
Good.
Good. Cool. Very nice.
Yes.
Well done. Is there anything you want to talk about? Any topics? Anything pressing in your life? Anything you want to discuss?
Well. Why don't we talk about anime?
You motherfucker.
Yes. I knew you were going to say that. That's why I brought it up.
Yeah, let's not.
Why? What's wrong with anime?
I don't like it. I'm 40 years old. I don't like watching cartoons.
But dude, Wildheart, it's been told to you many fucking times that that anime, that there are many animes for adults, right? With with horror, with like psychological, like anime is not just for kids.
I know. It's just I find it funnier to willfully ignore that and just carry on calling it cartoons. I get the point and I agree.
I mean, that sounds like a you problem, buddy.
Yeah, it is. I find it funnier to just ridicule people who like anime and call it cartoons. I know it's not.
I mean, well, don't be surprised when people ridicule you for what you like.
Yeah, yeah, they often do. To be fair.
Oh my God, you like hookers? How dare you like hookers? See, there you go.
I actually. Oh, I've told you about my medical problems.
Uh,
I had to get the ambulance out the other day.
why?
I pulled a muscle in like it's either my back or my chest or something. Or got it bruised or something somehow. And I can't breathe when I move or when I cough or when I sneeze or anything to do with the lungs.
Too much alcohol and booze.
It's not alcohol. It's not. It's a muscle thing. I'm sure.
Yeah,
But
I know, but the alcohol and drugs don't really help that.
I'm not taking alcohol or drugs.
Now,
No. See, when I do something like that, the pain in my chest is really bad. So I had to phone there. I think, yeah. So I don't know about that, but oh yeah, it's because I had to cancel Beth coming round last night.
so hey, you know what? At least you saved your money. I hope.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Why?
Well, because I literally couldn't have moved, so it wouldn't have been very good. When I stand up, it hurts. When I sit down, it hurts. When I move at all, it really, really hurts. Oh, well, that's PB. Welcome. It's for white people, in fact, albinos. I think he's talking about anime there.
Sure, I guess.
You thrusted yourself on Beth, that did it.
Wait, what was that?
No. Well, that's PP. If you can't see the YouTube, well, that's PP says you thrusted yourself on Beth, that did it. Actually, no, because I don't do any of the work. I'm the bottom one.
Wow, you are
She does
fucking
not-
lazy even during sex. What
Yeah,
the fuck?
she does all the
Jesus Christ. You're definitely a sub then. What the fuck? Like,
Yeah.
do some fucking work. Jesus Christ.
I sweat a lot when I do exercise, so it's best for everyone if I don't move.
What the fuck?
She doesn't peg me. Isn't peg something going into your anal cavity?
Yes.
Yeah, she doesn't do that. Not really
Why?
into that, to be honest. Not really into that.
Yeah, you
Never,
are.
never tried it, but also it doesn't sound attractive. It doesn't sound.
I mean, you never tried it. How do you know if you're not into it?
I've just got a gut reaction against it. Gut reaction. An answer.
You are bizarre.
It is, well, she should. Hard. No, I was going to say I'll suggest it, but I really don't want to try it. Hello, Erica. Hello. How's it going?
Everybody. I don't know.
Everybody.
Backstreet's back. All right.
Yes, I know the song. Everybody. Grab your body. Wow. So, Midnight, you like the Backstreet Boys?
Oh yes, totally. I'm gay for them.
It's not a great surprise, to be honest. Sorry, I'm hungry.
How dare you be hungry? You should not eat at all.
For some reason, people don't like it when they eat on stream. I don't know why.
What?
No.
No, I didn't hear you.
Saying for some reason, people don't like it when they eat on stream.
Well, yeah, they don't. So stop eating.
And then I ate specifically with my mouth open, so it would be disgusting. Nice. Midnight Lights the Back Door, boys.
The back. You know what? I just got it. The back door boys.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? That was good. That was good. I'll give you that one.
That's off to all. That's PP. This might be some. I'll put it in the private chat. Midnight. You know I can't do two things at once. Just fill in
What?
for a couple. Just talk about something for a couple of minutes while I type.
All right. Well, what should I talk about? I guess I supposed to have. I guess I could talk about how I was born. I was born in a log cabin. I was born in a log cabin 35 years ago. Okay, I wasn't really born in a log cabin, but let's see.
Check the private chat.
Yes.
Just want to check.
Thank you.
Where were you born? In a hospital.
Well, obviously.
Some people
Yeah.
aren't.
Thank you, Midnight. Midnight likes the backdoor boys.
Everybody. Don't know what's wrong. Grab your body. Back street back. All right.
Nobody likes you.
Sorry. That's directed at me. That was a stabbing comment. I was born in a manger. I wonder if while that's PP is the risen God, Jesus. I'm thinking about it.
Oh, yeah, man.
Everybody. Hang on, the song goes to my head now. Midnight.
Yep.
Damn you. Damn you all the way to Hades.
Why?
Because that song goes to my head. And I hate the Backstreet Boys.
But they hate you.
So you're on personal terms with them.
Yes.
Actually, you should start up a cover band
Nah.
called the Backdoor Boys. Yeah, I was born in a manger. Or a minger. Not sure. Possibly both. Minger, I think that's pronounced as. So what time is it over there, midnight?
Nothing much. You know, just doing whatever.
No, I said what time is it over there?
Oh, it's 10:19 a.m.
Cool. Have you had breakfast?
Yes.
Cool. What was that breakfast?
Milk and cereal.
Nice. I'm gonna go in depth on midnight's breakfast. What kind of cereal was it?
Hmm. Sorry, I'm just looking at something.
You never pay attention, do you? Have you got ADHD, midnight?
No, that's you.
I'm not. No. Well, never diagnosed. It was a genuine question. You do seem distracted a lot. Not a
What are you
criticism.
gonna do? What are you gonna do about it?
I'm just asking. I thought I could get you somehow.
I'm just messing with you.
Everybody. Oh, I'll put the link in the side chat again. Like I said, I can't get access to my own channel, so I can't post the link or pin the link. I mean, I can only do everything from StreamYard. Everybody, grab your body. Let you back away. You do seem to be breathing heavily, Midnight.
Sorry.
That's all right. It's all right. I don't mind. I was just wondering if you were furiously masturbating or something.
Yeah, like I would do that on stream. I'm not Dark Side Phil.
I was hoping DIS, sorry, will come in. I was just on a stream with, do you know, Laughing in Disbelief?
Kind of.
I was on his after show and DIS was in there, and he was drunk. So I was hoping he'd turn up, but you know, yet. So how's everything going on Discord, Midnight?
No.
I've not logged in for ages, so if I've got any messages of anyone, I've not seen them.
I'm gonna go. I'll be back.
All right, cheers, Midnight. Thanks a lot.
Cheers.
Hello, good midnight. I'm just gonna put the link in Bojo's Happy Chat as well, in case anyone sees that. And I missed a message on that as well. Like I said, I've been in quite a lot of pain in the last few days. So I've not been online as much as normal. If I've missed anything, I do apologise. So I said, Tommy, welcome. Good to see you.
Good day.
Good day, mate.
How's my audio?
Yeah, it's good.
Good. Good. I don't need to yell.
No, you're fine.
Oh, good. Good.
How's it going?
How about now?
No, I can still hear you. Ha ha. No, you might have to speak up a bit.
Excellent. Thank you for your hospitality. Wow.
No problem.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
I'm just posting the link in Bojo's Happy Chat.
Good. Good.
Yes, anyone wants to join?
Oh, Sparkle left.
Yes.
He must
It
have
was-
smelled me coming.
Yeah, it was before you joined, so it was nothing to
Yeah.
do.
I try and approach downwind, but you know,
Yeah.
sometimes it doesn't work out.
Stealthily and with a sniper rifle.
Yes, you know, bathing regularly, you know, only goes so far. That's it. So, how are we today?
We are good.
Good.
Apart from, like I said before, the pain in the chest.
Chest pains? Ow.
Yeah, no, it's nothing like that. It's muscle. You know, like when you got a bad back,
Right?
it's just in the chest area. So anytime I breathe or like sneeze or cough,
Right?
unbelievable pain. Like I think it's the worst pain I've ever had in my life.
Wow.
Or when I'm moving certain ways. Yeah, I had to get the ambulance out the other day, just
Wow.
after both the stream actually.
Wow.
And I left the camera on as well when they were here, and I didn't know because I muted my computer. So like everyone in the hangar, it wasn't on her, but everyone in the hangar saw the ambulance people.
It was a spectacle.
Oh yeah.
Or a spector.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if you pass and go to heaven before I do, please hug my mom for me. And
I will.
salute my father, St. George. Yeah.
That shows unbelievable optimism, thinking I'll get into heaven.
What? Jesus didn't die. Jesus didn't die for nothing. You know.
It exists. I don't think I'll be going there, to be fair.
Well, I can understand that concern, but he did die for us and, rose from the dead for us. So rest assured that nobody gets in except for his blood, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yes.
Yeah, I am feeling better. It is getting slowly better. Yeah, and I've got some painkillers.
Good.
Yeah, it is good. Everybody, have you got any topics you want to discuss? Any pressing issues in your life, St. Tommy? That you want to...
No, not particularly. I could dump my life story if you wish, but it probably wouldn't be kind. I'm sure you have your own despair to manage, and ignore. Despair management. It's a bitch sometimes.
Yes, I know what you mean.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Let us enjoy this hour, this realm, this empire. Born to rule the waves, born to empire.
Born to run.
Britain.
God save the Queen.
Amen. More and more.
So have you any arguments you want to run past me? St. Tommy tried to make me a Christian.
That's impossible. That's impossible. Only God can do that. Whatever a Christian is, whatever a believer in Christ Jesus is, only God can do that.
Right.
Right?
So did you say?
Good morning, gentlemen. Oh,
Thank you. Your optimism is noted.
There's me camera. Oi, hello.
Hello, sir. And welcome, Ronan, in the side chat. Good to see you.
Hey, Ronan.
Hi, Ronan. Yippee.
How'd you go in, PJ?
Oh, not too bad.
Cool.
Usual day in the neighborhood, I guess.
Yeah. And someone's just joined, and I've got a handful of cheesy Wotsits.
Cheesy what's it?
Cheesy Wotsits. Cheesy Wotsits.
Cheesy what's it? Okay.
Welcome, Ronan. How's it going?
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Uh-oh.
Morning.
Oh, I gotta do it here too. Okay. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream.
Like sands through an hourglass, so are the days of our lives.
War.
These are the days of
What
our-
is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again. War. Ooh. What is it good for? Absolutely a good thing if you want to take over. That's the nature in war. Power. I mean, it's a good complaint. The utopian ideal is a good thing, but it will never happen. In terms of social dynamics with our species, our world, peace will never happen. It's a good idea, but it just never happens. That's just nature. You can't have peace in nature. I mean, there's always predatory behavior in nature. That's just the way it works.
No, I would argue with that. Do you know the dodo?
The what?
The dodo, the bird that got extinct.
The daughter.
Dodo.
Dodo bird.
Dodo bird.
Okay,
Dodo.
you all talked at the same time, and
You're over talking. You're over talking. He asked you a question.
Ow.
The dodo bird.
the dodo bird. Yeah, what about the dodo bird?
I don't know. Wildcard bring it up.
Oh, okay.
It
Well,
had no-
it's a flightless bird. Its habitat developed to the point where it didn't need to fly because everything
Yeah.
was provided
Because-
until other animals or humans came around. It was fine in its habitat. I don't
exactly.
think-
That was my point. Therefore, there was peace for the dodo bird at one point because it had no natural predators. So for the dodo bird, there was peace in nature.
Well, yes. However, nature changes. Again, that's just dynamics in nature. That's the way it works.
But you said
It's going to
You-
happen.
you said peace was impossible in nature. I've just showed an example.
Well,
of
it
what-
is impossible because the dodo bird is like extinct, as I understand it.
You
Again,
mean impossible for eternity?
it doesn't mean that you can't have a somewhat utopic society for a little while.
It's sad it's
might-
extinct because it's delicious from what I heard.
Yeah, I think that's why it became extinct. Because when
Better than chicken?
Yeah.
No way.
Oh.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
Yeah, time machine. I'm gonna go kill Hitler. I try one of them dodo birds out. Yeah.
Well, it can't be utopia if the dodo bird died off, because
Well,
They
some
die
things
off.
take time. Soon the rebellion will fall, and your friends will come to an end, and the new world order will come about.
no, come on, if you want to talk dodo bird, let's talk about relationships that go sour. Very few last like a lifetime.
Yeah, it's
You
true.
know, it's like I don't see your point. That's again, peace is a utopic idea. Great, I mean, sure, that's what we so-called agree on to be as so-called civilized human beings, but it
Well, you
doesn't happen.
The
It
point
will-
was you said that peace can't in nature, and I showed an example of where for a limited time, admittedly, peace did happen in nature.
I rest in peace on occasion.
On occasion, see, that's
Did you
okay.
say
That's
limited
great.
time? I'll
That's
take two.
great. You have a sense of what it might be, but
We've
doesn't-
only got now, after all.
Yeah, all we have is now, and make the best of it. Put it this way: when I was a teenager, man, I had utopic life, man. Man, I was going to school, I was working, it's like everything was great. I basically kept most of my money, that I earned from work, and then I grew up and I had to pay for things. Okay,
Oh.
that's life, Let's go.
That's life.
That's
That-
life. Even in the concept of spirituality or believing in a God, those people believe that there is a utopia, but it's not here on earth. Okay, it's somewhere to you, but it's not here. And I agree, it's not here. It's somewhere. Myself in the here and now, I know that's just not going to happen. It's just
Well,
can't.
if you seek more peace, may you find it.
Oh yeah. It is true that if you seek peace, you find it, but there again, you have to leave other things to find
Well,
peace.
if it's somewhere and it's not here,
Yeah, but somewhere it's not here. Yeah, but again, we all have the right to go find it. Because the groups we might be in may not be ideal. But for being in love or being related or just being in that general location, whatever part of the world that may be. But most people can't get out of that situation because that's where they are. They can't, they're not multimillionaires, for example.
I guess we all can't have it figured out at the same time, I guess.
Well, yeah, of course. Some of us are younger, some of us are older, some of us are a little smarter, some of us are luckier. There's a lot of beautiful people out there, boys and girls, and in between. Right, and because of their looks or skill or character, whatever that may be, they have it made, so to speak, because they have some gift that's considered valuable to society. A woman's beauty, for example.
Oh, man's money, normally. Wouldn't it?
You'll grow out of it. Don't
Yeah,
worry.
yeah, probably when I die, but hey, that'll be too late. I love it.
is it ever better late than ever?
Better late than- myself, right? compared to other people, I think myself lucky. Not very, very lucky, not gifted. No, that's not the point.
Fortunate? Are you
No,
fortunate?
no, because I'm going to use Vic here, right? This is where I get you to pay attention because I mentioned someone else. My life was so-called lucky because I was born. I was born with skills. I got skills, major skills, right? And they were, an attribute to me in life. They made me my money and all the great things. I accomplished a lot, so on and so forth, blah blah blah. But compared to Vic's life, right? The man has shared stories that I find horrifying, man. Horrifying. Yet he goes through them with a calm that seems almost narrative, right? Even though I know he felt things. I don't know. I don't know what he felt. Okay, I can't envision that. Impossible for me to do so. But the man was gifted to that degree where he looked around and he saw and he thought, "This is not for me."
Very ingratiating.
Well, no, I'm being honest here. I'm being honest because the man, he overcame a lot of difficult situations, and to this point, I sense that the man is doing great. He has his wife, and he enjoys caring for animals. He enjoys playing music, for example. He enjoys.
Who is it?
I hung up. It's a telemarketer. He enjoys all of these things. So compared to me, I think him, luckier, far luckier than I am. Because
I don't believe in luck. Luck stands for
No,
Lucifer.
that's
I
nice.
believe in good fortune.
okay, fine, good for. Let's call. You want to call it good fortune?
I'd like
Fine.
that.
But fine. He had
Thank
the
you.
good fortune of being gifted with that insight that helped him overcome the
No, I-
troubles around him.
I would view it the other way around. Surely
Right.
you're more luckier than him because you didn't have to go through all of those things in the first place. That would make you luckier.
Well, no, because he has a potential, right, to go into a situation, and because of that experience base, right, he can be more calm about it. Where I'd be like, a man, curious and scared at the same time. I don't really know what's going on. I got to figure this out. It's not normal for me. It's not natural, so to speak, right? It's because I don't have any background to that degree. I mean, I have a couple of relatives who are questionable behavior.
Some Jedi see the dark side of the Force as unnatural. No, it's like a I don't know, in a weird way.
Don't throw away your toilet paper.
It's maybe it's that darkness that I had to go through in order to. It was just part of my learning, part of my programming. I don't know. There were a lot of dark situations, but I found myself more overcoming or getting through, or just pretty much, just that fear alone, just and accepting it in a way. It's weird. It's weird. It's hard to say, but it's almost like just something about it. It's more to come later when I wake up a little more.
Well, no, but
If I can.
you could have been one of the majority. I'm not saying they're dumb. I'm saying that's what they adjusted to in their upbringing. Okay, but you were in that same group, so to speak, the group dynamic, right, as it moved.
Right.
However, you had that one. I call it a spark, or good fortune, if you want to call it luck. I called it fine, but you had that nature, right, about you, right, that gave you the upper hand, where you lifted, you were above it to that degree where you realized this is not the best way to go, right. In my my thing, it was like, do I talk to this guy who likes the Fords, or do I talk to this guy who likes the Chevrolet? That was like a hard thing for me, right? Versus you and the stories you shared, which are far more personal, and like emotionally, like, man, they'll tear you down. You know what I mean?
So
And
why blame the rich if they're just lucky?
Pardon?
Yeah, why blame the rich if they're just lucky?
Why blame I'm not blaming the rich.
It,
Even the rich have their problems. You
yeah,
know, little Tiffany wanted a Land Rover, but no, Dad wants to buy her a Mercedes instead. You know, it's like poor Tiffany. But that's on their level, how they perceive it.
yeah,
While Marcia is a smart girl, also very rich, but she wanted to go to college and become a neuroscientist. Okay, great. You know, but again, if we're comparing apples to apples, we're just talking a different orchard and a different strain of apple here. You know, and Vic, like Marcia, happened, to have that spark, that individual
So,
drive, if you will.
so pity is for the rich and envy is for the poor.
No, no, I was talking apples to apples within the group. Within the group, like Vic's group growing up. I'm not saying there locally. I'm talking the mindset of other people who have the same social situations happen to them. Any culture, right? Any color, any ethnicity, right? And if we take all of those problem situations, families, if you will, there'll be a percentage of people that come out of those families, right? Again, any color, male or female, that have that spark that gives them that potential to do better than what they lived through.
I can just interrupt. Yeah, Krishna, I can't get onto my own YouTube channel to make people mods and that. So anyone who's not a mod at the moment won't become a mod because I don't know how to do it. And I'm gonna go and make some mac and cheese, so I'll be right back.
Y'all better start talking, and I'll come up
I
with.
was just thinking what you were saying, but in a weird way, I guess I was just more curious than I guess, yeah, that's what it was. I guess I was just more curious and I observed more. That's what all I could really think of on that.
You call it curiosity, okay? However you label it, right? Because my perspective is ethic, ETIC, in anthropology. Okay, this is like formal anthropology. There's the ethic view, ETIC, and the emic, EMIC. In other words, you explain it from where you're standing, right, within the field, whatever field is a field for you, right? Your life, things that happen around you. Myself, my perspective is ethic from the outside. This is how I see it as a distance, right? So again, you can explain it to me, and my labels, just don't really count because I just put a label on there so I can refer to something, right? So I can modify it, and versus me saying you have that spark,
okay,
you have that.
If I get a little more, I guess, in depth about it, I guess I was kind of not a dick by being a like, two people, but I just, from the get-go, in a weird way, like when you're talking about pity, and rich, it's almost like I had pity for the people around me because I couldn't
You can't change it.
no, really, I did. I almost felt sorry for some of the people that family members around me because of the way they act, their behavior, and in a weird way, I felt that I was just way far above that, and I didn't. I felt I felt I was in the wrong place in the wrong situation, and I have to like almost deal with these fools and try just deal with it and get through it and out of there. And there's a lot of I guess some say tragedies or obstacles, or what you want to call them, to get out of it. But that was my mentality. It was almost I'm better than this. These people are below me, almost to the point where I was embarrassed, face palming as when I was a child, quite a bit, listening to what I was hearing. Yeah,
I've
so
found
it sounds kind of arrogant and like a prick, but that's just
no
how part of it
sincere
was.
confession.
Yeah,
Sincere
that's how. Yeah, that's how kind of
Yeah.
how it was.
I've found pity to be more tasteful than malicious contempt. Malicious contempt sucks.
Yeah.
And those around us who are the rich or the poor rich, or the rich poor, it just sucks to experience malicious contempt. But
Mhm.
some love it, and I have counted myself amongst those
Mhm.
at times. But at this point, I prefer pity to malicious contempt. But that's just me. I can only speak for myself. To pity those around us
Mhm.
may be more apt than malicious contempt. Well, how can you find pity? Well,
Well,
seek it. I guess. I
yeah,
don't
but
know.
if the pity comes to the point where there's just no hope, there's no hope. There's always going to be something there. Then, and is it
Good point.
is it good? Is it a good thing to put it just out of its misery? And then that incites malicious contempt, because then you're going to try to take care of the situation you have pity for in the most righteous way possible. It's just if there's no hope.
Well, if you go to a war orphanage,
Mm.
the experience of pity may be counterproductive, depending on what one's
Mm.
strategic goals are. If you go to a
Mhm,
war
mhm,
orphanage,
mhm.
the experience of pity
Yeah.
may be counterproductive, depending on what one's goals are, as if
Mhm.
one had goals.
Gotcha. Yeah.
St. Tommy, you use these incredibly sophisticated terms and phrases. And when you said malicious contempt, I had to look it up again. I know what it means, but it's malicious contempt is a legal statement under law. So versus pity, which is just regular everyday comment. So uh, uh, it's kind of hard, like to try to understand what you're saying if you're trying to equate pity, which is like a feeling of sorrow for something, versus an actual tort, a legal procedure, right? So it's like hard for me to reconcile. So I don't really know what you mean, and if you'd like to explain it, I'll be happy to listen.
Thank you for your opinion.
You're welcome. Anyway, the way Vic just explained it, right, was organic, right? I couldn't have put those words together to define it, but it is far more clear, the way he explained it versus me just trying to uh, hold puzzle pieces up in the air and have everyone imagine the gaps, right? Because he saw it, he experienced it, So I think pity was a proper term there, and you know like I said, I can admire someone that overcomes those things, and make something of themselves, and obviously can carry it with such well, I was going to use the fancy word aplomb, but that sense of well-being in spite of tragedy.
In a weird way, it was almost having to deal with it, having to put up with it, and yeah, I guess overcoming would be, I guess that works. Yeah,
Well, I mean,
because I never found myself in like the same situation. I never found myself wanting to steal or wanting to hurt anybody. I just never had that. So it was almost to the point where it was like, I was like and you're stuck in a prison. You just have to get out of there because you don't belong in there. You have to break out, and there's lots of ways to do it. It's just you just have to find a way, or get more. I guess the more I could get the understanding of how things are, and to do so was.
Well, the point is, you saying how I did it, right, would be a very good example for other people in similar situations because of what you accomplished. Right. It's not, that I expect anybody that comes out of that to be like a big movie star or some famous writer. It happens. You know what I mean? It does happen. You know, uh, I can use a blind person, Ray Charles or Stevie Wonder, right? Most people have to see the sheet music. These guys could hear it in their head and put it through their fingers onto actual instruments and actually orchestrate others, in the discipline, music. To me, like that's a type of person, hey man, they know what they got, and all of a sudden they got, and your word was curiosity, right?
Right.
And then that's what drive. They don't think of it. They don't think, oh, because I can think in music, or like yourself, I can work on cars. I can do no. No, it was organic, right? Like with what I sense happened to you and other people, right? It was organic, right? You saw it. You're not thinking about it. You're living through it. You know what I mean? Like when I was a kid, I couldn't, sit back and reminisce like I can now and realize, oh, that's what I was doing. That's what I did, to overcome something, right? A project or something, right? And yourself, I sense it was the same thing with you. You were just living through it, you were part of the dynamic at the time, but you didn't go in the same direction, negativity, if you will. Right.
Yeah.
And overall, right, you came out of it and realized, hey man, I'm doing okay, and here I go. I don't know if anyone has ever mentioned it to you before, and this may be the first time that you have to like pause and look back and says, hey, this is really me. You know what I mean? I don't know that, but this is what I perceive, right? Not knowing everything about your life, but some details, were critical, right, in actually establishing points, if you will. And I'm just connecting dots. That's all I'm doing. Connecting dots. This is what he did. This is what he did. Okay, this is what he accomplished. And there again, it's like I'm pleased to meet you because guys like you, are good role model, man. They're good role models, whether you
Cool.
believe
Thank
it or
you.
not. You understand what I mean? Whether
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank
you
you.
believe it or not. Not that you have to come out like a superhero, and some
Right.
young kid is
Yeah.
going to look at it as like, man, that's impossible. Just give up because, oh no. But if it's something right there, he's rich, but he's not a millionaire, but he's rich, oh yeah, well, wait a minute, I can attain that. You know what I mean? I don't have to be a so-called musical prodigy to accomplish playing a good song. You know what I mean? To that degree, if you will, because you play music. That's the only reason I'm using, the parallel,
I can
right?
understand that completely.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to do, right? It's trying to understand, what the big picture is. I can get a good angle of it, right now.
I guess a weird example of that in a little switcheroo situation there is like I have a buddy that was pretty much a musical virtuoso. He could play just almost any instrument. He sings and plays guitar like like leaves people in amazement half the time, piano. Yet he fell into the whole abusive relationships where he harmed his women, even drugs, hardcore drugs like methamphetamines and that type of deal. He sold dope, went to prison for a bit, did some jail here and there, and he's cleaning up and he's clean now. And so he actually, I think in a weird way, when it's almost opposite, he had that musical talent from the get-go and he had to fight his way to get out of a thing he knew it was always bad, because I knew this guy forever. He knew it was a bad situation. He'd break down and cry. It was just almost on the daily about it, but yet still do what he was doing. And on the other hand, I was surrounded by in the same location. I grew up a quarter of a mile from him in the same location, same type of neighborhood. I had more gang influences around me than he did. Yet I never had inclination to do any of that activity because it just I didn't see it as right, and it felt wrong to me. Yet when it came to music, I had to pretty much, take years and of just this and that and putting the guitar down and giving up for a year or two, then picking it up, or because work or things get in the way or take precedence over that, to finally work hard at where I have to be at now, and still struggling and learning and messing up and so some things I think come easier than others, and and talents wanted and talents that are just, I think, just given that it's I don't know, just part of the program, pre-programming in a way. I think you're
but it's well, to me, right? It's just nature.
It all the ball boils down to it.
If it boils down to it, it's nature. You have that combination of genes that created, your profile, because that's the way it is. That's the way nature works. Like
That's kind of.
Huh?
When I looked at it, ever since I was a child, I always saw it as kind of racist in a way, because like I don't know what it is. I just when you said like nature and things like that, it's culture too, but it's almost, I think, how some people have certain characteristics, not only physically of certain genes from certain descendants, but I think also then their personalities too. That might draw from some places.
That's part of the programming. I use the example of two parents, right? Could be either sex at any time, right? It doesn't matter, right? But just two parents, right? And they have two children, right? And the father enjoys drinking, right? Let's just say the mother enjoys smoking, right? One of the kids may do both and the other none, or one of the kids may do one of each. But it's that's just nature, right? So like you pointed out, somewhere one of your relatives had that nature, and it was passed down to you, and that was part of the combination that basically defines who you are.
I always thought that myself, or almost in a weird way figured it out naturally just by viewing the people around me and how they the majority of people around me and how they viewed their own or how they portray themselves in that environment.
Right. A joke, you mentioned that prodigy guy that you knew. I knew this one guy, right, a long time ago. Right? He was a brilliant guitarist, man. This guy was smooth, man. Shredder, he's a natural shredder, right? He had it, right? But the problem with him that stumped him every time was stage fright. The man could not get on a stage and play guitar. When we were alone, or with his buddies in the band, man, he was great. And they wanted to go play, he froze, man. He wouldn't do it.
Oh wow,
it's amazing. But again, nature.
Welcome, Lewis. Thanks for joining.
Test, can you hear me?
Yeah.
My lord.
Sorry for interrupting your stream, by the way.
I got really high and I forgot what I was talking about. I was good for like 2 minutes, dude, and then after that, nothing. It's too early.
Carry on. I'm eating, so carry on. Everybody, shake your body. Sorry, midnight was a bit awful.
It was about shadow work, right? Working on your shadow, and what I need to do is I need to write things down. Like I need to write down key points and topics because I would completely forget. I'd go into one and then have to struggle,
Hey, Lyrics, long time no see.
Hello.
How have you been, man? It's been like, 4 years since 3 years? I don't know. It's been a while. So how you doing?
Been good. I'm doing awesome. Amazing balls, dude.
So where have you been?
What do you mean? I've been in real life doing real life things, making
Real life
gains,
sucks.
making gains, dude.
Well, really? Wait, hold on. Did you actually make games like programming?
No, not games, gains.
Oh,
Real life
gains.
gains. Yeah, real life
Okay.
things, you know.
Laundry detergent.
Stuff like that.
Things
Dude.
that
Yeah.
matter. Yeah.
Family, looking for a house this month, dude. So making big gains, you know. I don't know. Just grinding out, dude. Watching everyone fail
At what?
at fucking everything, dude. Watch, and this is in real life. Watching a fuckload of people just fucking fail, dude.
Well, the more times up at bat, the more fortune.
I think that's what it is like getting up to the plate. I don't think a lot of people are getting up to the plate, you know. You might get scared to get hit by the ball or something. But that's what I've been seeing.
The fear of man is a snare.
Yeah, it is.
Stage fright.
Yeah, talking about stage fright, dude. Stage fright. I have experience with stage fright, right? And stage fright is completely, absolutely correlated with not like achieving or trying to achieve or whatever, you know? Like it's the same feeling, dude. It's the same like stopping.
Lack of confidence.
There you go. Lack of confidence. It's way more than that, dude. But
Fear of failure. You're scared to fail. You're scared to fail until you don't even try.
Yeah, Wild Heart.
Don't even go up to the plate, dude. You're not even trying to go up to the plate, right?
Yeah, that's it.
That's what I see a lot of people doing now, dude. Since this whole COVID thing, dude.
The only way to win is not to play, some say.
The only way to lose is not to play. There you go.
Well, no, because that would imply that there's winners and that there's losers, right?
Yes, I mean, they are, obviously.
I don't think you got to take it to that extreme. Do you think that Jeff Bezos and you have something in common, dude?
I mean, the only thing we have in common is that we're both humans and men.
Manly men.
There you go.
Manly men.
So there's a hierarchy. You guys share a hierarchy, right?
Yes. Maybe.
Of course you do. You probably
Bob
share dozens
Dylan.
of little hierarchies together, dude.
Bob Dylan chose to become Bob Dylan. He learned 3 chords and he stepped up to the plate. He picked his wardrobe.
Dude, he can't sing and he can't play guitar at all. He's fucking horrible, dude.
Well, there it is.
But he stepped right up, right?
I guess he could, because he did.
He had some good words, right? But like, it's like listening to Tom Waits, dude, right? Or something like that. Or Johnny Cash when he was like half dead.
Or Justin Bieber.
Or Justin Bieber. Right? So what?
So Tommy, you do seem to have a preoccupation with Justin Bieber.
I employ the term Justin Bieber the way other people employ the term George Bush.
Ah, right. Okay.
Or Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Or I don't know, who's the latest boogeyman these days around the neighborhood?
Joe Biden.
Putin.
Jill Biden. Yeah.
You're using it as a metaphor, kind of. So, yeah, okay.
Prodigies happen.
But can I say thank you, Lewis, for joining the stream. It's great to see you back. I've been a long time stalker / follower of yours.
Why would you say that, Wildheart? Come on. You're going to scare him off now.
No, it's not a real stalker, obviously. It's just...
Well,
no.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I mean...
No, he was in... when I first joined YouTube and started going into Hangouts, he was right, and he was... I liked him. So...
We're all in love with
well,
Ryan
whatever.
as he's coming down the mountain.
You'll be coming down the mountain when she comes. She'll be coming down the mountain when she comes. She'll be coming down the mountain. So do you want to carry on with what your stream was about, lyrics, and go into that?
I don't know. Well, I was just talking about shadow work and like how to bring your attention on it, or at least try to like focus your attention on things that don't make me achieve. I don't care about you guys. To be honest, you guys take care of yourselves, dude.
May that not be contested.
Right?
That's fair. Yeah.
Right. You're not required to, so thank God.
But
for
I've
that.
noticed in like now I don't think I'm anywhere near where I need to be, you know. But what I found is like forcing myself to do it, right? Forcing myself to feel pain, feel feelings, and process them and be honest about them, you know, is a big thing, dude. You know, and not I don't know how to put it. Not be a victim, not to cry in my own victimhood. To realize that most, if not all, of my not going up to the plate was me not going up to the plate. Right? It wasn't because Raymond Chudy Hoodly Doodly was telling me that I can't do this or I can't do that. Right? It was me telling you that I can't do this and I can't do that.
Well, I mean, wow, let me check in. Lyrics. Do not do it. Let me try again. Do not underestimate the difference of the external environment. Okay, because yes, to some extent it was you telling yourself that you couldn't do it, but you were basically reacting, you were reacting based on the environment you were in. You know what I mean? Like nobody lives in a vacuum. You know what I mean? We each affect each other. We each affect each other in some way.
So ovulation happens. Okay.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. That's not what I was going with that, but sure.
What is the correct environment for you to thrive? Have you thought about that?
Well, for me, it was actually living on my it was actually living on my own, away from my judgmental family, who well, that's a whole other story. Like I moved out in 2020. I've been doing a lot better since moving out. I still have more improvement to go through, but I've definitely been doing a lot better. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's. In order for me to improve, I had to do a lot of research on on what you were talking about, right? Being in learned helplessness, and just because I'm in a shitty environment doesn't mean I can't try to change. It took me a long time and some good people to give me a kick in the ass to start the process of changing. You know what I mean? Getting out of my learned helplessness, and it's been an uphill battle. Obviously, there have been times to where I felt like giving up, but I kept going. You know what I mean? There have been times where I failed. It's a hell of a process. You know what I mean? Not everybody is willing to go through that. Wild heart.
I can just thank you. When we first started speaking online, and you were giving me shit, I realized now why you were doing it, and I appreciate it.
Yes.
I joined Vocational Rehabilitation Anonymous, but then I quit.
Wow. You're a failure. Wait, no, never mind.
Well, a season for all things, they say.
Yes. But yeah, lyrics. Glad you're glad you're out of hell, the hell of your own making, or whatever. I don't know your story.
That's right. And you probably won't, because I'll try to victimize myself by telling you all of my stupid shit.
I was just going to ask you about all your stupid shit.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It could
Alright.
be greater than yours, or it could be less.
No, it doesn't matter whether it's greater or less. I was just going to ask you, because I have several mental illnesses myself, I was just wondering if that's anything you've experienced and what kind
I
of...
would say that I have dealt with problems of the mind for most of my life. And
Most mind owners do. Yeah.
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 So like I wouldn't say that if you want to use the word mental health, I mean
Yeah.
that's a really squirrely word, the combination right there. And I'm just gonna say that for me, in order to like know who I am and not be like out of control, right? Like not like right now I'm able to like notice things and focus my attention where I need to focus it, and I
Yeah.
don't let the clutter of my mind get in the way. If
You
that's
did
what you're saying.
meditation, right? You practice meditation over the years.
I guess, yeah. There's a lot of different things. It's not just one thing, right?
Well, yeah, no, obviously, there are different. Meditation is not just one thing. Obviously, there's different forms of meditation. I mean, hell, there's even walking meditation.
Yeah.
Where
Well,
you know what I mean?
that's what I mean by mental health. That like the culminations of my mind, whatever I think of them, get in the way of me performing what I want to do in the world.
Yeah.
Right? And if you suffer from that problem, then I've suffered from that problem as well.
Well, yeah, and that's what I've been trying. That's what some of us have been trying to tell Wildheart here. There's many of us who do, who suffer from, from mental issues, from problems, maybe lack of confidence or schizophrenia or like whatever the hell you want to say, ADHD, and we're trying to do something.
Lead-based paint. Yeah, don't forget lead-based paint chips.
Are you confessing to something?
If I said that, like, I gave you a list of things, would that make me like more of an expert in your mind? Right? Like, would my victimization, like,
No,
how much do I got to qualify to you guys about how victimized I victimized myself?
No, it's not about victimization. It's just that, I've got depression. So if you had depression, I would value your views on it more than I would value someone who hadn't had depression.
I mean, you didn't value mine at first. You told me to go fuck myself a lot.
I was drinking a lot.
A good mind is likened unto riding a clever pony. To own a good mind is likened unto riding a very clever pony. It's takes time.
Or like
Takes time
pulling
to
yourself
learn.
along a rope that's greased that you don't know how to, you know what I mean? You're just like trying to pull and pull, and you don't get anywhere, right?
Yeah.
That's what it's like. So like all that grease, right? All that grease, from what I gather from myself, is resentment. And resentment from either pretty much expectations, right?
Well, it's not just resentment. It's also self-loathing. It's also.
I know, but we're
what
talking about me right now. We're not talking about you. Right?
No, I know.
Your problems are your problems. Right?
No, I know. I was
So
saying you might have
focus on
self-resentment
your
as well.
problems, right? But right now, we were trying to talk about how my victimization, right?
Right, I get that.
Can you describe
You're like, I'm trying to tell you that I relate with you, Midnight Sparkle, right? And you're like, no, you don't.
No, that's not what I was trying to say. Sorry, that's not what I was trying to say.
Since we do.
Okay,
You seem to be special, dude.
Is the catharsis of victimization?
I apologize if that's the impression I give. I wasn't.
Is the
weird. I wasn't
catharsis
trying to do that.
Is the catharsis gained by self-victimization becoming obsolete? I mean, everybody wants to be justified in their condition, whatever it is. But is the catharsis gained by self-victimization becoming ever more obsolete? This is a question I ask myself. Because I too also have suffered and may occasionally suffer, I don't know, if I continue to live, from self-victimization ideation. What's the point of self-victimization ideation? I ask myself. Is it to justify my own condition? And is self-victimization ideation counterproductive? Does it just make me more desperate, more despairing? You know, what good is self-victimization ideation if I don't need to be justified? You know, I
those are
am
good.
what I am, you know?
I mean, those are
Yeah.
good. Those are definitely good self-reflection questions.
False
Reflecting questions.
idols justify themselves because they're false, right, dude?
Okay.
So if I hold a particular statement about myself as idol, as what I see in the world, then regardless of if it's right or wrong, like I'm gonna manifest it, right? If I think that I'm better than or worse than anyone else, that's a really good sign for me. Then it might be that something's wrong.
You're wary of that. I hear you.
Wary of that, right? So like, and it might be built on a couple false idols, a couple false impressions or thoughts, or wrong or obsolete things in the past that I believe that haven't been upgraded yet, right? Like those things are the reason, and those usually come in the form of resentments, right? Resentments which cause problems to my serotonin system, which makes me think that I'm better or that I'm worse than. Fuck Jeff Bezos because he's a billionaire. Fuck that homeless scrub on the street because he's a bum, right?
But do you not think? I mean, serotonin is a chemical. Do you not think it's all chemical? How can your thoughts affect chemicals?
Sure,
I
mind
mean,
over matter, dude.
What was that?
Understanding and experience over matter.
Yes. Understanding influences chemical levels in your brain. Your mind can help manage your brain.
Right?
Your mind, your understandings of let's say emotions, the emotion of resentment, and what a trap that is, your understanding of the trap of self-victimization can help influence brain chemicals in a
Right, I didn't
positive
know that.
way, allegedly, assuming
I mean,
that,
I told you that all the
assuming that brain chemicals exist, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, they do. I mean, I told you that forever, Wild Heart. Your thoughts, your thoughts affect your feelings, and your feelings affect your actions. This is part of.
Sorry, go on.
This is part of cognitive behavioral therapy.
Right.
You know what I mean?
It's just that I always thought that chemicals were. I didn't think that you could affect chemicals with how you thought. I thought chemicals were just there.
You stick your dick in a light socket and you will affect your chemicals.
Jesus Christ.
There's a chemical state that's associated with depression, right? There's a chemical state that's associated with happiness or the best cognitive functionality, right? And these things are different for all of us, right? But we all have an ideal of what that functionality might be, right? You're like, if I did this and this and this and this, then I might be functional. I might be like, passable, fuckable.
That'd be nice.
Okay, how about grieving? Grieving. Can grieving be overemployed or over focused?
Do you mean
is one question that comes up. Can grieving at some point be counterproductive?
I would imagine.
Yes.
Grieving is associated with the past, with grieving something of the past. And perhaps grieving can be distracting from the opportunities of the future, perhaps.
What's grief?
What is grieving?
No, you're right. You're right there, because there are some people that cannot go past that point, right, in their lives because they are so attached to someone that it just upsets the rest of their life, because most people grieve for a short time, and then go through life, just with what life is. But there are a percentage of people that grieve and they just stay there and they can't get over it. It's like missing an old girlfriend, and you just miss her for the rest of your life because it was just such an impact.
Because it's such a strong feeling, right? It's such a
Yep.
strong, addictive feeling, just like happiness is, dude. It's the intensity of it.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't matter if it's bad or it's good, right?
Yeah, even though it may be negative consequences, the person feels assured knowing that they have something to hold on to, even if it is grief.
Wow. So just making a choice to indulge in some intense feelings is perhaps more productive. If I indulge in the intense feeling of mourning, what was her name again? I've almost forgotten. Or if I indulge in the intense experience and feeling of that next concert that's coming up, uh,
That
or
next hit, or
or
that
the,
next blowjob, or that next feeling sorry for myself,
or that next positive goal, productive
or the
goal.
next positive goal, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would submit that focusing on a positive goal may be more productive in the healing process or in the growing process than focusing on a past loss.
So, like putting your attention where you focus your attention on. And the stronger the feeling is, I've noticed this a lot, because a lot of the feelings that I used to struggle with are no longer there. I don't have that, but I have some that are really strong, and it's really hard to divert my attention away from that strong, ever present feeling and direct my attention towards what I need to do, right? That's what I see happening a lot of time. And over the years, as I get older and I work on certain things and I ignore certain things and I just try, as I guess the best I can. I wouldn't even say that. I would say try, right? Like eventually these feelings weren't as strong when I had to leave my baby mama, right, and my son, and move halfway across the country and start over, and blah blah blah, right? That's an example. Or Uncle Jimmy touched my pee-pee when I was 22 or something, right? Who the fuck knows
You
what
braggart.
it is? It doesn't matter, right? Because it's the intensity of the feeling and how to like consciously, ouchily, gotta fucking do it. It's like you can't scratch the itch, dude. You can't scratch the itch in your mind. That's what it is. There's always an occasional itch in my mind that makes you want to play another video game or jerk off or not pay attention to something that needs to be paid attention to, right? That seems to be
Wow.
a constant state of me. And if I don't put my attention on something else, whether it be scrubbing a toilet, teaching my kid how to read, not doing what I'm supposed to, what I was just going to do, right? Not doing it, and putting my attention there and saying, wow, and I've struggled with that, right? That instant
Focus
gratification.
management.
Yes.
I understand. I mean, I hear you. Well, that's great consideration. I struggle to manage my mind like we all do. And some itches, the more you scratch, the more they itch. And I've noted my mind is kind of like that. Some itches, the more I scratch them, the more I itch them. And
Like all itches. All itches, whether it's positive or negative,
yeah.
all itches that I have will break out into a rash upon me. Now, whether I want that rash to be a positive rash or a negative rash,
Well,
I'm always going to get it, dude.
Can I say something? this is why this is why they say that when you meditate or when you like when when the feeling enters your mind, all right, rather than focusing on it, just let it pass by. You know what I mean? Imagine, imagine you're a host, you're a host having a party, right? You open the door. Your thoughts and feelings are guests. You open the door. Okay, walk on through. You know what I mean? Now, so, some thoughts and feelings like may want to stay, but then you're like, no, 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 go, get out of here. You know what I
Open
mean?
the back door.
Yeah,
And
just walk
usher
on
them
through.
in.
I know both.
So I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to like not feel
Well, no. It's
or
not. It's not.
not think. You know what I mean? Like it's always going.
Well, but no. Well, yeah, but you're always going to think. You're always going to think. You're always going to think anyway. But the trick is that is that to just let your thoughts and feelings pass on by. You know what I mean?
Well,
Just
to refocus gets easier. It's difficult at first, about a particular itch. A particular itch can be very strong, and to avoid the feelings thereof may be temporarily impossible. But to change the focus, like changing a TV channel, it gets easier. It's uncomfortable at first, I've heard. And then it gets easier to refocus away from an uninvited guest, or it's like kind of ride out the emotions of it and refocus. Some would call it dissociative, but there may be a productive technique in refocusing, and it gets easier, I've heard. My mom told me one after she had gotten drunk and raised hell and screamed one Saturday night. The next Sunday morning, she got up and she said, "Tommy, I'm just a bitch." And I said, "No, Mama." I said, "You just got a bitch habit. And if you tone it down when it's in first gear before it gets into turbo, uh, it's a lot. It passes a lot easier. It doesn't get revved up." And she believed me when I said that she wasn't a bitch. She didn't define. She stopped defining herself as a bitch and began to define herself as just a human with a bitch habit. And she never bitched again after years of extreme cycles of bitching. It was a great moment in my little life of mental health management. But anyway, thank you for your hospitality, Wildheart, and it's been a good pleasure and educational. Thank you all for your patience.
so
She
are
said
you
that.
leaving?
Thanks a lot.
Did
I
he
think so.
leave?
Yeah. Cheers, then, Tommy. Welcome, BB, inside chat. Good to see you. How's it going? Carry on. I am just looking for my laptop so I can go to the cafe and get a coffee.
Why?
So, talk amongst because I want to go to the cafe and have some coffee.
Why?
Are you acting like a 3-year-old again?
I mean, no. I'm just asking questions.
No. I want to go to the cafe and have some coffee, but I need my laptop so I can carry on the stream. So I'm just looking for that. So I'll carry on.
All right.
What are you playing, D? What is that?
Oh, it's Star Wars Battlefront 2.
Oh, I bought that, dude. I haven't really
It's on
played
sale
it
for like
that much,
15
though.
bucks. It's not too bad. It's all right. It's just caught this level a little late. I should start over. I'm not paying attention to it, so my health is already like all fucked up. So let's restart that one.
Everybody. Oh, we lost Ronan as well. Cheers, Ronan. just making sure that I can get into Streamlabs on this StreamYard, sorry, on this laptop. Up. We have 2 limits.
I don't know what happened, dude.
Is that right?
Lonely. I'm so lonely.
So
I have nobody. Go ahead.
So you're lonely.
I mean, yeah.
So your mind appears to be attenting to your loneliness, and then you subconsciously sing a song, making a joke about it.
I do that. I've never described it like that. Yeah,
Did you get your therapy license while you were gone?
No, I am married to a cognitive therapist, though, dude.
Ooh, really? Is she
Yeah,
around?
and I have a lot of experience. So I would like. You should go, dude. You should go to therapy. It'd probably help you.
I mean, to be honest, I've had better luck. I've had better luck talking to friends and reading self-help books and doing what it says in the books than actual therapy. Because I've tried going.
Were you honest?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes.
You seem a little resentful that I asked that question.
Not really. No.
So maybe no. Maybe no, dude. Maybe you were.
Well, okay. I mean,
did that. I went to therapy before and I lied.
Well, okay. But here's here's the thing. You. I hate stuttering. You don't know my therapy sessions, okay? So you can't really say that.
All right. But you had those reactions, right? You had that resentment that you got from me when I asked you if you lied, and like these are all subconscious reactions, right?
You are completely misreading me, but that's fine. Whatever.
All right, well then tell me.
Oh, for the love of God, did I come into another armchair psychology thing I need to exit?
Well, I made a video earlier about shadow work, and then Wildheart wanted me to come in here and talk about shadow work, and then Midnight has got it figured out, it seems.
I never said I got it figured out. What? What the fuck? I don't know, Pixie. I don't know what's going on. I'm just trying to talk, and for some reason everything I say comes out the wrong way.
I have those days. Particularly when I'm feeling extra cynical. Hello. Which is the reason I was not on yesterday. I was feeling particularly cynical. I probably would have inadvertently started on a verbal lashing and it would not have been good. So I just stayed away yesterday.
Right, eating. I was in a lot of physical pain yesterday. That's why I wasn't on.
You weren't on either?
No, I pulled muscle and chest pains. I had to get the ambulance out and everything. Yeah.
Oh, well, hopefully you're feeling better.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
I don't know how I can communicate. I don't know how I can communicate well enough to not come off as defensive.
We talked about this, right? Like you're still developing a communication style. You just are. You went from not having a voice to throwing your voice out there, right? And it's going to take a minute to find where you land on that scale, to find exactly how your voice is going to come out, right? And I would don't get upset when people don't understand you, just reword it. Because doing that will help you find your voice. Like that's how you communicate better.
Yeah, that's true. I guess I don't know, but yeah, thanks.
Well, I think he seems defensive because he's frustrated, right? He's frustrated because he feels like he can't communicate what he's trying to communicate, and that makes him feel like words are being put in his mouth. Like I get that. I've been there.
Yeah, thanks.
I was at one point a very shy person.
Well, I'm so glad you're not anymore.
Yeah, now I have no shyness. Very little shyness.
I apologise for any echoes, massive echoes that might. I just want to check that I can get into the streaming as. Yeah. Device is not connected. Sorry, carry on. So there should be two of me here now. Sorry, my laptop is especially slow. Everybody.
Okay, Wildheart. Whoa,
Yeah.
whoa, that was a bit loud. Everybody, it was just like.
So
V, what class are you?
What do you mean?
Like I remember playing that. I think I was heavy or the heavy guy, dude. The heavy gunner.
Oh, I'm playing campaign right now, so I'm doing story mode.
Oh, I haven't done that. I just did the online, dude.
Usually when I play like the assault guy, just a regular assault.
Yeah,
type
yeah, I know what you're
character,
talking
rifle. Yeah. I haven't played
It's a
too much of
good
the
game,
online stuff
dude.
yet. Oh, it's fun. Yeah.
It's fucking frustrating. I'll tell you that. Because like I'm not very far in the online. I think I'm not purple yet. I think I'm blue on all my shit, like the skills and stuff. So like everyone just kicks my ass, dude.
Same here. I've barely played any online yet, so I've been doing the campaign pretty much.
The online's good, dude.
Yeah, it's fun. I like that like when you have like 40 against 40, like
Yeah. And everyone's acting like a goofball on their mic, dude.
right. You suck cock. No, you suck cock.
I've been playing a lot of games lately.
Have you?
Yeah.
I used to play Elder Scrolls, but I've been playing this for the last couple of days.
I've been playing No Man's Sky and fucking I don't even know. I can't remember, dude. This game called The Ascent.
Oh, The Ascent?
Yeah.
No Man's Sky. I tried that out. I have that downloaded. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, dude, that game's awesome. Give me a huge boner. I like building shit, you know, like simulation building sandbox games.
Mhm.
I like those a lot. So I didn't mean to get you upset, Midnight.
That's fine. That's it's just it's just my lack of communication just often is that's fine.
It's not lack of communication. You're developing a communication style, right? You're
Well-
developing your communication. And to be honest, that never stops. Like I always say, my husband and I, we communicate in very opposite ways, right? Like it took a lot of bridging gaps because we could say the same words and hear completely different connotations, right? Like completely different things are
Yeah,
happening.
that's really annoying.
Yeah, and so, I mean, that's something you constantly have to develop because it can also be like, there are sometimes I have to approach a conversation and I'll start to get upset and I'm like, wait, what does this mean in his language? Not what does this mean in my language?
I just know, like, Midnight, what works gets results. That's what I've noticed.
I know, and I agree with you.
Right? So, like, if I don't get results in whatever thing that I'm doing, it's very logical to think that I'm either not doing it correctly or I'm not seeing it correctly.
Right, and I get, and and I get that. I get that. For me, as I said, I've tried going to therapists. I've tried to talk to them, but it just seems. And I've tried being honest. All I am is honest. I'm like Lucifer.
Dude, I'm like that too. Like I tell you I'm honest, but like a lot of times, like I don't know how to put this. I'm dishonest on accident. And I don't
See,
and I'm not even aware of it. Dude.
I know what you
see,
mean.
see. Honestly, here.
Yeah, well, I'm going next cafe. I'll be right back. The stream will carry on. I'll just be
Okay.
right back.
Okay. Now, I've tried going to I've tried going to therapists, but I don't know. I always felt like therapists are not being genuine when they're not being there. You know what I mean? I've had better luck talking to talking to the people like Pixie, to my friends. You know what I mean? That I have a therapist because they're genuine. You know what I
Can
mean?
I say, well, that I find interesting because some of the things we talk about is not just from my psychology studies, right? Like I never saw a psychiatrist. I've never seen a psychiatrist, but I did see a psychologist, right? And he was fantastic. He was old. He was an old man in his late 70s, but he was amazing and he gave great advice. And then but I also did rely a lot on like people I knew, right? Like I talk about a dear woman in my life and a lot of advice she gave me, right? Just because I respected her. But sometimes you have to go through like 10 psychologists before you find a good one, but I wouldn't say they're all bad.
Well, I'm not saying they're all bad. I'm just saying my experience hasn't really been the best with them. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I found doing my own thing. Talking to people and just working through my own stuff, working through my own stuff has helped me a lot. You know what I mean? I've definitely improved a lot since I moved out. You know what I mean? I've grown emotionally mature. Over this past year and change. Because like I said, I moved out in like 2020, at the end of 2020, and it's definitely helped. It helped a lot being on my own. You know what I mean? Because I have the chance to think. You know what I mean? To think, to examine myself. See, lyric. One thing that helps extremely is having self awareness. Now there are many people out there who think they have self awareness, but they actually don't. There's actually an interesting study that was done by what is her name, Tasha. I forget her last name, but she wrote a book called Insight, to where she said 95% of people believe themselves to be self-aware, but only 10 to 15 actually are. Like that, it's definitely an interesting book if you want to read, if you ever want to read that. But yeah, I agree with you that you should do what works. You know what I mean? There definitely are many people out there. There are many people out there who go to therapy. They spend not millions, but they spend a lot of money on therapy, and nothing ever improves. Then those who go to therapy, put in the effort, and they improve. And then there are the ones who don't go to therapy, who find other ways of improving their lives, whether through talking to friends, or reading self-help books, or studying psychology themselves. You know what I mean?
I don't, because it's your story, dude.
I-
You can write it however you want. If you think that one of those choices is it, all right. See, that's what I think is the problem, is that, how do I put this? There's no hierarchy in your mind of what the thing that you want. You're like, you could do it this way, you could do it that way, you could do it this way or that way. What about your way? And like, how does your way bring you the best results? And now, if you have a goal there's a way to measure off how the results are happening, right? But it sounds to me like you don't have a goal because this way or that way or this way or that way, right? I know my way and where I'm trying to go.
I mean,
You understand what I'm saying?
yeah, I do have a goal. My goal is to be, my goal is to improve myself, to be, to become, to become a better
That's the most
person.
nondescript goal I've ever heard in my life, dude.
Okay, well, whatever.
In what way? What do you mean?
Well,
Just
I
improve, just a general improvement with no real like architecture of a building that you have.
I think what he's asking is, what are the values behind a better person? Do you want more patience? Do you want to communicate better? Like,
Yeah, what do you want your
what's
mind
and that's what I was trying to answer. You know what I mean? I want to be able to have more patience. I want to be able to communicate better, to be more understanding, to convey more empathy. You know what I mean? To have better, to have better meaningful connections. You know what I mean?
I do.
all
Yeah,
good goals?
very good. All of those things are related to the serotonin system, dude.
Yes.
That's what I found that helped out tremendously was noticing when my serotonin system was out of whack. When like I said before, a big sign of that is people are better than or greater than me, right? When I feel like that, that means that there's something that I'm not doing in my life that makes me feel less or greater, and it's usually less, right? I usually feel like I'm a big poopy head and I'm not doing anything, blah blah blah, right? And I don't. And the less results that I get, and the less attention that I put towards fixing that, the harder it is to get out of it too.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, that's what I want to work on, right?
So there's this framework of mind that you have that you want to improve.
Yeah, I also want an an unbreakable mind, undefeated, right? To where to where if something, like if something happens, yeah, it would suck, but at the same time, I'd be confident enough to know what to do to make it through. Like, you know what I mean?
So like a goal that you had that you didn't accomplish gave you particular feelings, and or as you're trying to accomplish that goal, right? And if you don't, or whatever, it goes down the negative pathway. Being able to struggle with that, right? To be able to persevere through that mindset. That's what you're talking
Yes,
about.
to have resilience, to have to have an
Like
unshakable
the
mind.
anti-fragile, right?
Yes, I still got to read that book, but yes.
That you should probably read. I've read that too. That's a very good book, and applied to your mind, it can help. Like, so, right? There's behaviors and attentions that you can put towards the anti-fragile parts of your system. And the way that those parts are known to you is by all of the bad shit that's happening in your life, right? Like, there's no other way to know other than the bad feelings that you're getting from your serotonin system because of all of this stupid shit that is in my life.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, I need definitely to read that book. Right now, I'm reading.
You do,
What was that?
You do, because like a lot of times, like I would think in my mind that everything was all right, and like not having the idea of anti-fragility or like an armor, right? Like an armor of mind. Not even conceptualizing that was a problem, right? And like even you're starting to conceptualize that that's what you need, right? That you need to have perseverance and anti-fragility in your mind.
Okay, I have two books right now. I have two books. I have more, but I have two. I have one book I'm reading right now called "Calming the Emotional Storm." It's it's about DBT, which which is a subset of cognitive behavioral therapy. Your wife may definitely know this. And The Undefeated Mind, on the science of constructing an indestructible self, which I'm going to read after I'm done with this. and apply all the things that are in this book. I have a lot of self help books I read and do the use the tools.
Those help, but like I didn't. How do I put this? Now I'm not like saying that that like everything is great, right? But I'm just saying that the way that things that I saw results in my life improve was when I stuck myself in situations which made me have to deal with that feeling.
Exactly, and that's why and
Step by
and
step,
that's why
right?
that's why I'm here right now. Even though I obviously have social anxiety, and you can obviously hear my nervousness through stuttering.
You know what you should try to do? You should try to do this at a coffee shop somewhere with a friend. Do you have someone that you could do that with?
Not currently, no.
You know what you should do? You should find someone to do that with. You should put your attention on finding someone to talk to in a public area away from people, just the two of you, to see if you can deal with those feelings of anxiety,
Yeah.
right?
Sorry, would you mind repeating? My headset was out of range.
It's okay. I was saying that you should probably put your attention on trying to find someone that you could practice talking in public with to experience the feelings of anxiety so that your mind can get more adjusted to dealing with them.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I do plan on having my boyfriend move in with me next month, so I can practice with him.
Well, there you go. So grab him, go to
But I'll be right back.
Starbucks or somewhere or a cafe or somewhere where you can go away where you don't have to sit next to someone, right? And experience those feelings.
Is anybody talking? Because if so, I lost audio.
No, I think Lyric's either lost connection and dropped out because the screen froze.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, later days.
Yeah.
No, the private chat.
Oh my
But
bad.
thanks.
Sorry.
Okay.
They're splitting.
No, I just don't know where to take the conversation. Like I came in at the tail end of the conversation, right? And I'm over here at work, so I don't know.
Oh. I actually cut out for a second to get myself some tea. And then I was like, dog bothering me. So I kind of jumped in right when lyrics froze up. So I don't know where it was really, other than the self-help book things.
Yes, Ukraine used to be a part of Russia, but that's because Ukraine has been like repeatedly conquered. Ukraine pre-exists Russia, actually, like the Soviet Union. So while Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union, Ukraine was not always part of the Soviet Union.
Sorry about that. I had to step away from the PC. Everybody there?
Yep, I'm here.
Here.
Did lyrics leave?
Yep.
Yeah, he had to go. Not that Ukraine ever being part of Russia was relevant anyway.
But right, lyrics, if you're still listening to this, thanks.
You know what book I am rereading at the moment?
What?
It's called Why We Listen to What They Say.
Interesting title. What is that? Who is they in this context?
Precisely.
Wow.
It's a lot of different. It can be a lot of different things. You know, like when people are talking to you and they're like, "Well, they say this and this." Well,
Oh.
okay, it's that, but it's also like authority, like governments and things. It's questioning like it's like the psychology behind persuasion and how it can be
Interesting.
imperceptible to the people consuming it, things like that.
You know, here's something interesting. When we ask who are they, they implies multiple people. But when you say they went to the store, if somebody asks you, hey, where's Bob? They went to the store. It's really interesting how they could be used for singular and plural.
Right. Well, okay. It wasn't supposed to be. Okay. We employ it more these days. Originally, they was only used as singular if the gender was unknown.
But then, but hold on. So it was meant to use as plural, but we used it. Nowadays we only use it for singular if the gender's unknown.
No, even if you look at old text, right? It like if they're describing an unknown character, they'll say they left because they don't want to drop clues, right? They don't want to tell you if it's a guy or a girl in writings and things like that, right? But I'm sure it's that way in real life. If you don't know if he left or she left, then it's they left.
Right, but let me give you an example. If you ask, "Hey, Dad, where did Mom go?" Well, I mean, I guess they could say they could say she left or.
Yeah, she went to the store.
But apparently no cafes in.
I guess you could also use they left, even though even though you know the gender. I think I've seen it used it that way, but then again, they probably just
well, it got adopted in that way, right? And it's particularly useful these days when it's sometimes not polite to assume gender, right? So like it's particularly handy these days. I would say we use it a lot more now than like when I was a kid or something.
Yep.
Language evolves.
Yeah, sometimes for the worse.
And we gave you that language. You are welcome.
Well, you gave us some of it, but not before you stole it from everybody else, right?
Sorry, I'll just come back. No cafes in Hamilton open at the moment. Why? Like 4 cafes are all shut.
I mean, what time is it where you're at?
Good point. It's 5 o'clock exactly now.
Well, of course. No wonder everybody's closed.
Yeah, should have checked the time before going out.
You silly goose.
No problem. Cheers, Lewis. Thanks for joining. And join any. If you want to subscribe to this YouTube channel, then you get the notifications and that. It'd be great to see you in the future. No problems. Cheers.
Can somebody explain that talking point to me for real? I don't get it. The whole, well, Ukraine used to be a part of Russia. Okay, but before that, they were not a part of Russia. So what does that have to do with anything? I'm not understanding why that's a talking point.
No, it depends. Yeah, it just depends how far back you go. If you go back far enough, then Russia didn't exist, Ukraine didn't exist, and the USSR didn't exist. So
exactly, but that's what I'm saying. It's completely irrelevant. The relevant part is that we have boundaries today that we have agreed not to like go imperialistic and conquer and shit like that, right? Like, no, I don't see anybody okaying the natives just brutally invading everybody's cities and being like, we own this land because it was our first. Nobody's going to support that. So why is this even a talking point? It doesn't make any sense.
Yes. I agree, therefore I cannot argue with you.
I agree, therefore I am.
No, that's I think, therefore I am Descartes.
Nope.
René Descartes. Yes, it fucking was. Don't make me come over there and slap you, silly. I mean, like,
You have no money, bitch.
that's right. I do have some money, but not that much. How's it going, Pixie?
No complaints. Just working.
Sorry, I missed your messages on Google Chat and everything. Like I said, I was offline like passive yesterday, so.
I have told you I don't mind. I don't expect responses all the time. It's okay.
I think it's ignorant if someone messages
I think my last message was like I didn't run into you today, so hello and good night. I think that like it's not that big a deal. It takes a lot more than that to offend me. No worries.
Go. I think what Lewis had to say though was very good. He put things in a way that I understood. And I know Midnight Sparky, you said the same thing to me. It's just, people can explain things to you in a way that you understand. Where someone else can say exactly the same thing to you and you don't understand it. I think that's what happened.
You know what I think taught me that? Having a child. Because I could say the same thing in 5 different ways, but sometimes I'd have to get to that 5th way before it clicked.
Yeah, that's exactly it, yeah. It just clicks with sometimes with, a certain way of explaining things to you. Midnight, do you want to sing?
You both sing, but for real though, talking to kids really helps develop your communication. Because sometimes you've really got to figure out a way to reword it so that their little minds can absorb it and understand it.
Wow.
And learning to reword things over and over again, like, really helps you.
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
see, I could say that will work, and I could see why I've never done that before. That might, yeah, explain some of my.
I love you. You love
You love
me.
me.
Let's get together and marry Barbie. Wait,
We'll
no.
link up. We got bones. This will make you more.
Oh, I feel so much lighter.
That was a song on Columbo as well.
Yes.
Columbo
Okay.
used to sing that.
Hang on a
Not funny.
sec. I got a phone call that I missed.
Oh, I've got to set my mum as well. Thanks. Good night.
Hang on.
All by myself. Don't want to.
Now it's stuck in my head.
Which one?
The last one.
All by
That one.
myself. Don't want to. All by myself anymore. Sorry, sorry for anyone who's listening, but I'm sweating a lot. I've just moved, and that's what happens. You're welcome. Spooky better. Welcome, Spooky.
So I love you all. I'm gonna go. Hopefully you'll still be on later. If not, love you, Wild Heart.
Oh, I love you back, Midnight. That's refreshing to hear.
Yep.
You said I love
Pixie.
everyone except well.
Pixie. Well, anyways, I love Pixie as well.
I
Except
love you too.
Midnight, you've
Bye.
got time. Midnight, don't go. Spooky has a reputation, possibly. I've not read it yet.
Okay.
Day one used to refer to two or more people or things previously mentioned or easily identified. The two men could get life sentences if they are convicted. It continues. Two used to refer to a person or unspecified gender. Ask a friend if they could help.
That's what I said.
Yeah, but apparently.
If you don't know their gender, or if in writing you don't want to give away their gender yet.
I missed the start of the conversation when I was away, so I just wanted
The weird use of they, a plural word, as in a singular format.
Any refutation to that refutation or possible refutation? I'm not sure if there's a refutation or not.
No, it's because somebody in the chat said they has always been plural and is always going to be plural or something.
Ah, right.
I just ignored it. I was like, whatever. I don't care. Not today.
They
Cheers,
went
Midnight.
that way.
You can leave now if you want. I just wanted you to say that and cheers, Spooky better.
All right. Thank you,
Late-
Spooky.
Later days.
Bye.
Cheers,
Later,
Midnight.
dude.
I tried the sandwiches and they were good. First of all, Krishna, it's sandwiches. SAMMICHES. Sandwiches. Apart from that, they were good. As long as a woman made them. I've always said, welcome on, by the way. Cheers for watching. I've always said, referring to a singular person. Go on, Pixie.
Speaking of speech patterns, the first time I said y'all, I about cried. I was horrified with myself because I always said you guys. And so the first time, but I've been living in Texas for a bit, and I've got to live here for a bit more before I can escape, which is going to happen anyway. So, no, we have it planned, so that's okay. So I'm here for a bit longer, but the first time I said y'all, I about cried. I about cried. I was like, why did I say that? Why did that come out of my mouth? But people got offended when I said you guys.
Y'all, you should be stoned to death for saying y'all.
Well, I had a girl tell me, I'm not a guy. Okay. My bad.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And then there's people that were further north of me, and I made fun of them because they didn't say you guys, they said yous guys. And I thought that was weird.
Americans, why do you continue to fuck up the language we gave you? What?
Because we cool like that.
Repeat that, Pixie. Use all. Use guys. Use isn't even a word.
I don't say use guys. I never said use guys.
I'm not about you. I'm just saying the person who said that to you. Use guys.
Multiple people. And they live in the northern part of the U.S.
Use guys.
Hey, use guys. Hey, use guys.
Oh, that hurts.
Doesn't it? I thought that was awful. Awful sounding.
Yeah. Use guys.
Well, if you want to watch, like, if you watch Rocky, the first one, that's pretty much all he says throughout the movie, right? Hey, you guys doing here? You guys should be at home. You shouldn't be out here, out in the dark. You knows what I'm saying? You knows you guys.
And yes, you all is perfect. Y'all is a contraction for you all is perfectly acceptable. It's by miles better than yous guys.
Y'all is better than yous guys, but I would disagree with that. It's perfectly acceptable. It's not. Y'all.
Well, would you rather hear, I would prefer you guys, but would you rather hear y'all or yous guys?
Y'all every time. Yeah.
Exactly.
It's still not acceptable. When Pixie said you guys, I was going to correct her and say yous guys, but she beat me to it. Krishna often comments, they know what they are talking about. Right. So Pixie, I'm not sure if you're my back / chest problem, but yeah.
You said you pulled a muscle.
Yeah, it's just a lot. Sorry, that's why I keep leaning back and going, ow. Got on my pussy, basically.
I was not saying, sure, it's not because you're a crybaby.
yeah. That's a lot of it.
That's
Give
a
it right
bad
a couple
place
of
to pull
days.
a muscle.
Yeah, give it right a couple of days, man.
Yeah,
Give
it will be.
time. Yep.
I've got painkillers and muscle rub. Yeah, wait.
Muscle
you'll be all right,
relaxers. Do you know? I didn't realize that my coach. Okay, times have changed. Like at school these days, they can't even give you a Tylenol, right? Like they can't right, without like calling the parent, like all this crazy stuff. Like they can't even give you a Tylenol. When I was in athletics, I remember like when I got shin splints real bad, they stuck me in the ice whirlpool, and he handed me these big yellow pills, and he was like, take these pills, and he called them banana pills, and I was like, okay. So I just took the banana pills. He gave me low dose muscle relaxers, guys.
Wow.
They
Wow.
can't even. I mean, very low dose, very, very, very low dose. But I was like, they can't even give you a Tylenol, and I just realized my coach gave me like a super low dose muscle relaxer.
You said that though. I called the ambulance out. They couldn't give me pain relief. They couldn't give me pain medication that you can buy at the chemist. An ambulance can't give you pain relief. What's that about? Makes no sense whatsoever. Christian, welcome back, Lewis, by the way. Thanks for joining. Penis mouth and chest issues. Well, penis mouth? Oh, the knob cream. Yeah, I get you. So,
That one took you aback for a sec.
yeah, penis mouth. No, but yeah.
Yes, you can. I'm just saying, like, if your kid has like migraines, right, and you send pills, that's fine. If you give them a list of things they can have, that's fine. But like, if your kid just gets a migraine in class one day and goes to the nurse can't just be like, take this Tylenol. Whereas when I was a kid, the nurse would just be like, here, take this.
Yeah.
Like, there was no.
It's political correctness gone mad. It's not.
Well, I mean, I get it, because you don't know what the kids are allergic to, right?
Yeah.
You
It's
just
very
you
much.
don't know.
It's probably a legal issue. Yeah. If they give you something and then you have a heart attack and die, they'll be responsible. So they think it's best not to give you anything.
That pesky freedom.
Yeah.
The freedom from having others know your medical information. Dear Lord, what a problem. It does create some problems, but I would rather they not give my kid a Tylenol than know my heartbeat all the time.
See what?
Well,
why is it-
it's like Bond said, the smart thing to do is, as a parent, the smart thing to do is send a list of medications the nurse is allowed to give them should they need it, because then they'll just reference the list.
I would think so. My kid hit his head. Not yesterday. Maybe last week, right? He bumped his head on something in preschool, and she told me about it, right? But like, if there was a time in order, I guess, to give medication, that would be one. And
Yeah.
they just didn't. But like, I guarantee you that if I told his teacher that it'd be okay if you could give him something, they probably would. But like, I would have to talk to them. You know what I mean? Like,
why are Americans like obsessed with kind of freedom over common sense? Like
common sense.
No, freedom over common sense.
I don't think we are.
In some
In what way?
Like sometimes it's common sense just to give them a time, but they say you can't do that because freedom like is more important than what's actually best for the person in the actual situation.
Well, it
No,
depends.
like, if it's serious enough, they're going to call the parent, and if the parent then gives permission, they will do it. I'm just saying it was so much easier for a kid to just go to the office and be like, I have a headache, and get pills then than it is now. And that's not a complaint. It's just different.
Right.
What about with like feminine issues? Do they still take care of that in schools? Would that be?
I don't know if they do or not. We had like a machine that you would put a quarter in our school, but usually like the girls had each other's backs. You know, you'd be like, "Hey, do you have a?" And they'd be like, "Yeah."
Would that be
Or somebody
overstepping
would
it?
ask
Would it be
you-
okay to give out tampons? Is that okay? Can the nurse do that at least? Right.
They had a vending
Yeah,
machine.
the nurse can do that.
All right, they can't. They do give them out. I don't know. I haven't been to high school in fucking 20 years, dude. At least.
Well, I assume they can, because when I was taking my daughter lunch the other day, her friend whispered, well, she thought she was whispering. I was on the phone with Super Munchkin and I could hear, but she said, "Can you ask your mom to bring some tampons, because I don't want to go get one from the nurse." So I'm assuming the nurse has some.
That's
can,
cool.
Can I just say, Lewis, I love your icon of the. Yeah, that's great. Cheers, PJ, as well for posting that in Broadcast. So
Oh, no problem.
Let's get controversial lyrics or not, if you don't want to. Do you want to describe your thing with Bojo? It doesn't, just say no, and I will stop the conversation.
What?
Do you want to describe your thing with Bojo or not? Just say no. And
I don't know. I'm just done dealing with like a lot of dumb YouTube shit.
All right, that's fair enough.
Oh, so yesterday was an off day for more than just me, and I missed something. Is that what's happening?
I don't think it was yesterday, no, but
oh, okay.
No. Like that what we were talking about earlier, dude, with about shadow work. Like, just say there's a lot of people on here who continue to do the same thing over and over again, except try to think that they can get the same results or different results or whatever. You know how it goes. And I am no longer in that frame of mind. I no longer have time to waste on the internet for extended periods of time. I mean, I'll do a YouTube video. I'll hang out here for a little while, but like this was once a month or something. I might do something like this, if at all, right?
Yeah.
Like, if at all. Like, I haven't really done anything for like half a decade, and just random sprinklings here and there. And I found I got like a lot more results. So I'm no longer going to allow other people. That's not the right words. I'm no longer going to just play the game, dude. I don't care anymore.
Are you saying that real life is more important than YouTube? Because if so, you can get off the channel right now.
I know, it's horrible, dude. And it's really difficult to say that, because I'd like there to be a better mesh of both, right? I think that probably the best way to do it would be to like try to incorporate digital and real life in a more balanced way. But I just can't do that. My experiences, I just can't do that. Once I get in, I'm just going to start chomping at the bit. And it's better if, just occasionally, like right now, I'll be fine. I'll do this. I won't go back and do a hangout we'll just make a goal. 3 months. How's that? What is it? So 6/1/22, I will think about going into a hangout, and I'll do that.
Yeah. I suppose it's different to every individual, and it's whatever works best for you. You just got to do that.
I got responsibilities in my life now, right? Like a lot of the guys that I'm talking about, they're just by themselves, and that's fine. Or they got time in their hands that they can waste. I just don't have the time anymore, dude.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Welcome, Krishna. Thanks for joining our Wild Heart Soul. Several problems just with your name. Souls don't exist, so I don't have one. So your name is wrong.
What's a soul?
Should he change it to Jiminy Cricket? I don't know.
Yeah. That would be more accurate. At least Jiminy has a cricket.
Oh, there's definitely a soul, dude. There's something that has remained me throughout my entire life, and my body's changed, and I got hair in strange places, dude, and all sorts of crazy stuff. But who I identify as the inside thing.
That depends, because I take a soul as living on either before or after your death. I agree with that. While you are alive, you have a soul. Or if you define it that way, I'm saying that after you die or before you were born.
If you think that you know what happens before you're born and after you die, you're lying. And every single human being that knows is a liar, is a straight ass liar, dude. And all I know is what I experience right here, right now, and the eternal moment. And in the eternal moment, it almost feels like there's a thing inside me that's maybe running the show or trying to run the show as good as he can with his limited body and knowledge and stuff. But that my body changes my circumstances change, my physical cells die off and change, and yet I remain Lyrics. Here I am.
Yeah.
That is me.
Can I amend my statement? When I said souls don't exist, I meant souls have yet to be demonstrated that they exist. That they exist separate to the human brain. That's what I meant. It's yet to be demonstrated, not that they don't exist, that it's not been demonstrated that they do.
It's a hypothesis, right? But like,
Yeah,
yet
exactly.
again, I don't know anything about death or anything about birth before or after. I can't say anything about those states of mind, but I do know that my what I'm saying is what I've experienced. And for the most part, every single human, from what I've said, experiences that in smaller or larger frames, you know what I mean? But like, they don't feel like you don't feel your body, right? Like, you're not your body. And if I say that to someone, that you're not your body, that you're more than just your body, right? You're the parts don't equal up to the whole, right? There's something else besides just the parts. And I don't know what that is. I don't know if it's a trick of the mind or a trick of the universe or whatever, but I don't know anyone that's not like that.
I would say you are your mind, but your mind is different from the brain. I'd say you are your mind. Yeah. But that's not just the brain. The mind is what the brain does, in my opinion.
Yes, but like, you can change your mind.
But also it has to do with a lot of things, right? Like hormones, electrons firing, your thinking process, like all kinds of things. But to say that equals some sort of eternal thing is kind of a stretch for me.
Irenic has got it right. Welcome, Irenic. Yes, it is Wildlet's conscience. I admit that I've got a conscience. I don't admit that I've got a soul. Just due to my definition of soul and conscious.
As far as I can tell, there's only one type of time, and that's eternal time, and that's the moment stretching on, right? And the moment is the only thing that is time. All the rest of it is hearsay and hoodly doodly. But right now, as we're talking, and it just happened, it just happened, it just happened, it just happened. But that is the eternal time. It's not like stretching on forever. That's not what eternal means. Eternal means what we experience as time, the never-ending series of moments and moments that we forget.
Can I just ask Irenic, why do you have Bill Murray as if you pick that picture? Just can you explain the connection? Wondering about that.
There is no connection.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
But I agree with Lyrics. I'm a presentist, so all that exists is the present. The past is behind us. And time isn't really even a thing. It's only a perception of moments of change, I would argue.
It's like a construct of your mind. It doesn't exist. It happens.
There's a forwardness of our experience of life, you know. It's like going in a direction, right? You can't go back. But all you have is the right now.
Well, there's nothing to go back to. So like that's what one thing that I figured out was like that whole kind of like way of thinking is like not true. Like I don't even know why I do that, dude. Why I think like that. That like there's some way that you can somehow change how you experience.
Well, it's not like you can't conceive of the concept. That's why we have movies and stuff, you know.
But that's already been thought of. That's already in the past. Even the thought of the conception of the past is already in the past. So like, it's like it's a never-ending fucking cuck loop, dude. You can't like not do the moment. It's always the past.
Well,
right? But the only thing that really exists is the moment.
But what if you could go back in time?
I don't know. It's a construct. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't exist
Well,
like that.
I agree with you, but why? I mean, why is that necessary? That's true. Why is it necessary? I mean, there are B theorists of time. There's B theories.
Yeah,
All
can
these
just say
people get
that-
this resentment from the past, dude. It stops them from participating in the present.
can just say if you just said the past may not exist, that would be better than saying the past does not exist, because there are several ways that the past could exist.
Could you prove to me that the past exists?
No, exactly. That's the difference between demonstrating something and saying that something definitely does not exist. If you said the past definitely does not exist, you would have to demonstrate that. If you said that the past has to be demonstrated that it exists, that's fine. Do you know what I mean?
I would say that my mind makes up the past from prior moments, from prior eternal moments, and that is a construct, a hierarchical construct in my mind, right? But as far as it actually existing in anywhere outside of my mind, it does not.
The past existed, and you can't prove it existed because due to what happened in the past, I am now wearing pants.
But say that Doctor Who existed and he could go back into the past, then the past would exist.
How do you go back in the past?
And
You remember?
What
I'm not
about
saying it doesn't
photographs,
exist.
memories?
I'm just saying that it's possible it exists. That's different from saying that it definitely does not exist. Do you know
I
what
would
I
say
mean?
that your memory of it exists,
Right.
and your perception of that memory changes over time, right? So it might be a different memory later on that's wrong. That's a wrong interpretation, right?
Yeah.
And because of the nature of reality being pretty much infinite, dude, that I would say that I don't know for a fact of what the percentages of memories that I have that are completely wrong, but I'm probably gonna think most of them, right?
Yeah.
And did this made up mostly fucking memory just to bypass my cognitive dissonance, right? Did that exist? What exactly
Yeah.
existed? Right?
I think it's been proven that the human memory is flawed. So people think of the memory as like photographic, and that what they remember is what happened. It's not. It's just how wrong you are about the past. But it's not photographic.
Easily said by people who do not obtain a photographic memory.
Hey, look, I definitely remember being in a head-on crash, back in 2015, I think it was. And, I might not remember every detail correct. I have a memory of it, if I was to think about it, what, those few seconds were like. But, as much as some of those details might not be that accurate, I don't see how I'm going to, be wrong about being in that accident, Wilder.
No, you might be right about being in that accident, but the details of that accident will be wrong on some level.
Right. So that's Just remember, Jesus rose from the dead. Okay.
I can't remember that because I never knew it in the first place.
That happened in the past, dude. Yeah. And there's been all these people that have said like these memories that they had from like for over 2,000 years, and I don't think that they're right. I don't think that and it's not because like they didn't try. It's because I don't think that we could possibly like do it. It's impossible for us due to our like how we're made up as human beings to properly remember. And I think to properly even put down maybe pre-digital, right? Maybe digital is the thing that stamped that so that like there is a record, maybe, I guess. But prior to that, like, I don't know, dude.
Unless there is a guess out, if you believe in God, you believe that God inspired the Bible, then God would be.
Well, God's a whole different thing, dude, than the Bible, right? Just
no, but if God like gave them the right concept of the past and gave them the right, if it was inspired by God, God could kind of beam it into their head so it was correct, if you know what I mean.
Or maybe they just wrote down or maybe they just wrote down their true experiences.
But that's the point. They wouldn't be true experiences because they will be remembering them when they wrote them down.
It's been
Yeah.
like
So-
your perceptions shape your memories, right? Like, and
Yeah.
the farther they go back in your memory, the the fuzzier the actual reality. Like,
Considering
is
like the
not there.
gospel were written like 30 years after the events happened, even if they were writing down and they were being honest, they wrote down what they actually remembered, it would still be wrong because memory isn't perfect.
I'm not saying that it would be wrong. Like, there's some things
Yeah,
that are
that's
right,
not
and this
true.
isn't like it's
Yeah,
not like
yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Like, we can't possibly know anything, I guess. But I think digital technology has made it a lot easier for us to go back to this exact conversation that we had and see what we said and see what our reactions are, right? You know?
That's a good point. Say all 1, 2, 3, 4, all 5 of us went down and wrote down what we remembered of this conversation afterwards. All 5 would be different. And I bet you could find contradictions. Even though we're writing down honestly what we remember, it would all be different because of the flaws in human memory. That's the point.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily relevant to a community that was doing that 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, it is because human brains haven't changed that much.
No, human practices changed. That's the issue.
What are the practices that were made?
The practice of remembering, or like the practices of oral tradition, and living in that kind of culture where there was, if you don't have computers and stuff to depend on, you come up with other mechanisms that help your memory.
So are you saying that someone witnessed something possibly and then wrote it down 30 years later? That would be different from if I remember something and then wrote it down 30 years later.
Yes.
In 2,000 years, that wouldn't have changed that much. Sorry.
No, you're wrong.
Okay.
How about, like, there's a perception of my father that I had when I was 12 years old, and now there's a perception of the memories that I had as a 41-year-old man, and they are different.
Yeah. They've actually done studies. They took people who witnessed 9/11, they got them like a few days later to write down their memory of it. And then they got the same people like 3 or 4 years later to write down their memories of it, and they were different. Do you know what I mean? So even the same person's memory changes over time. And that would be true 2,000 years ago anyway.
We didn't develop any technology to stop that up until maybe the digital, quotations, the digital era. But, like, dude, we didn't develop a technology to get over cognitive bias at all.
Yeah.
That's what's actually helped shape Christianity, dude, is the narrowing of the focus to allow to go to specific concepts within the entire Bible. Like, that's how it was written, dude. If you didn't have that, you wouldn't be able to, like, hold on. Excuse me. You wouldn't be able to make any sense of it, dude. But, like, to say that the Bible that you buy in the store is the same as the one that was written, or a Bible that was 1,000 years old, they're different, right? They're completely different.
Yeah.
There's word changes. There's, different. The context of the words have changed over time. Even the context of the words that were used then have changed. Like,
exactly.
I don't know how to put it, but, like, the concept, the whole entire concept has changed over time. Everything has changed over time.
That's true. The words as written then don't mean the same as you interpret it.
That's correct. Yeah, a whole passage could be completely different, dude. Yeah. And I'm not saying that, like, there isn't truth or nuggets of truth anywhere, dude. But, like, I would definitely not say that everything in the Bible is
like Shakespeare.
From God, dude. What? I don't know.
Shakespeare's writings from like the 16th century or whenever it was. The words actually mean different things now than the same words meant
We
then.
don't have any of Shakespeare's writings.
I'm not saying no. I'm saying the ones we have now.
We don't have any. We don't have any. There's no Shakespeare. There was never even a Shakespeare.
He was illiterate. He couldn't sign his own name. It was Bacon.
I'm
Some
going to
also
assume
say
you're
it was
calling
Kevin
it as well.
Bacon.
Yeah, Francis Bacon.
Okay, but the
Right,
point is,
yeah.
we all know he's referring to the literary works attributed to William Shakespeare.
Yeah, that one.
Well, he's always going on about talking about people that don't exist. I don't believe that, so you can't reference it.
Yeah, Shakespeare might not have existed. It might
Can't
be.
prove it. You can't prove he existed. So
Actually, a lot
we
of
could
what
discount
happened
all
in
those works.
a lot of what happened in those days was he could have been somebody who owned a theater company, right? Because a lot of times they would do like group work, and like the leader, it would go under like the name of the show runner. It was weird.
That was just part of the media, the spin that the history that they put on it at the time, maybe.
Well, then there's that too. They're like the actual validity of the good intentions of the writers of all of these stories, right? And like, we just got to put my hand up on the Bible and say, I'm not saying that there's not wisdom there, but I'm just saying I'm not going to put my hand on a Bible thinking that this book, every single person that ever worked on it over the past 2,000 years had good intentions. That's silly. Right?
Yeah, but I'll go further. It doesn't matter about the intentions. Even if their intentions were good, their memory is flawed because they are human.
Right, so
No, we
bad
have the
intentions
writing.
and
We
shitty
have the
memory.
writing, so the memory issue isn't. I don't think it's.
It is because they were written 30. Like the Gospels were written 30 years after the person who wrote it. Even if they were eyewitnesses, they wrote it down 30 years after.
Yeah. So
Therefore, due to the human brain and how memory works, it would not be entirely
no,
accurate.
you're wrong on that. Maybe it would. By entirely accurate? See, that's what you're saying, because there might be a minuscule. This was my point about the resurrection. Now, all of them talked about a resurrection. Hold on. Do you think if the resurrection happened and they witnessed it, do you think that's a detail they would likely forget?
No, when I say entirely, I'm saying that the
No, I know what you're saying. I'm asking you specifically. Do you think if the resurrection happened and they witnessed Jesus coming out of the grave after all, read the story, you think they would forget that 30 years later?
I'm not saying they'd forget that. Obviously, they won't forget it. Well, they won't supposed to.
Right. So there's no reason to doubt that they witnessed the resurrection. Now,
they thought they witnessed it.
If it was sunny out that day, or how cloudy it was, based on the witness accounts.
They're not entirely. It could have been a hallucination.
No, you don't have mass hallucinations. That's
you do.
Stupid.
Oh yeah, you do, dude.
Sorry, you're just wrong on
going
that.
on right now, dude.
Not only do you have mass hallucinations, not only is that a thing that exists, right? But it wasn't a mass anything. 40 people at most were claimed to witness this among how many people? And just so happens that all of those 40 people happen to be followers of his previously.
And it's, and another person is having a hallucination, and they are seeing the same thing that's imaginary. That doesn't happen.
Go ahead, Lewis.
All right, now are we talking about the actual literal meaning of the resurrection, or are we looking at it in the literal sense, or what? Or the allegorical sense? Which particular way are we looking at this? Because I think that has a lot to do with it. Which way of interpreting the Bible are we using right now?
Harry, Nick.
I would think I'm just using it. I'd like to take it at what looks like face value or whatever.
The literal interpretation.
Yeah, that Jesus rose from the dead bodily.
So that would be a miracle, right? I mean, I saw one guy die, right? And he didn't come back, and like personally, right? So like, I don't have proof of that ever happening. So you're saying that that's what we're talking about, that someone died physically and then 3 days later got out of the cave.
When you say you don't have proof personally, are you saying I haven't witnessed it?
No. What I'm saying is that I don't have any proof to take that as literal in experience. I can see that as allegorical, very much so, but I don't see it.
If Jesus rose from the dead, if Jesus did rise from the dead and they saw it and they wrote down what they saw, why? I mean, what?
I'm
why
just
would you
saying the
not-
way
I
of
mean,
looking at the story is it
Mhm.
you're looking at as a literal way, and I don't see it as a literal thing that happened. I use it as an allegorical way of explaining transcendence, and I don't understand what the proof is that you used in your experience of your life to take that story literally. What is that? Why do you think that that's a literal that
Oh.
literally happened and not allegorically means something different?
Yeah, because it seems to comport with reality as I've experienced it in my
Whoa.
life.
So you've
So-
seen
so the
someone raised from the dead,
Well, I've seen people possessed by demons.
but
That's
that's
completely
an
I haven't seen-
allegorical
I
way of
haven't
looking
seen-
at it, dude.
No,
No,
people
no.
being
Yes, it
possessed.
is.
I'm talking. No,
Sorry, can I interrupt?
Well,
People being
it's not
possessed is completely
allegorical. I
different.
believe in
No,
demons.
Irene, people being possessed by demons is completely different from someone being raised from the dead. I don't know why you would even bring that up.
Because the story of the Bible includes these demonic possessions.
So if one thing in the Bible is correct, then everything in the Bible must be correct. is
what I said is my experience, so far, and
Yeah.
has been that all that the Bible says, this, comports with reality as I've experienced it.
So
You know,
if the
now,
Bible
I haven't witnessed somebody being raised from the dead. I haven't.
exactly, that was the point. That was the question.
But because
So can you say that it comports with reality?
if the
if you
Bible is
haven't
true
witnessed
at
it?
every other, every point where it contacts
No.
life for me, then that's why it makes sense for me to believe it.
No, that's a fallacy. If the Bible claims 10 things,
Where's the fallacy in that?
I'm
If the Bible-
explaining
my
it.
statement is,
You just asked the question. I'm explaining it. If the Bible
Okay.
claims 10 things, and I know that 8 things are correct, does that mean that the other 2 things that I don't know are correct? Could they be wrong?
I didn't make that claim.
it's not that, dude. It's about how it's interpreted, right? Irenic's interpreting it literally, right? And Wildheart is saying that no, that is not literal, that is an allegorical way of looking at it, right? That's what I'm trying to say. That no one has ever rose from the dead, dude. Okay, in
That's
my
not
experience, I've never heard of that. I've never seen it. It's Jesus, right?
Have you not
So
ever read
this
the
is a
Bible?
grand claim,
That's
right?
not experience, isn't it?
Grand claims are usually allegorical, dude. Grand claims
That's not
are
true.
not like things that happen in everyday life, dude.
No, I'm saying that Irenic is saying that it comports to reality. Resurrection comports to reality. I'm saying that only is
How
true.
does it
if you-
comport to literal reality?
Exactly.
To take a literal interpretation of that, it cannot comport because
Exactly.
that just doesn't happen, dude.
Unless
now,
you've
allegorically, you can. Allegorically, as a story,
well,
it
I'm what-
symbolizes something else, right?
How can you say it can't happen?
Have you
I'm not
ever
saying it can't
seen anyone
happen.
raised
I'm
from
saying
the
you
dead dude,
can't-
outside of the
Okay,
story?
hold on. Now,
No, I'm saying-
Wildheart,
Irene,
point out the
Irene,
lyrics.
let me explain it. No, Irene, it's not the-
Wildheart,
Okay.
explain the lyrics. Why?
Irene-
Just because he hasn't seen it doesn't mean it can't happen.
I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm saying that if you haven't experienced someone rising from the dead, then you can't claim that it comports to reality.
It's much better
I can
to look
claim
at it
to believe
allegorically.
it. I didn't claim it comports
no,
to
you didn't claim
reality,
to believe
dumbass.
it.
I said I believe it comports to reality. Now, is that true or not?
You believe it comports to reality, that is fine.
Thank you.
I don't think
You
that
could
it
be wrong,
comports
basically.
I don't think the literal interpretation of the Bible comports to reality.
No, but he's claiming that he believes it comports to reality. Not that
Well,
it does.
Well,
I don't
then
take-
that might
look.
be a little delusional. There are different interpretations of the Bible. There's like 4 or 5 of them, dude. 4 or 5 different
Look,
ways of
there's-
looking at the
no.
Bible, right?
You know how many different ways there are? However many different people there are looking at it.
No, I'm talking about the categorization of
Yeah.
how you read the stories.
That's what
dude.
I'm talking about.
What?
There's however many people are looking at the story, that's how many different.
Yes,
Uh,
I know. And there's only so many different ways of looking at a piece of text,
Well,
right?
maybe
There's
you can
only so
say-
many different. There's allegorical. There's literal. There's this big ass long one that I can't pronounce, dude. And there's like 4
Yeah.
or 5 of them, dude.
He's talking
These are
Catholic.
ways that all of us look at the Bible in. Right? It's not that like everyone's a special little snowflake and they believe this or that. It's that they comport to this particular way of interpreting a particular passage. Some
Like
people think of one is literal. Some of them are actual allegorical. And if you don't understand that there's many different ways of interpreting the Bible in general, then you get all literal, right? Jesus rose from the dead. Blah blah. Blah. There's a flood, right? All these things. This is like allegories for human perceptions and cognitive states.
Are you just talking about the Bible being full of all kind of literary styles?
No, I'm saying that there's many different ways to look at a particular a text. Not every text, everything written down on paper.
How many ways match the author's intent?
No, you're not understanding.
You can't claim to know. You knew none of the authors.
Did I claim to know? Pixie, why don't you ask relevant questions to what I say?
How is that question relevant if nobody can know?
Yeah, no one can know, so you don't know.
Make it make sense.
That's a different question. That's a different question, but I wanted to ask Lyrics what I asked him, okay? Without your interrupting.
Well, welcome.
Well, considering it's not your panel, I wasn't giving a fuck about what you wanted. But noted.
Right, ask Lewis the question you wanted to ask.
You know, people are used to women being rude and
women, you misogynist.
All right, come on now.
You're such an asshole everywhere you go, so you have no room to be talking about rude to anybody.
No, just when you're in here, I like to I like to pull your strings or whatever.
Oh, you fucking wish you could.
No,
you're pathetic.
I wish I could, and everybody just witnessed how you just went off. You're so fun.
You're such a woman, Pixie.
Who went off first?
You.
Who yelled with their little temper tantrum first, Irenic? Oh, was that you? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're such a snowflake.
Everyone stop. Irenic, ask Lyrics the question that you wanted to ask him. Everyone else, shut up, please.
I forget the question now.
Oh, for fuck's
sake. I can't explain it any more clearly, dude. Like there's different ways of interpreting words on paper.
How many correct ways are there?
Like 4 or 5, dude.
There's 4 or 5 correct ways of the.
No, there's only one correct way.
Do we agree that the author, when he wrote it, had some certain intent behind what he wrote?
Right. Yes, it was either a literal, right, like something literally happened, right. I only know 2 of them, but there's more of them. I can't pronounce them, dude. There's another one that's allegorical, where it means that there's a story, right? But the components of the story mean something else. It's allegorizing to something else, right?
Yeah.
That's a different way of looking
you're
at
just
a
saying
text.
the obvious. So what? What the
What
matters
do you mean,
is.
so what? You are saying that the
so what
resurrection
matters
of Jesus
is you got to
is
make
literal.
an argument for which you should use.
You're not understanding.
Yes,
Based on which author? The Bible had multiple authors, so now I've got to figure out the intention. You've got to argue the intention of 6 people.
Can I ask Irenic a pertinent question? Is there any way of knowing what the author's intent was?
I believe there is.
How is that way?
I believe the Holy Spirit could reveal to you the truth.
Sorry, Irenic, can you repeat that?
What is the Holy Spirit is able to reveal
Holy
truth
Spirit.
to people.
Right, fair enough.
To multiple people who all had the same intention.
Right,
okay.
The Holy Spirit is the only way.
What are you talking about? I'm talking about single authors having a singular intent.
Single authors? Did you just say single authors? You know there's more than one author to the Bible, and you just said singular. You said singular authors.
Yes, and I'm talking about I'm talking about a singular author having a singular intent when he writes a particular book. Now, one of those or 66 of them might go in a Bible, but it applies to each author.
Irenic, you said singular.
Man, can't you think straight?
Irenic, sorry, I'm going to have to mute you. Irenic, you said singular authors. Authors is plural. You can't have singular authors.
What, you don't know how to think. You don't know how to speak or what you can't. There's no such thing as a unique author.
I understand. Hold on. I think I understand what he was saying. I understand what he was saying.
And you can speak of unique authors in plural. Do you understand English?
Yeah, but I'm the one who's triggered. Okay. So each
I'm talking about
author
Wild
so
Heart.
each
Oh,
author
no,
can
Jesus.
have an
Jesus.
individual intent, but you cannot argue that each of those individual intents are the same intent and that you somehow know this.
Yeah, right. You're really correct there, but I didn't say that, or I didn't argue that. So why are you bringing that up?
My argument is that you cannot
Why are
have
you bringing up
singular
irrelevant
authors.
facts?
Authors is plural. You can't have singular authors.
For
You
the
can have
same
one
reason
singular
you
author.
brought up
Wild
this
Heart,
irrelevant
but Wild
question.
Heart, bananas are yellow.
For the same reason you brought
Bananas
up
are
this
yellow.
irrelevant
Wild Heart.
question.
So how can you? Why do you even think
That's
that
the other way around. Bananas are yellow, but you can't have a singular authors because authors is
That's right.
plural.
But don't you understand? If bananas are yellow, then that refutes your point.
No, that's the opposite way around. Bananas is plural. Then yellow comes
No,
later.
the fact that a
But you can't
banana
have a
is
singular
no.
authors.
I'm just
You can't
talking
have a
about.
singular. It should say
Listen up.
language.
Listen up for a minute, okay?
Go
Do
on.
you know I'm talking about a real banana, right?
Yeah.
A banana is yellow. The
Yes.
fact that a banana is yellow, that color, that refutes your whole argument.
No, it doesn't. Bananas, plural, are
Why
yellow.
don't you? Well, hold.
But you
Why
can't
don't?
have a
Why aren't you
singular.
asking? Why aren't
Can't
you
have a
asking?
singular authors.
Wait,
Authors is
it's
plural. You
nothing
can't
to
have
do
a
with.
singular author. It will be one singular author.
Why
Author
aren't
without
you
the S.
asking me?
One singular
Why
author.
aren't you
You can't have
pointing
singular
out?
authors because
Why
authors
aren't
is
you pointing
plural.
out the fact that bananas being yellow has nothing to do with what I'm
Forget the
saying?
bananas.
Why are we entertaining this rather ridiculous question in the first place?
I'm just pointing
don't
out
know.
Pixie's ridiculousness by saying,
No,
yeah,
but it was
the
mine.
fact that
Mine
a banana
was
is
mine.
yellow refutes
My
your point.
ridiculousness.
Because
Okay, yeah.
we weren't even talking about anything about bananas or the colors.
I
You
never
can't
said
have a singular plural.
anything about bananas.
I
You
know.
can't have a singular
So I don't know why
Bananas
you're
now-
talking about my
No, I'm-
ridiculousnness. Your ridiculousness is in this.
No,
I'm
can I
giving
It
just
in.
started way
say-
before the single
I'm giving-
authors bullshit.
I'm going to have to put you backstage. You can't, it's just a language thing. You can't have singular authors. It will be one singular author. You can't have singular authors because authors is plural. You can't have a singular authors. It's just like how language works. You can have one singular author without the S, or you can have more than one author, which is authors. Sorry, Aaron.
I'm not emotional. I'm
I'm
just
really
giving his
glad
shit
you
back
figured
to
out
him.
the
I'm tired of
difference
fucking
between
taking
one
it just
author
because
and
I'm a girl.
several
He thinks he
authors.
can talk to me
Now,
like that.
how that affect? Now, if you just understand when I'm speaking, that if you keep that difference in mind, you understand what I'm saying, Wildheart.
I'm just saying that singular authors makes no sense as far as language goes. You can't have
No.
a singular authors.
Here was my statement. My statement is a singular author has a singular intent. That was my claim.
That's fine. That's fine.
Now,
You
somebody
said
said,
singular
well,
authors.
the Bible has 66 authors.
Yeah, which would still not make
Yeah,
one
so that's
singular
like-
authors.
and that's like saying
Does that make
bananas
no
are
sense?
yellow. That's like saying bananas are yellow.
It's not.
No, that's like
What?
saying, so what is your point about bringing up the intent of the
Yeah, so,
author?
okay,
You
yeah,
have to
so the
consider
point
multiple
was-
different
Yeah,
intents.
if you follow the conversation, the reason I brought that up was because I'd asked Lyrics, how many correct intentions does the one author have? Do you remember that question?
One.
But there's
Yeah,
not one author to the Bible. That's what I said. And
yeah,
that's when
I
you
know,
lost your shit.
I know. You came up and said
Yeah,
bananas,
Bojo makes a
bananas
good
are
point.
yellow.
Bojo makes a good point. Always getting stuck on a word for 30 minutes. It doesn't matter.
No, she brought up, but bananas are yellow.
Irene, just give me a minute. Give me a minute. It doesn't matter about the words. Forget that. Let's
No, I said your question doesn't make sense because there were multiple authors.
Not interrupt, please. It doesn't matter about the words. Can we get back to the original point of the conversation, please? I don't remember myself what that was, but if we can get back to that.
I remembered another way of looking at it was estological. There's an estological way of looking at literature. There's an allegorical way of looking at literature. There's a literal way of literature, and then there's another one. Right? You know these words, Arenik. You know these.
Hey, I look.
You know these
everybody
words,
knows
right?
There's different. Like
ways of interpreting the
there's
Bible.
grids that people manufacture, and then they take that grid and they put and then they use that as a tool to tell them what it means.
Well, I would say that there's as a combination of all of them are required in order to get a more meaningful.
That's because authors individually use different literary devices in their writings. And that's what you have to be able to discern those to even have a chance of getting a right interpretation.
That's right. And
Now-
we're saying that the literal interpretation of Jesus's resurrection is the wrong way of interpreting that story.
Well, you're saying that. A lot of people
Because the
say
reason why I'm saying that is because I've never seen anyone in my reality rise from the dead. And I'm not
I
saying that it
understand.
ever happened or anything like that, but all I have to look at my way of looking at a book is using my experience. So I know
understand.
that my experience is not wrong because I've asked other people if they've ever seen anyone rise from the dead, and they never did in this moment in time. So that is what I'm using to choose the frame of looking at the story. I don't look at it as literal because it seems fantastic to me, right?
Well,
But
have you looked into modern claims of that?
what I'm saying is right, dude, okay? I don't give a fuck what you're saying. What I'm saying, most
No, I'm
people
saying-
would agree with me, dude.
No, I'm saying, have you
No,
looked into
can
modern
I-
claims of people rising from the dead?
Can I interrupt?
Dude,
Yes,
give
yes,
me a break.
lyrics.
If someone rose from the dead, they'd be on the news, jumping jack flash, dude. And you know that.
Can I interrupt? Can I say, lyrics? What you're saying is it's more likely to be allegorical because most people haven't
Exactly,
seen.
dude.
It's more likely to be
And that's
allegorical.
why you're getting all butthurt, Arenik, is because you think that the literal interpretation is the correct one, and it is clearly not because of
I'm
the
not
fantastic
butthurt about
claims of it,
anything.
dude.
I'm not butthurt about anything.
You've been
Look,
butthurt. That's why you're butthurt. That's why you're screaming
no,
at everyone, dude.
I'm only butthurt because people misrepresent what's being said and can't, don't respond to what is said. That's what.
So, Irene,
I just responded to what you
I
said,
understand that. Look,
I just responded
everybody's free. Look,
coherently to what you said.
I wasn't. Did you see me react? Like you were actually following the conversation. You were, I'm actually listening to you and carefully trying to understand you, and I'm responding to what you say. Other people in this group don't do that.
Can I ask Irene, what is your justification for believing it's literal rather than?
What's my justification for it? It's because it seems to best comport with reality. That's all. That's my claim.
Have you ever seen anyone rise from the dead?
No,
Yes,
but I don't have to see that
How-
in
how
order to
can you say
believe
that
to
it
think
comports
that
with
probably
reality then?
happened.
How can you say that it comports to reality if you've never witnessed it?
I said I believe it comports to
No,
reality.
you didn't. Last time, I'm sure you didn't.
No, I believe it comports
You
to
changed it
reality.
to that about something.
I believe it because it seems to be.
No, I'm saying you said you believed it because it comports to reality. You didn't say I believe it comports to reality the first time.
Well, so what? Do I have to say if I think it? It's
Yes.
Do I have to qualify that?
Yes,
that
you
I'm
do.
not making that
You-
I know
yeah.
it.
You
Even
can't
I already
claim.
made it clear. Okay, look, I've said this in the past. I'll make it clear now. I don't make knowledge claims. I make belief claims. So
everything you say is
everything
a-
I say, realize it's a belief of mine,
All right,
not
that's fair
knowledge
enough.
I claim to have. Okay, just
That's-
put
that's
that in
fair
your
enough.
memory bank.
That's fair enough. I'll try to remember that. A lot of my memories will be yeah, so what was the point again? I forget. I think lyrics, if you can hear me, I think you froze, unless you're very, very still at the moment. Pixie's kicked herself, that's fine. Join if you can. Join back if you can. I literally forget the original point, so I don't know what to do. Unless my internet's gone. It's always possible. PJ, are you there? Blessed Jesus.
Yeah, I'm here, dude.
All right, I'll just check my internet hasn't gone either. So I think Irene is on a phone call. Welcome, Ronan. Welcome back, Ronan.
Hello. Yes, I came in. I realized where Arenik is coming from just now.
Yeah.
He said, I don't know. I don't know, but I believed. Oh, okay. So anything he says is just how he feels about it, not necessarily, comporting with reality or having facts or evidence, but he just feels that, so it shores up his spirit, if you will. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Pixie. I keep forgetting to post the link in the inside chat. Sorry. Welcome back, Pizza. So, can you explain to me what the original point was and why all that happened?
I don't. I can't. Like, that's why I asked him, like, what do you mean by the intent of the author? There are lots of authors. And he's like, and freaking out. Well, no, because, like, what do you mean by the intent? Are you saying, like, the intent is by, like, the Holy Spirit? Is there one intent? Are there multiple intents? Are you taking intent book by book? But, like, he just flew up the fucking handle, and he thinks he can talk to me any way he wants because I have a fucking vagina. So I'll just talk to him like the asshole he is.
I think he's on phone call at the moment, so we'll wait till he gets back and then he can answer. Welcome back, St. Tommy. That's Johnny.
Thank you. Thank you. I like that very much. Very much. What Ronan said about not necessarily comporting with reality. I think that was very refined and very truthful. Ronan did not say it does not comport with reality. He said it does not necessarily comport with reality. Now, another rascal's truth claims are whatever they are. But if a truth claim is posed as a knowledge claim, it becomes a totally different matter in my ears. Anyway, I liked what Ronan said about not necessarily, because I think it's true. Yes, it's okay. It's true. It doesn't necessarily, one man's truth claim is not necessarily true. Might be true, might not be true. And I like that very much.
That was my point. If you're going to make it a belief claim rather than truth claim, you should point that out every time because different people are watching, so they might not know your previous statements about everything being a belief claim. You should point it out every time. If it is
a belief claim and a truth claim can be one and the same, but a knowledge claim is not a belief claim. It's a knowledge claim.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you for your consideration of these rhetorical tools.
Yeah, that's fine. I was on the phone.
Thank you, Tommy, for rejoining. Thank you. Go on, Nick. I think you're back.
Yeah, I'm back. I had a phone call. Sorry.
My point, Nick, was that if it is a belief claim, you should point that out every time because there are different people listening to you every time. So if they don't know your prior thing about making every claim a belief claim, you should point it out every time just to avoid confusion.
Hey, I'm Wildheart's conscience. You're not mine. So shut the fuck up.
All right.
Again, I say that a belief claim and a truth claim are one and the same. It's a knowledge claim, which I stumble at. Belief claims posed as knowledge claims make me nauseous.
Didn't I distinguish between knowledge claims and belief claims?
So, in just a moment. Some say that all subjective consideration is presuppositional. Some say that all language or interpretation of verses or scripture or canon is presuppositional. Others say, oh no, I know, I interpret perfectly, and I have knowledge of the truth. And who could contest that?
Well,
but okay, fair enough.
Because I fall on the former.
Well, what my point was that if a man poses belief as if it's knowledge, he believes it's knowledge. How can you contest it? It's impossible. It's his belief. How can you contest another's belief?
Yeah,
but anyway,
I'm the foremost expert on my own opinion. I would think
that's a good thing. Belief. How can you contest others' belief? Yeah, but anyway,
I'm the foremost expert on my opinion. I would think
that's a good thing. Belief.
So this is all my fault,
right, bro, Joe? It's an admission that you could be wrong.
I specialize at times in soliciting confessions of faith. I ain't looking for knowledge claims.
Some people say The one and you see. Sorry, we just want to slow down with this different sound. It's not been for long for a while. The song came to mind. Some people say the water could be dangerous. Some people say I don't do anything at all. Some people say.
Anybody seen my spare eye?
I really shut the fuck up. It's a musical interlude, please. Some people say that they can't stand what they're hearing. Some people say, who gives a damn what they say? Do you think I care? Do you think I care? Do you think I know where I'm well? Do you think I care what they say when I'm oblivious? Just like my father, some people say I've got my mother's eyes. Some people say my brother cause I'm honest and truthful. Some people say they know my brother's just another lie. Do you think I care? Do you think I care? Do you think I know where I'm at? Do you think I care what you say? Cause I'm oblivious. Do you think? Some people say that we should let the search continue. Some people say, just what the hell's going on? Do you think I care? Do you think I care? Do you think I know where I'm with? Do you think I care what they say when I'm oblivious? Do you think I care? Do you think I care? Do you think I know where I'm with? Do you think I care what you say when I'm oblivious? Sorry for that, by the way. Just things going on and I can. Right, okay. Cheers. Carry on. There we go. What it was, StreamYard was in like Zoom mode, and I couldn't work out whether I was sharing or whether I was muted or anything. Carry on. I apologise for that. Right, so as far as I can remember, I mean, it was saying that the Bible has one author, which is the Holy Spirit. If you forget all the authors, it was inspired by the Holy Spirit and God. Therefore, it's one author. Correct me anytime when I'm wrong, by the way.
Yeah, none of that's true.
All right, correct me.
All right, I believe the Bible has all these individual authors, and that was one point.
But were all those authors inspired by the Holy Spirit?
Well, I believe that, but I
right.
didn't
So
make that claim.
What I said was basically true. It has many different authors, but all those authors were inspired by the Holy Spirit, therefore making the Holy Spirit ultimately the kind of author.
No,
so
I don't believe. Some people have that kind of belief. I don't believe the inspiration works that way, but.
So you believe that all the authors were inspired by the Holy Spirit? Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Therefore, the Bible ultimately is inspired by the Holy. It's written by the Holy Spirit because all the different authors.
Not written by.
I mean, inspired by.
Yeah, I believe it's all inspired by the Holy Spirit, but all written by different men.
Yeah, that's basically what I was trying to get across. Yeah.
No, you were trying to say
so my question
there was one
is,
author.
No, so my question is, do you examine each text with a separate intent, or do you think the overall intent comes from the Holy Spirit?
Good question.
I believe each author was inspired to write the truth about. I mean, I think the inspiration had to
say
do
yes.
with what they wrote about, and so, but they were just, as far as I know, they were just writing the truth of the account, just like any author would, but using different tools. So you have to look at each author and figure that out as best you can.
Each author.
And my
Thank
other
you.
claim was that only the Holy Spirit could, if I would say that only the Holy Spirit would be able to reveal something to you that was true.
So we get back to the same old point. Can anyone ever demonstrate that the Holy Spirit exists? Anyone?
Well, does
No
anyone make
more
the
than you
claim
can
that?
demonstrate it doesn't, right? The
Yeah,
problem
yeah.
is demonstrate.
I don't claim that it doesn't. I'm saying, can anyone demonstrate that it does? Crickets.
What would count as a demonstration for you?
For me, the Holy Spirit showing up and saying I exist, to me personally.
Well, I think the
You
Holy
know what?
Spirit is
The same way,
invisible, isn't he?
you know, the same way that I know my mum exists because I speak to her. It'd be literally the same thing. The Holy Spirit would have to show up, say I exist, and I'd believe it. It's that simple.
I don't know if we see any accounts of the Holy Spirit revealing himself. The Bible seems to indicate that it's his role is to emphasize the Father or the Son.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter what the Bible indicates because
it doesn't.
Unless you assume the Bible's true, which
Well,
I don't.
I think the question then becomes, if Jesus appeared, would you by default believe in the Holy Spirit?
No, I'll believe in Jesus. I believe that Jesus existed. That wouldn't necessitate that the Holy Spirit also existed.
Okay, but if Jesus popped into your room one night and you were
Yeah.
convinced it was him, and then at that time he was informing you, maybe told you something about the Holy Spirit,
No.
even though he's, you're now looking at Jesus, this miraculous appearance, you're gonna still say, well, why should I believe why should I believe you?
Yeah, because he could be lying. I would admit that Jesus existed. It'd be appear to me. If he told me that the Holy Spirit existed, that's hearsay from my point of view.
Okay, hold on. But when I say if you were convinced that Jesus existed, that means the Son of God. If you were convinced that the Son of God, that created the world, was standing there in front of you.
Yeah.
But you would doubt anything he said.
Yes, because I don't believe when the Bible says that God cannot lie, God could have been lying when he said that. So I don't believe even if God and Jesus existed, even though I don't have to say what they say as truthful, they could be lying at any point they make.
Well, okay, but you don't have you don't have your own personal ideas of the goodness of God, or like
No. Outside of the Bible, no, they would have to demonstrate that to me themselves.
Right.
I don't think the Bible as an authority. I don't think what the Bible says, even if God and Jesus and the Holy Spirit existed, I don't trust what the Bible says about them as true.
Okay, but this is what I'm trying to say. It seems like I was trying to, the example of Jesus popping up in your room, and now you're convinced that he, I don't know. It doesn't, I don't see why that wouldn't follow that maybe all the stories are true.
Because all the presuppositions that you have about Jesus are from the Bible. I'm saying if Jesus proved to me that he existed, I still don't trust the Bible. Jesus would have to demonstrate each individual claim individually.
So
You're just assuming the Bible is true. So Jesus exists and the Bible is true. Every part of the Bible is true.
He shows up
that doesn't follow.
So he shows up and he said, you're questioning him, and he says, well, you got something to eat, and you run down to the kitchen, you bring back a piece of bread and some fish, and he shows you how, all of a sudden he's multiplying this shit, just like in the stories, right? And
No,
he says, you know how I'm doing this, Wildheart? This is the Holy Spirit's work. See how it works? This,
yeah, he
now,
could say
would you
that.
believe it? Would you believe in that the Holy Spirit was involved in
No,
multiplying? What would you
no.
attribute
Jesus could
the
be lying.
what
I
would
would
you
believe that.
but what would you be accounting this multiplication of you just gave him one piece of bread and now he's got
Something,
the
yeah,
whole room is filled.
I would be attributing it to something that Jesus did. When Jesus claims that it's the Holy Spirit, that needs further evidence because he hasn't demonstrated that.
All
It's just
right,
his word.
That's fine.
I
I mean,
believe
to me, it just shows a level of skepticism that is like not logical.
No, I'm saying that even if Jesus existed and I was talking to him directly, I wouldn't believe everything he says.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. See,
that is not
to
always skepticism.
To me, that's that's just ultra skeptical.
So if you believe someone exists, so take my mother. If I believe she existed, I should believe everything she says is honest and truthful. Should I do that?
Say that again.
I believe that my mother exists, so therefore, by what you're saying, I should believe that everything she says is honest, truthful, and correct to reality.
Well, it depends on the character of your mother.
But I don't know that, do I? Necessarily.
I don't know. Do you know the character of your mother? I mean,
well, I do. My mother might be a bad example. Say a stranger I just walked up to on the street. I believe they exist. Should I believe everything they say is honest, truthful, and correct?
Well, I'm asking, how about someone you know to always be truthful? Should you believe what they tell you?
That's what I'm saying. You can't know that they're always truthful. They could tell everything they say to you could be truthful except one thing. How would you know that one thing they told you that wasn't truthful wasn't truthful?
Well, I don't know how you would.
There's no way of knowing that.
That's what I'm saying. This is what points out the ultra. There's a lot of reasons that in the story we're talking about where a person might be led to, might be like fooled into thinking this guy, based on all this other miraculous stuff. And is it that much of a stretch to believe this that he's telling me? Especially if I see him to be a trustworthy person. There's no reason not to believe him, but your skepticism is too high.
No, even if they're truthful,
too high of a bar.
Even if they're truthful about everything they've ever said to you, if they were untruthful about one thing, there's no way of you knowing it. Therefore, you should take everything they say as truthful because it might not be.
How about this problem? There's nothing, I don't think there's anything that could pass through your mind that you couldn't be mistaken about.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So how are you going to know anything?
Are you going to know any? No, I don't
know anything if that's true.
Depending on your,
there would always be that doubt.
Depending on your definition of knowledge, there is no way you can know anything is true. I don't think anything I know is true. Except maybe something exists.
Well, that just means that is just to say I can't know anything.
Yes, I would agree with that. I can't know 100% anything.
No, that's what I'm saying. And now, if your requirement is to know something in that sense, I'm saying that shows that you're too skeptical.
That's not my requirement. I mean believe.
I think that's it. I think that's too high a level of skepticism.
That's my fault.
I think if you apply
Can I correct myself before you go on?
I don't think you actually live your life that way.
Can I correct myself before you go on? When I say no, I mean believe. That was my fault. But when I say no, I mean believe. Believe it's true myself.
Right. I understand. But we're talking the same way. But since we lack, you admitted, right? You're saying we lack this ability to know, for certain, right? The certainty.
Yeah.
Well, what I was trying to point out, if that is your,
But I'm just correcting myself.
That's not my ability. But we lack this ability. If we lack this ability to have certainty.
But you're going on after I corrected myself with my previous. No, when I say no, I mean believe. So change no to believe, and then you're.
No, I understand. Okay, no, that's fine. That's you. But this is my own statement. So if, all right, that's an important word here.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. If it is the case that we cannot know things for certain in the
Yeah.
sense you're talking about. Okay.
No,
if-
that's not the sense I'm talking about. That's the point. That was the
we're
sense
talking
of,
about certainty that you said
No,
you're
I'm not
talking about belief.
certainty. I've changed it. I've just changed it, and you just said you understood. I'm talking about belief.
No.
I'm
Look,
talking about
listen,
belief now, not certainty.
No,
I've changed
we
it.
we have always also been talking about the certainty of knowledge that we cannot have.
Yeah, but I've
That
changed it.
you agreed that we can't have this kind of certainty about things, correct?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Now, if it's true that we cannot have certainty about things, right?
Yeah.
Then, and if we add to that what you demand before you're going to commit to something is to have such certainty.
I've just changed. I don't demand that. That's the point. You're saying you understand that I've changed it, and then going back to the first definition of what I said. I'm admitting that I've changed it. That's not my criteria. It's belief, not certainty.
I don't. You're losing me here because what I'm trying to say is, just
No,
listen,
but
hear me out. Hear me out before you interject yourself. You're interjecting yourself into this, and you shouldn't. Just forget you and what what you said about distinguishing between knowing and believing. I'm just saying if it were the case that that we're unable to know things for certain, and if in that case someone standard for believing something was to have the kind of certainty, right? Then that person could never come to believe in anything because we've just admitted we can't have that certainty.
I agree with that.
Now, now, if your skepticism, right, is based on not having that knowledge, that certain knowledge, right, without which you won't believe something, right, then you will never believe anything.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Do you see how that follows?
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I understand where the disconnect was. Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying, I wasn't trying to say you're doing something. I was just trying to make that point. If those things are the case, now,
you would never believe anything.
So that's why I was trying to say your level of skepticism seems to be too high.
Yeah, that was due to me using the wrong words.
And I don't even think I don't think a person could actually live their life, with such a skepticism. You'd be trusting things you don't trust. I mean, you'd be, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you mean. Yeah.
Well, to your point about if your level of skepticism is too high, doesn't that apply to a believer also? Because a believer would doubt anything outside of their belief system, would they not?
I mean, I would just say it applies to everyone. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I can agree there. Yeah.
But the thing is, we believe all kinds of things that we don't have that certainty of. Like, actually, I don't know. Is there anything we have certain knowledge of in that Cartesian sense?
There's one thing that I would possibly claim. I know that something exists. Outside of that, I don't know. Something must exist for anything to happen. For me to even be experiencing this, even if I'm not me, even if I'm brainy about any of that, something must exist. That's the only claim I make.
Right. I mean, how could I be experienced? There's this I that experiences something that must exist, whatever else that is.
Yeah, something must exist. Beyond that, I can't claim 100% knowledge about anything.
Right. But then, you just kind of go to, then we just default to sort of the shared life experiences that we all talk about and seem to identify with and share. You know, it's like all of a sudden, you know, we can look at each other and figure out that we all have pretty much the same kind of, or at least we feel, right? Like I think when I'm sad and I see I see someone else that's sad, I think I know what they're feeling. You know what I mean? Because I know what it's like to be sad, right? That kind of thing.
Yeah. But I would say
I don't know that that's what they're feeling. Sorry.
Can I just interrupt, Ivan? Yeah, after the knowledge thing, below that, it depends on what makes it a justified belief rather than unjustified belief. We're just arguing about percentages then. You know what I mean?
Or potentialities or something like that.
Yeah. Why do you believe
probabilities? Gets into probabilities then maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's all going to be subjective based on one's whole life experience, I think.
Yeah, pretty much.
Or, you know, heavily subjective anyways,
I mean, if you make a claim, I can say, I don't believe in it, and therefore your level of justification is too low. But like you say, it's all subjective.
Well, that's what it's so obvious, you know, it's so obvious that human beings all bring their own perspective to something. To me, it's just so obvious to me that, and then those are so unique. What else accounts? Nobody thinks the same exactly. You know what I mean? That's just, unless there was some mind controlling going on, you know, it couldn't happen. I just can't see that happening. And so
can I just respond to Bond? If I'm the scientist, then we were all fucked. Just give up at that point if I'm the scientist, and yeah.
Well, if
I Bond.
It kind of, to my mind, it does boil down to this fact that, maybe it's like in the sense that you say, I can know that I exist, but I can't know much more than that.
No, I don't even claim to know that I exist. I claim that
something exists. Okay. There is such a thing as something existing.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, all right. But in that sense of what you're saying, that, how you're limited to say only that, there's you can talk about truth, and we might not know what truth is, but is there a truth? Can we agree that there must be a truth?
There must be a truth. It's just
there must be something like a bottom. So that's picked. This is all philosophical, right? But is there some bottom truth?
I would say that there is a truth. It's just whether anyone can know that truth.
Mm-hmm.
That's different. There might be a truth, but if no one can know that truth, you know what I mean?
Well, and then we'll see. This is people have gotten into this argument that one of the problems is within the universe, right? We're in a system. That's a closed system. If you're in a closed system, everything kind of winds up being circular, and because you're limited, all you are is that, you're in the circle. Now, the idea is, in order to actually know something non-circular about that universe, you'd have to be outside of it to be able to look at it. You know what I mean? That kind of idea. Does that make sense?
I know what you mean. I'm not sure whether I agree with it. But
anyway, anyways, if there is a truth, it would have to be transcendent, beyond our universe.
No, I would say that if there is a truth, it doesn't have to be transcendent. If you claim to know that truth, then you would have to be transcendent.
That's what I'm talking about. In order to know the truth, then that knowledge would have to be some kind of transcendent knowledge. It would have to transcend the universe we're in to avoid the circularity problem.
I think I agree with that.
That closed systems have.
Yeah. There could be truth within the universe, but for you to know that it was true, you would have to be outside the universe.
We can kind of assess our within the bubble, within our universe, right, within the closed system, we can figure out all kinds of things, and mostly we do that because look, it works. Like, we've called this thing gravity. We don't know what the fuck gravity is. We don't know what electricity is. We know we know how they work. We know a lot about them. We know they're useful. We can harness their capabilities and stuff, right?
Yeah.
And so, and then based on all these, we've come to understand there's laws of this closed system, right? All that means is, we see how things work. We understand how a lot of it. We see the results without knowing.
We understand
why.
the effect. We don't necessarily understand the cause.
Yeah, it's more like we see effects, not causes necessarily. Yeah.
Yeah. Welcome, Joe. And he will say, "Good to see you." Then, welcome, Joe. Sorry, okay.
Oh, I thought he was inside here. Okay.
No, just the chat. Lessons learned, liberal. Strong leaders, whether you like their hair or not, save lives. Yeah, whatever. Don't know what that means. Can't comment. So, Irene, what is your justification for believing the Bible is true?
Well, I already said that. Based on my experience, right? It seems to, it seems to have the most explanatory power of why we are here, and explains to me, our human interactions. And
can I just argue with one point? It has no explanatory power. If you're saying that God caused it and God can do miracles and it has no explanatory power. If you don't know how God did it, it has no explanatory power. Just saying that you know that God did it. Do you know what I mean? You would have to explain how God did it for it to have explanatory power. Just saying that God did it has no explanatory power whatsoever.
Right. Well, so right, I'm a biblical panentheist, right? I mean, I'm a panentheist. I have these ideas because it makes the most sense to me of why this, my fundamental basic belief in a deity is the fact that this universe exists. And it doesn't seem to me to make sense that just a simple natural world would always exist.
But just on the term explanatory power,
so
saying that God did it doesn't have explanatory power. If you could explain how God did it, that would have explanatory power.
Right.
Just saying
I know, but I'm saying it has explanatory power to me. That's all.
No, not to me. That doesn't get out of it.
Well, you ask, why do you believe it? And my answer is, it has the most explanatory power to me.
No, explanatory power to me. Explanatory power means that it explains something. Saying that God did it doesn't explain anything. Right. If you could explain how God did it, that would happen.
I'm not claiming. My claim isn't that what I see as explanatory, you're going to see in the same way. I'm not claiming that.
So you.
But it's my claim. That's why I believe, because the fact that my work, my experience, right, seems to comport with how the way the Bible describes the world as being. It seems to me that like this is the world I'm reading. This is the world I live in. So that's why to me that's that gives me
right. So let's take Jesus rose from the dead.
Logical thing to grasp upon which I can live my life.
Let's say that take the claim Jesus rose from the dead. Your explanatory power will be that God did it. Is that correct?
Well, no, look, as far as the Bible goes, I believe the Bible just because, I look at them as individual writers.
Can we now get into the resurrection? So what is your explanatory power for Jesus resurrecting? What explains Jesus resurrecting?
Okay. The fact that I believe Jesus is God.
And
Or,
God.
that I believe Jesus created the world. See, the world needed creating.
But what does that explain? It only explains something if you can explain how God did it, not just that God did it.
Well, that's
You
not
have to
my.
explain
I don't.
how God did it.
I don't use that personal standard. I mean,
Then it's not explanatory power. It doesn't explain
to me,
anything.
it explains it. It's enough for me. So listen to this. So, Wildheart, if the world, if this universe was created by a God, right?
Yeah.
If that, I mean, if that makes, does that make more sense to you than that the world was not created?
No, it doesn't. But that doesn't matter. I'll do an internal critique. Carry on.
Well, it does, I mean, that's what you have to prove. You know, that's a question you have to ask yourself.
Yeah, I'll agree with you.
Okay, so anyway,
Right.
it occurs to me that, like I was saying, it makes much more sense that the world as we know it was created and it didn't just exist forever. You know, that doesn't make sense. That
Right. I'll agree.
we'd have been burned out long ago or something, whatever. Anyways, those because of the laws of thermodynamics and whatnot that we know, besides other things. But anyway, so I come to the conclusion that this world is created. Now I look about, okay, who's telling the story that, you know, who's telling the story that seems to fit with my experience of life, and then I, you know, as I've looked at the individual, you know, looked at this collection of writings in the Bible, I don't see any reason not to believe them. And since what they do say, if I do, you know, tentatively, let's say, believe them, you know, I take it all in and consider the story. Wow, that, you know, everything I've ever experienced, there's nothing in the Bible that contradicts that, and it seems to match it. And I've had powerful experiences that are just subjective to me, you know.
So if I can put it another way, you believe the Bible until someone proves that something in the Bible is incorrect. You trust it at face value until it can be proved that something in the Bible is incorrect.
Well, I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, I don't know what detail somebody's going to pick at, but I have yet to find any problematic contradiction or something that's not.
So until someone disproves the Bible, you're going to believe that it's 100% correct. Until someone can disprove at least something.
Well, my tact is to take it at face value unless there's sufficient reason for someone can bring forth why I shouldn't believe it. Maybe.
Right. I think it's just a different way of looking at things. I would not trust anything in the Bible until it can be demonstrated that it is
right.
correct.
Yeah. I take the opposite approach. Even you know, not only with authors that I read, but like, you know, historical or whatever, but people I meet. You know, I trust them. I take them at their word until they demonstrate that, you know, I shouldn't be taking them at their word.
That's fair enough, and I can't think of a reason why one would be better than the other. It's just a different way of going about things. You know what I mean?
The latter would maybe protect you from being scammed. You know, you'd protect yourself from ever being made vulnerable to somebody else.
Yeah.
By trusting them or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think it's just a different way of thinking about and going about things. I don't think one's necessarily better than the other. But I could be wrong. I don't know. That's fair enough. Unless anyone can demonstrate to me why one would be, or maybe not better than the other, but more useful than the other. I can see that my way of doing it would be more useful than the other in certain situations because, like you say, it would avoid you being scammed by people. If you don't trust them straight off, that might work out better in individual circumstances, if you know what I mean.
Taking people at their word is quite foolish.
Yeah, I can see what you mean. Yeah, because we all know that some people will lie to you, So if you believe them all until they prove wrong, that could work out badly.
Well, it's not like you shouldn't. It's not like you shouldn't be aware of that. And if you're a thinking person, you're not. I mean, by taking somebody at their word, it's not like some kind of stance that you're going to defend this. Like you're just accepting it.
But my point would be
without
if you do
understanding
that.
that.
Once you realise that they're untrustworthy, it's kind of too late. If they stole all your money off you, and then you realise that.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It is a position where you're putting yourself in the vulnerable position. But see, that's what love is all about. It's all about love, and love isn't afraid to put itself in vulnerable positions because the payoff is there if the love is real. But sometimes it's proved not to be.
What's love got to do with it? Good morning. Thank you to you. Or maybe not. Sorry, side chat. Once again, I've turned off my brain to the side chat for 10, 15 minutes. I don't know. Oh, God. Gog and Magog. Oh, Irie Nick doesn't believe in prophecy. His God is just as stupid as your president selects.
No, I do believe in prophecy. It's just prophecy isn't God looking in a crystal ball and seeing the future.
I don't know what that means, so someone will have to respond though.
That is attacking my open theism.
Yeah. But unless someone comes up with another topic, I'm going to be forced into doing another musical interlude, so it's up to you.
I don't think anyone's ever accused me of voting for Biden, Jill. Wow, Ronan thinks it's a big deal that Trump's political enemies are going after him in the courts.
Yeah, can just add, if people continue to talk about US politics, I'll also be posted in musical interlude because I don't give a shit about US politics. So that's no one's fault, it's just people may not have known that.
Yeah, not making a profit isn't always good. I mean, people, there's evil people do shit to make a profit. So I'm talking to Brojo. So if through corruption they're making a profit, that's what Krishna is addressing. So is it wrong to earn a profit through corruption, Brojo?
I would argue that corruption is wrong by definition of corruption. I'm not sure, but if you do anything by corruption, then it's wrong because corruption is wrong. You know what I mean? Corruption is by definition wrong. So anything you do by corruption will be wrong.
But making a profit through capitalism isn't considered wrong by most people.
But is it considered corruption by most people?
But that's some people think all capitalism is corrupt.
Right, okay. Right, we'll have musical interlude because Jill seemed intent on talking about US politics and I don't know or care about it, so musical interlude, fuck it. Oh,
Maybe you can mute.
If all the people in the world can come I can see that all the subject them all to oblivion. And do you feel like it's I would see that all subject them all to oblivion. I can't stand the things that they do to me. I'm hoping the television anti-band. And people in the world move out of your backyard and this is not all the possibilities. I can't stand the things that they do to me. I can't wait for Jesus to prove to me. I can't stand the things that they do to me. I can't wait for Jesus to prove to me. Oh goodness, my gracious, I hope it's not contagious. Although this is contagious, it does not get us. Oh goodness, my gracious, I hope it's not contagious. Although it seems it's catching, it's best not to get us. And just the viewership on StreamYard has gone up from 6 to 8 during that song. What is wrong with people? For fuck's sake. You know, because down quite a lot when I sing the song, but it's gone up. What the fuck? Okay.
And he screams from the top of his lungs, "What's going on?"
What's going on? Yeah. And I say, hey, yeah, 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 hey, yeah. Say, what's going on? Was it 4 non-blondes, 3 non-blondes?
Yep.
Yeah.
And I pray, oh my God, do I pray? I pray every single day for a revolution. Everybody prays.
While that's PP is technically wrong. While that is debt free and not. No, I'm not debt free. I have a £1,500 overdraft. I think that's the only debt I'm in. But yeah, I'm not debt free.
You're from the bank?
Yeah.
Don't they claim that money right away, or do you have a separate account where your money goes into?
No, I have a £1,500 overdraft, which I'm heavily into. So however much I'm into it, it's technically a debt, I think.
So this was a loan then?
Not
overdraft from the bank itself?
Overdraft from the bank, yeah. My account has an overdraft. So I think that's technically a debt. If I was to die tomorrow, someone would have to pay that amount.
No, what I'm trying to figure out is, so when you receive your monthly income or monthly income, do you receive this directly to your bank or on a card then?
No, it goes directly into the bank, but I'm still allowed to use it because it's still within my overdraft, if you know what I mean.
Oh, that's weird. Because usually when you have an overdraft here, if you have any funds going to the bank automatically just sees them, takes them, takes it from that to.
No.
If
it was over the overdraft, they would do. But as long as I'm within that overdraft, They don't
Really?
take it, so I can still access that money that's gone into the account. If you know what I mean.
Oh wow, that's weird.
Yeah.
Cool. Little safety net. I think I'm ready to play Four Non Blondes now.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Play that guitar, boy. I want to hear it. Some country songs
Guitar.
there.
No credit cards, no debt. If you think the expenses of living are debt, you don't understand law. No, I'm not saying the expenses of living. It's an overdraft. It might be different in the US, maybe, but an overdraft is technically them lending you money just on a consistent basis. If you know what I mean. So they're constantly lending you £1,500 in my case. So they've given you that kind of leeway to. But technically, if I died tomorrow, someone would owe them that money. I think that's how it works.
I agree with lyrics though. There, when I was working with credit, when I first started working, I had gotten a loan to get a car, and it was a bitch paying that loan back. And I had to get another loan to purchase a home, but I think I only had maybe 2 credit cards that I quickly got rid of. That was just to build credit up, and had to have one for my business. But you know, having debt or owing money, that's a a pain in the ass. That's always going to be on your mind, and that's just stress that.
Plus, they're always going to continue charging you interest.
Right. Yeah.
So you're gonna, it's always going to go up, unless you pay it off like that. Yeah, I suppose.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it, Bond. Yeah. So basically, the bank gives you roughly $1,500 above what you actually have in the account. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and can I say, yeah, well done, Limits. If you're on no debt and you're not indebted to anyone, that's a good thing, and that's laudable. That's admirable. Yeah, well done, Limits. Adam says, what happened to your old channel, mate? I'm currently suspended from streaming on my old channel for 2 weeks due to copyright violations, mainly or entirely due to playing music. So I got 2 strikes, sorry. So I can't stream on my old channel for 2 weeks. Therefore, I'm on this one. In answer to your question.
Same, Broja. Like I have more than enough to cover what little debt I have, but I utilize that little bit of debt very strategically to it's for credit purposes.
And I think there's a difference as well between personal.
But my cars are paid off and stuff.
Yeah, like personal debts and like business debts, if you know what I mean. Like a business credit card and a personal credit card. I think they're different as well. Like you could have no personal debt, but you have a business and you have credit cards on that business. Therefore, if the business goes kaput and goes bankrupt, you wouldn't owe any debt personally. If that makes sense. Ironic, if you can hear me, I would like to hear what song you're playing. Briefly. I'll decide whether I want to continue.
Down a little.
No, you were fine. You were muted. I was interested in what song you were playing. That's all.
Yeah, see if you can tell.
We're gonna need a hint.
Sound of silence.
Oh,
Hello,
Ooh.
hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. Cause the vision softly creeping left its seed while I was sleeping. And the vision that was planted in my brain still remains within the sound of silence.
Is that a different version?
Yeah, anyway.
Is that a different version? Because that seems a lot faster than the one I'm familiar with.
Oh, I was probably playing it faster. That's
all right. Guess this one. Let's see if I get it. I'll probably fuck it up. Fucked it up, huh?
so funny how hard it is, yeah, without the lyrics.
Yeah, that sounds familiar, but I can't place it. Yeah, I know the song.
With your feet in the air and your head in the ground.
Actually, I haven't done that.
You try this trick and you'll spin it, yeah.
I don't even know that
You'll have a
song.
good laugh, there's nothing in it. You ask yourself, where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is my mind? It's way out in the water, sea is swimming. It's from a Fight Club, man.
Oh,
No,
okay.
it was good, but yeah.
Where's my
I
mind?
I was
The
so excited, and then I realised I didn't. It was cool.
Yeah, what's wrong with these guys? They don't talk about Fight Club, but I guess they don't talk about Fight Club over here. Use guys over here. Use guys.
Now PJ's gone all Welsh on us again.
I was bringing that. You didn't like the word use, so you use guys.
Oh, yeah.
That's always bothered me. I don't know. I always said you guys,
Mm-hmm.
right?
It's
But
annoying.
I realized there were a large number of people that say use guys, and that just is weird.
Well, I seen Rocky when I was like in I think
It's
maybe
y'all.
first grade or second grade, and I was like the, at school. I was hey, use guys, you guys. I think I could take them, hey, use guys. I just had fun with that. That was like a whole New York thing when I was a kid,
I don't think
I was like, yo, dudes, dudettes.
I don't think I've ever heard the term "use guys" before, but it's definitely more annoying than y'all. And
What are you,
y'all's
some kind of wise guys or something? Over here, this guy's talking. Never heard of use guys. Only heard of used cars.
It'd just be you guys. There's no need for that. The S. I'll just watch out. It'd be you guys. No need for this. You
Exactly.
guys.
That's what I said. I said
Yeah,
you guys, but
Yeah.
people in the Northeast would say use guys.
Use guys as well. You guys is fine. Use guys makes no sense whatsoever. Yeah. Yep. Annoying.
Yep. What about like Chaw? What y'all doing? What you all doing? What y'all doing? Well, I guess that's y'all, right? With Chaw.
Annoying and lazy.
Adding words, yeah,
What
it's all
you all doing? What you all doing?
Chaw, but they'll say Chaw, right? No,
Lazy.
maybe just say it that way. It comes out that way. Like,
Lazy and annoying.
or
Oh, PJ and Pixar. DHS was in stream I was on before. You know, Laughing in Disbelief.
who?
DHS. You know the drug
Yeah.
guy.
What about him?
He was in a stream. I was on my phone. That's why I started the stream up. I was hoping he'd join, but he didn't. And it's quite a respectable channel he was on as well. And he kept saying fuck all the time. And the owner had to kind of, can we get a little less of the fuck, please? I think he was on the Everclear again.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Good for him.
Well,
Yeah.
didn't he say that he doesn't go on streams unless he's getting like plastered, pretty much?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said the same thing on that stream. Yeah, he said he only drinks when he's streaming or on people's streams. Yeah, which I suppose is better than drinking all the time. At least then it's easier to control anyway. Because if you don't want to drink, then you just don't go on streams. Or the other way around, if you don't want to drink, if you don't want to stream, then you don't drink.
Oh, that's awful.
Or maybe he has to drink to everything he has to do to function in life. Not only join streams, but go to work and pay child support.
Are you reading the chat, PJ?
Nope.
That's so sad.
Which one, Pixar? Which message?
Cheech Marine died.
Oh, did he? That sucks.
Oh no, we only quick search on Saturday. The comedian's rep's official account. Cheech Marine is not dead.
He's not dead. Okay,
No,
good deal.
Oh.
the comedian's rep's officially confirmed that Cheech Marine is not dead.
I wonder what started that rumor.
I don't know, but I'm glad that's not accurate.
Have no clue who Cheech Marine is. I'm not sure. Is that Cheech and Chong?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Isn't he the one that's like really into art and stuff? I think I went to an art thing where he was speaking
Oh, I don't know.
on Chicano art specifically. But he was talking about like as kids, they like they grew up really like poor and they couldn't like do everything they wanted to do.
Mhm.
So him and I don't know if it was like his cousins or his siblings or what, but him and some other family member kids, they would all like pick a subject and get really knowledgeable in it and like come back and teach the others. And
Oh, yeah.
he had
Oh,
gotten
that's
into
cool.
art. Yeah, he had gotten into art. And it was really cool.
I didn't know that. Cool. I remember watching, Cheech and Chong movies when you were a kid, like 10 years old, watching Up in Smoke or whatever was coming out.
I never got into Cheech and Chong. Maybe because I was never a pothead, but the comedy didn't either make sense or I didn't understand it or it just wasn't funny. Not being familiar with how
A lot of the humor was really crude and
Yeah.
based on drugs or making fun of drugs, which if
Yeah.
I were to watch now, I would not find funny at all. But I think I had the opportunity to watch it when I was, I think, about, I would say 8 to 10 years old. So I was
Yeah.
a kid. So I caught it when
Yeah.
it was, to me, it was funny to watch that kind of like, maybe I didn't get half the jokes, but
Dude, I
Yeah.
grew up on Cheech and
Could
Chong
be funny.
records. Cheech and Chong made a bunch of albums before they ever, came out in any kind of video stuff.
well, music records or talking like
No, comedic skits on out.
yeah.
little songs in there too, though, didn't they? Or little jingles.
Yeah,
once in a while.
Dave's not home.
Dave's not home, man. Or-
Hey. Yeah, those. There was.
That was played
there
into one of their
so many
movies in that one where it was Red. Remember his cousin Red, the guy with the scar on his with the birthmark on his face. Don't look at his face, man. He's like just remember that
yeah,
one?
yeah. Like, don't look at his scar.
He's all pounding my door. He's all Red. Hey yo, Red. He's all, hey, Red's not here right now, man. It's like a little play on the little
Okay.
Dave joke.
Right, but they had all those kind of skits. Sister Mary Elephant. The best one I always loved was about the Basketball Jones. That was I got a basketball Jones. I got a basketball Jones. I got a basketball Jones. Oh baby, ooh. Remember that?
No, I
if
really
you,
didn't
if you
have
never
him
heard
sing the
that,
album.
it's a pretty long skit.
It sounds racist
like,
though. Basketball Jones.
oh yeah, it's a coach. Yeah, he's got this coach. You know, he's like. Anyway, there's this young kid. Is the basketball. You know, he's got the basketball Jones. You know, it's like my best. Like
Is Jones to play basketball? You mean?
Cheech is talking about growing. Yeah, when I was growing up, I used to love basketball. I mean, that basketball was like a basketball to me. And it's like, anyways, it talks about his coach. Like, it's like, hey, we're gonna interview his coach here. And it's like, what's his name of his coach?
Was it Basketball Jones?
No, I don't know.
It makes sense if it was basketball.
I think his name was Tyrone Shoelaces.
Of course, Tyrone Jenkins or something.
No, Tyrone Shoelaces.
Shoelaces.
Yeah, and anyways, he goes, "Hey, coach, I want to talk to you about your record." And he's like, "My record? What you have to go and bring up that for? How'd I know she was only 13? She looked 15."
Can I ask, just to interrupt, if Bojo is still in the chat, Pine Creek is live, and it says debate pre-show. I'm wondering, first of all, anyone who wants to watch Pine Creek, that'd be good. And what the debate is. It just says debate pre-show. I know Bojo follows him, so if you could answer that in text. In the chat, sorry.
Bojo follows him everywhere he goes.
Right.
And I've got another musical interlude. That's the last topic to bring up. If anyone objects, no, we'll go for it.
The Wild Hearts.
Jones in for Jones, because he said Jones. Remind me of
Oh, I can find Mr. Jones song here.
4 viewers now, so we'll see when that goes up or down.
Could you advertise? What's his name?
If it goes up, I'll be very annoyed.
What's that guy's name? Pipe Peak? Or what is it?
Pine Creek. Yes.
Pine Creek. I forget his name.
P-I-N-E. Oh, Doug.
Doug. Oh,
yeah, D-O-U-G. Yeah.
My brother-in-law's name is Doug.
And of all the feelings, it's the only choice of my sentiment. It's like I couldn't.
What's the name of this song?
Jonesing for Jones. Sorry, Nick, it's Jonesing for Jones.
Jonesing for Jones. Yeah, I heard you. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. It's good to be alone sometimes. Remember, it's stronger than gold. I scratch and I shake. I'm jonesing for Jones. Dreams on my pillow. When I can sleep at last, I'm jonesing for Jones. Say goodbye to the past. Ow! Past evening, when all the when the heavens shine, light on touch it blind. Oh, you've got the power to fix me. When I'm sick and twisted from time to one. But ain't it good to be alone sometimes? You're stronger than blood, stronger than gold. I scratch and I shake. I'm jonesing for Jones. Dreams on my pillow. Whether I can sleep at last. I'm jonesing for Jones. Say goodbye to the past. I'm sending WhatsApp to you guys. And then it just repeats. So, go for it, PJ. When you're ready.
Oh yeah, I try to find Mr. Jones on the. I can't find anything with the words light up, so I hope that'll
Oh,
pick it up.
Mr. Jones. Is that Mr. Jones and me?
Nope.
Oh, that's a great song. Take it away.
This is a different one. This is Talking Heads. Miss Jones, put a wiggle in your stride, loosen up. I believe you'll be alright. Changing clothes, now he's got ventilator slide. Bouncing off the walls, Mr. Jones is back. Bulge out and wind your waist. Top pants, got curly hair, drinking cold beer from metal cans. Moonshine and handy wine. Mr. Jones is back in town. It's his lucky day. Hold up your hands and shout. Jones is on his way. Pitter pat, Mr. Jones is back in town. Ace is high. Now his pants are falling down. He looks so fine in those patent leather shoes. Mr. Jones, you look tired. I believe you'll be alright. Salesmen, conventioneers, some rock stars with tambourines, short skirts and skinny legs, yelling Bibles and real estate. It's a big day for Mr. Jones. He is not so square. Mr. Jones will stick around. He's everybody's friend. Fast cars and motorbikes. I'm sure glad he's on our side. The Jones gang down at the bar. Watch out this time now. They've gone too far. They call for Mr. Jones. They put him in charge. Mr. Jones will help us out. He's a lucky guy. It's Mr. Jones' birthday party for another year. In his hotel room, party favors. It's a holiday. I haven't heard that shit in a long time. Surprised I remember that.
Well done, sir. That's cool.
Every time I hear Mr. Jones reminds me of that song.
So what was the one I was thinking of? Mr. Jones and me.
Okay. Well, there's a R&B song. Well, no, that's Mrs. Jones.
I was looking up Me and Mrs. Jones.
Yeah,
Me and
Mrs. Jones. We got
We
a
got
thing going on. Nasty.
I'm just going to set my set
We
up
both
my
know that it's
PC.
wrong,
I'll be right
but
back.
it's much too strong.
You want
to
macaroni
let
and cheese?
you go now.
No, I've got another PC. I'm just setting it up in the front room. So I'll be right back.
G?
Yeah, I was working on this Wish You Were Here, Pink Floyd.
Oh, I don't know that one.
So anyway, it's like, I'm trying to think of the opening, how it goes. It's C, D, A minor.
C, D, A minor?
It's like, so you think
So you think you
you can tell. That's a D. Then you go to A minor. Blue sky, that's a G. Can you tell a green from G? D. Goes to C.
See?
C, A minor. A minor to G. And get to C. D. A minor.
E?
D.
Oh, D.
A minor. You can look it up on
Yeah, guitar tabs.
Yeah. And then, but at the beginning, it'd be just go between. That's G, E minor.
I'm gonna have to listen to the song too, because I know the song, but I'm not familiar with it.
Right.
So,
Listen to how I started out. So you start out with it like it's just like G. This is all E minor, and back to G. E minor again, then I'll go to A. Back to E minor, then to A again, then to G, and then the verse starts. So you think
heaven blue skies.
yeah.
Can you tell a green field? Oh, still red. Smile
from a bed. Do you think you can tell? And did they get you to trade your heroes for ghosts? Hot ashes for trees.
I fucked it up. I gotta look it up.
Hot ashes for trees. Hot air for a cool breeze. Cold comfort for change. Oops, change. And did you exchange a walk-on pot in the wall for a lead roll in a cave?
Cool.
Anyway, that's a pretty.
I got it. Yeah.
Nice song.
I gotta check that one out. I've been trying this one. I was doing the A. I'm supposed to be A minor, but A. Woke up this morning by Mr. Sun. Forget the lyrics too. Yeah, so I gotta write that fucking shit down. That always eludes me. The second one. It was so good to see the sun come shining through. Gotten out of my bed, I got a lot of things to do. She went to the G, back to A on that one. Waste time. Time is so important to me. If I waste time, I'll be behind the line. And who's to say I might even lose my mind? Lose my mind. Lose my mind. I'll get it one day. I wrote that for my dead grandma. It's called I Never Knew the Bitch. Thank you very much.
It sounded partially like that tune, Nothing Else Matters by Metallica.
Oh, right on.
And we're back. So I said, just so I can play Rocket League later, that's well.
Car soccer?
Yes. Yeah. Well, car football, but if you want to call it soccer, that's
Cars don't have feet, they got wheels, man. Think ahead, will you? Wheels ball, then it is.
Ow. Coffee still hurts.
So you guys going to play the wheels ball? Right on.
Can't justify that. I've just been
That's what
trying
they
to think
do in Munchesters.
I can't think of ways to justify how football will be if you don't have feet. Yeah, can't do it.
We could argue that if you're a driver in the car, that they use your feet to manipulate the pedals to accelerate the vehicle and stop it. See, but you didn't. So, sorry.
No, it won't
No?
just because the football was a sport before the gaming existed. So
No,
it
that
is
is valid.
football. The problem with
You
American
modify
football,
the game, you could modify the name.
no, the problem with American football is that they don't use their feet.
It's
and
called
it's a
Rocket
different
League,
sport.
sir. It's not
And it's a
called.
different sport.
That's why it's called Rocket League.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, it'd be like what was it? Trade Description Act, kind of incorrect naming of product.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. Right, Harry, Nick, what can we argue about?
God again. I bet it's going to do
I don't know.
Bible somewhere.
So you're the only theist in the room, I think. So
How
That's
about
right.
if these stories we hear from the Bible? Now, let's first of all, we could say that the Bible was taken from a lot of different stories that were found in old texts and scrolls and this and that from that area. They were accumulated into the Bible. Now, if there are old texts and scrolls that are out there, and if you could show old texts and scrolls that are older than what the texts and scrolls are added to the Bible, that still show the things that are in there, like let's say the flood in Gilgamesh or anything in there that's out there that's outside or before the Bible's text that are added to the Old Testament. So that would make the Old Testament false, makes Christian would also make the New Testament false. So it's all false from that point of view, right? If the
Oh, was
Bible
that a
itself
question?
is just stories from older stories,
yeah,
No,
that-
that doesn't make.
I was
I don't
just
think-
taken from other stories that
Yeah.
that doesn't acknowledge or dismisses stories that were there at that time in its
Yeah.
own book or canon. That kind of dismisses the Bible in itself, especially the Old Testament when it was written. Then the new,
Yeah.
then that means the New Testament would make diddly squat whatsoever.
Can I try and put it another way? Basically, if there was something in the Quran and the Bible took the same story but didn't acknowledge that it was from an earlier story, they claimed that.
Well, no, because the Quran came later. So you have to do something that's before or around the
Not
Bible.
the Quran, I mean the Gilgamesh.
Right? Yeah. If they don't,
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, if they took the story from that and claimed that the story they made up was true, when it was based on an early story, that would mean the Bible was false.
Yeah, they just changed the numbers. I think in Gilgamesh was only 7
Yeah.
days, not 40 days, and little things like that. And they in Gilgamesh, it was a raven or a crow that was sent out then and was found land. And in the Bible, the crow either never came back or came back empty-handed. The dove came back with an olive branch. They added the dove in, little things like that. But so if those stories are taken from older stories like that, that kind of knocks that story out of the Bible. It's like playing chess. Okay, well, you got to take that whole flood story out now. Let's go to the next story, and then you see what's left there. You're gonna be ended up with, just
It literally can't be true.
So wait, so if the people
well, unless these
around
older
the
stories are true and
Gilgamesh-
they're just ripping off of them in little bits and pieces. Then
Yeah,
look,
but
I mean,
the
if
Bible
if-
story wouldn't be true because
So-
it's using a previous story and claiming that the one they wrote is right. when it's
So
not.
if these if the thing of Gilgamesh, Epic of Gilgamesh or whatever, if that contained a flood story, and then the Bible contains a flood story, but the Gilgamesh flood story is earlier documentation of a flood
No.
story,
well, there's other flood
No.
stories too, but that's one that's
If
older.
it was the same
and that,
story,
that somehow discounts the flood story in the Bible.
not if it both had flood stories. It's if the Bible story was based on the Gilgamesh story, and it didn't point that out.
You know, I
That's- make it
Oh,
false.
but maybe
I would say that
why-
it does
why
count
would
it not saying that's not true, but take it from an older story. It's just borrowing from and changing, which kind of almost does knock it out of the way. It's almost like if you're in court you have a case where somebody has done something. Well, if somebody in a previous case has gotten, dismissed from that because of the same circumstances, you could pull that old case up and put that in the court, and the judge will have to see that. They dismiss the case or add it as really, hardcore a fact to dismiss the case. To talk, you know what I mean?
I'd be happy to look at some evidence. It's one thing.
Yeah, but you're not the judge.
I'm just saying, it's one thing to say if
only God's the judge.
I mean, I'd like to see what evidence there, of the fact that Gilgamesh or whatever is, the Bible is plagiarizing.
Well, I like to see what evidence that you could prove from the Bible that the flood story is true too. It's the same thing, man.
Let's say that one event happened, a flood. Gilgamesh wrote about it, and then the Bible wrote about the same event.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It seems to me you could have two authors writing about the same event from different.
If the Bible was writing about that
places,
if the Bible was writing about that based only on the account from Gilgamesh, and the Bible didn't point out that that's what it was doing, it will be by definition false.
Well, I don't know if that's necessarily true, but you'd have to demonstrate that maybe first.
Yeah, you would have to demonstrate. Yeah, you would have to. I'm not saying that is the case. I'm just saying if it was the second event, the second story of it in the Bible could not be true.
One of the best parts about the book, not the best parts, the cool parts is there's a lot of shit in that story itself is pretty interesting. I'm trying to think of another one that kind of would associate somehow with the Bible in one way or the other. Not exactly correlate, but maybe associate. But
is there an Adam and Eve story in Gilgamesh? Or?
No, Gilgamesh was there's a King Gilgamesh, and he ruled over the city of Urk or Ur, one of those. And he found out of this wild man that lived in the forest. And I can't remember his name. It's right there. Somebody's got
Mbaba.
Is that it?
With the ape man, the guardian of the forest?
Yeah, the one that he sent a prostitute to seduce and bring him back to the city so he could fight, right?
I think that's Mbaba.
Okay, yeah. And then they get into a struggle, a big wrestle, but they become best friends. Almost in a weird way, I'm not sure exactly. There's some pieces are missing here and there. But then they set off on...
then it's not him. It's not him then, because he kills Mbaba.
Oh, no, this is different. I think he kills Gilgamesh, and it's right there. Let me just look it up real quick.
But it's his buddy. I know who you're talking about, because his buddy tells him to stop fighting him at one point, and he's like, "Why are you doing this?" And he's like, "Well, now that I started fighting him, if I don't kill him, he's gonna kill me." So
I was talking about, is there a creation account in Gilgamesh?
No, I don't think so.
Oh,
not from what they have.
No.
It starts off with King Gilgamesh finding this guy in the forest and finds out that this guy's Gilgamesh is like a god, pretty much, or a demigod or some type of from the gods, and he's super strong. He's taller than everybody else, almost like a giant form. And he finds out this wild man out there, almost covered in hair, who's strong, and he's living off the forest. So he takes him away from the environment, that forest living, by seducing him with the prostitute to bring him back to challenge him, because he wants to find out, because he kick everybody's ass. And Gilgamesh is corrupted. He's screwing everybody's wives. He does what he wants. He's really a horrible leader. So it takes these two guys to get together to go on their little quest. They fight off some guardian of some gate, and then it goes from there to where one dies, and Gilgamesh goes through that, dealing with his buddy's death, and eventually I think I'm not sure if he dies himself. Yeah.
Welcome back, Lewis, by the way. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of stories that are in the Bible and in the Gilgamesh or an earlier text.
It's been years ago. Bits and pieces. I remember the beginning of it, and kind of those little pieces. I know they went. They had to go across a river to get to a place here to fight somebody or get to visit one of their fathers who's a god, and they were challenged at the gate or something like that. But that guy that took him across the river told them the story of the flood. I think he was the Noah character in there, that he was the original or something like that, or related to. He crossed him, took him across the river there, told him the story of the flood in the book of Gilgamesh. So it's a story in a story told by the boatsman, the riverman, the boatsman.
Just to respond to Bond, Yeah,
Coming back to me
this
here and
all
there.
I'm saying if it was true and if they were both based on the same story, it would have to be demonstrated, obviously. But I'm saying if it was true that they were both. based
Yeah,
on
because the story that the boatsman told was almost spot on, except for, like I said, differences with the raven or crow and the dove coming back rather than the other, and the days, how long it lasted, but pretty much almost the same. God releasing the water from the heavens and the whole world flooded, but it was just 7 days rather than 40. Just those little things, and I guess the Bible went into more detail about it, and kind of brought on all the little extras.
Moses, the basket basket down the river.
Yeah,
Supposedly
the
that
great
was-
basket that was picked up by the
Well,
Egyptian princess or queen or something. That was
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That's why most biblical scholars believe that Moses didn't actually exist.
Yeah.
No. Well, could be wrong.
About the flood.
Yeah. Trying to find examples of where the Bible possibly took from earlier stories.
Well, what does water symbolize in the Bible?
Have you ever met Richard Madsen, Lewis?
No.
No,
Are we
it's,
talking about like this big literal flood that happened?
Yeah.
Mhm.
If you set the Bible list,
What are the waters represented in Genesis? Did God literally create the heavens above and below, right, and then water to go
Are
over
you
it?
talking about the chaos and the firmament?
What is
and all that?
water, right? What is the symbolization of water?
Is that the
It's
chaos?
picking at there?
water is a metaphor. It's not literal H2O.
Exactly. The flood's a
Right.
metaphor too, dude. The flood is a uncontrollable flow of water. That's
Yeah.
bad. That overflows everything. But what is water?
Yeah, so if water doesn't mean water, then
What
it's
does
going
it
to mean
symbolize, right?
things. Yeah, I get you.
Spirit.
Yeah.
Spirit. Like that's what it symbolizes, right?
If you're going
what's
to
a
change it
spirit?
into metaphor, then it could literally mean anything.
No,
if it's
it
not-
doesn't. It doesn't because there's multiple times in which water is mentioned, right? In multiple holy books, dude. And
Yeah, but-
if you think it's like water, like actual physical water, I mean,
But like with the Bible, even though
Yeah.
it's mentioned in the same book, the book was written by 66 different authors. So if it's mentioned in one book and then mentioned in another book, it doesn't mean that water means the same thing in both books of the Bible. Do you know what I mean?
it depends on how you're viewing. Like we just had this before. If
Yeah.
you literally think that God made the heavens and the water and all this stuff, if it's the literal account, then sure. But I don't think that this book and other holy books are written in, for the most part, the literal sense because of the fantastic nature of the stories.
But then there's no way of knowing because there's no way of knowing the
Yes,
author's.
there is a way of knowing, dude.
How do you know the author's original intent? If you don't even know the
There's only
author.
a certain amount of ways to interpret text. And then you take those ways of interpreting the text and you cross-examine parts of the Bible using different ways of
But-
interpretation, right?
But
Usually
unless-
how it goes, right?
No,
Usually how it
unless
goes
you
is
can-
if you hear a story that is fantastical in nature, right?
Yeah.
That it would defy logic or experience, it's usually allegorical, right? It usually means something else.
I know, but unless you can actually ask the author what his intent was, how could you possibly know the author's intent? Unless you
Because
actually
there's
ask
only a certain amount of ways in which you can interpret
that only narrows
actual
it down.
words.
That only
So-
narrows it down.
What?
It doesn't tell you which. That only narrows it down. It
That's
doesn't
a
tell you.
huge narrowing down, dude. That's the
yeah, it
difference
is.
between a bunch of people thinking that Jesus is literally going to come back from the grave, and then a bunch of other people thinking that it's a psychological process of individuation and maturity. Right?
I know it's a huge
that's
narrow-
the schism.
I agree, it's a huge narrowing down. But then once you narrow it down, how do you know which one is actually true?
Because there are ways in which we can know if something is literal. That
Not from the
literally
outside.
happens. Dude, you don't know what literal means, right?
Yeah, I
Literal-
do.
You do. If you do, then you should know that something is literal or not. So if I say that your backside is yellow, It
Yeah.
could actually be yellow, but you know exactly what I'm saying when I tell you that your ass is yellow, right? That's an allegorical way. Now, some people 2,000 years from now can interpret my words into thinking that your ass is actually yellow and you need to wash it, dude, right? But there's different ways of interpreting speech and written word. And unless you know what those ways of interpretation are, then you apply them to every single thing that you're reading, you can have a better chance of knowing what the the writer's interpretation was. There's only so many ways in which to interpret written and spoken words, right? Like, this is not fucking rocket science, dude. And if you don't apply these things to the words that you're reading, right, you'll take it literally. You'll think that a story that you just read right now actually happened. Like, I've read a bunch of fantasy novels and stuff like that, and I realize that there's multiple levels to the writing, right? It's not just the story of Dune, right? There are multiple layer, like a hierarchy of meaning in the text, right? And I can grab meaning from that. I can grab truths from the story of Dune that are based on the Bible, right? These are, well, who cares? It doesn't really matter about the Bible, but the Bible is the same way. It's a text of words, right? It's a group of stories.
Yeah. If I can explain it differently, say that one person said that a particular story was literal, and another person said the same story was metaphorical. How would we work out what the author's actual intent was? How would we distinguish?
I mean, it's really cut and dry. If you're reading a story, right, about elves and woodland creatures and Lord of the Rings, we know Lord of the Rings is not literal. That even the races of Lord of the Rings symbolize some reference point of man, some psychological reference point of man, right? The orcs and the elves and the humans. Same thing with Star Trek, right? The Klingons and the Romulans. There's multiple levels to this, right?
But then it would depend on say the story was, it could be natural, it could be literal, or it could be metaphorical. Say there were no fairies or goblins or anything like that.
There are no fairies and goblins.
I'm saying,
because I've never seen one. Have you, dude? That's what I'm saying. I know that it's allegorical.
In the story, if the story was just a normal story, I went to the shops, it could be literal, or you could say, well, no, that's metaphorical. The author was speaking metaphorically, but it could be both. It could be either. How would we decide without asking the author?
All right, so there's more than those two ways of looking at text. Right?
Yeah,
there's other ones. But for that, right, like I said before, the more fantastical the story, the more likely it is to be abstract. Right.
I agree with that.
Now, I'm not going to be able to tell you what the abstractions are. Right. There's a particular way. So, like, my abstractions could be wrong in the interpretation of what I'm doing. That's fine. But to be able to tell the difference between literal and fantasy is really, like, is it there? There's no such thing as goblins. There's no such thing as, like, whatever the thing that we're talking about. Right.
Right, so I'll just make
unless it's there.
I went to the shops. I bought a loaf of bread. Right, someone reads that and they say, "Oh, that's literal." He literally went to the shop. He literally bought a loaf of bread. And another person says, "Oh no, that's metaphor. That's allegory." He went to the chemist and bought. What I mean?
This is a contextual nature with the rest of the book. So these are multiple stories, right? So, like, you can't just say one story's literal. You can say, but it's how they all mesh together, right?
No, it doesn't matter because
yes, it does.
It doesn't because the same author could write one story literally and one story as a metaphor,
and you could get meanings out of both.
But how would you know which was which?
That's the mystery.
Exactly. How do we solve it?
But dude, you can get knowledge claims and proper conscious direction by incorporating the story of Jesus Christ into your life, by being a sinner, by being persecuted, nailed on the cross, God forgiving you, and you get off the cross and you fucking resurrect and you get off that motherfucker and you just kick everyone's ass, dude, right? There's allegories to all these stories. Now, if someone's going to tell you that Jesus actually happened, they don't know because they weren't there. So they're lying, right? They're lying.
The basic point is the only person who knows the author's intent is the author.
No,
That's the only person who can
if you
know.
weren't able to grab the intent, it would be meaningless to write down words.
Possible intent. I'm saying he could write it as literal, and everybody else who reads it could take it as metaphorical.
This is postmodern.
The author could write it as literal, and everybody who ever read it took it as metaphorical. That could happen.
No, not everyone. You're making like these huge leaps of like everyone.
No, I'm
thinks
saying
it's
is
this
that
way and everyone
possible?
thinks it's that way. No.
Is it logically possible that someone could write something as literal, and everyone who ever read it viewed it as metaphorical? Is that possible?
Give me an example. I don't see
I
how
don't
that's
need an
possible.
example. It's a hypothetical.
Well, I don't deal in hypotheticals. We don't deal in hypothetical land here in Lyricsville. We deal with actual reality and getting shit done, right? So if I'm going to give you an example to make myself feel better about my argument, that means that you just do not know what you're talking about, right? This is not literal. You're just abstracting away what we're talking about.
I'm trying to get rid of, kind of simplify it. If I wrote a story and I meant it as literal, but I didn't tell anyone I meant it as literal, and everyone who read the story after that presumed it was metaphorical, so they would technically be wrong.
Do they know the difference? Are they able to exercise? Like, you're just saying that this particular way that coincides with how you think, and like not everyone is most people are aware of this, right? You don't seem to be aware of this.
No, I'm saying that the only person who knows for definite the author's intent is the author. Everyone else could be wrong about it. Everyone else could be wrong about his intent. They could.
You're saying that language is meaningless, dude. If I tell you a story and you don't understand the intent of it, then what I got across is just incomprehensible, dude.
No, they wouldn't understand that there was an intent, but they could be wrong about what the author's intent was. The person who wrote it, they could be wrong about what he intended by it. They would get some meaning.
That is what language and written word are for, to clarify intent. That is the whole point of clarifying what you're having in your mind out into the book so that the reader can listen. Yeah. There's multiple levels of that. You're saying that it's impossible to actually do that. To say what's in my mind.
I'm saying it's impossible to know 100% that is what the author
meant by it. So I can't mean what I say?
It's impossible to
mean
know
what I write? That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying you could be wrong about what the author intended when he wrote it. You could be wrong.
I could be wrong. You're correct. Yeah. There's multiple modes of interpreting. No. You don't understand. You're saying that it's impossible. You don't really know what you're saying, dude. You're saying it's impossible to have intent and write it down. Because no. Because everything that you've ever listened to or watched or paid attention to, you have no idea what their intent was. Really, dude?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No, I get exactly what you're saying, and I have run into something like that. For example, I like to write. Most of my stuff is very symbolic and pretty heavy, right? I wrote a piece, and I kid you not, the first 3 people I showed it to claimed it was about suicide, right? Right? It's not. It's about nonconformity, but that is beside the point, right? Those 3 people, as smart as they are, writers in their own right, did not understand my intent despite their literary knowledge. Now, after I pointed it out, they were like, oh, I see that. I see where it's here and here, and okay, I get that. But without asking me, even they got my intent wrong.
Right. So without asking you...
You're right. Hold on. You're right. Wildheart, you're saying that it's impossible to gather the intent.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying without asking Pixie what her intent was when she wrote it, the 3 people could not know one way or the other.
So there could be a 4th right along there that could.
They could be
see what
right.
you're doing is you guys are giving examples to back
No.
up your thing because these three don't, but that means that 7 billion other people are not
No.
able to glean the correct.
I'm
No,
not
no,
saying
no.
that-
I wasn't saying that. I was just saying I get where intent could be misinterpreted, and so I get the point he was trying to get at. I'm not applying that to everybody. I'm not trying to broad stroke it. I just sometimes examples are easier because they just relay the message better. I don't know.
What it seemed like that you were doing.
I'm not
You're
saying-
broad brushing it, dude.
No, I'm not saying the reader can't be right. I'm just saying that they can't know that they're right unless they ask Pixie who wrote it.
But no. It
Only
doesn't
Pixie
matter.
knows
It
what
doesn't
she
matter
did.
if the writer is right or not. What matters is that you get the intention of the writer, right? So
Yeah.
I can be right or wrong about the getting the actual gist of what they're writing about, but
Exactly.
that's two people, and like I guarantee you, dude, that any type of written word by man can be interpreted correctly by another man.
Yeah, I
Regardless,
agree with
like
that.
you could be super smart, whatever, or even super dumb,
Yeah.
dude. But I don't think you're just it's I don't understand how you can even have like
Yeah, I
a
know.
correct
You mean-
narrative of the universe, or even like a somewhat trying to get some sort of narrative of the universe if you can't guess the intentions of all of the things that you've been taught. Like I don't.
Yeah,
are
I know you're
you-
misunderstanding, mate, and I don't know how to explain it better so you understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that Pixie was the author; she wrote it. Only Pixie knows the intent, her intent when she wrote it. Anybody else who reads it is guessing at her intent.
Unless I told somebody, right?
But,
Unless you told
just
them.
imagine if I intuit, right? If I infer her intent, we have the ability to do that. Like I don't understand.
Yeah, yeah, they could be right. They could interpret it right, but without asking Pixie, they wouldn't know that they were right.
It doesn't
You know what I
matter, dude. Ultimately, does it really matter if Shakespeare was right? That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter if they're right or fucking wrong. All it matters is if you can grasp the point that they're getting.
The morals, or the
I agree.
well,
I
not
agree.
morals,
Possible to
the statement, I guess.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
The thing is, like say Ironic reads the Bible and he comes away with an interpretation, then he's trying to convince me that the Bible is correct, and he's saying that he knows the intent of the author. I'm saying Ironic cannot know the intent of the author.
I don't know if so. Take away that he knows that it's correct because we all think that we're correct, right? So that doesn't matter. Take that away. He all you just said was that he can know the intent of the author, and that is, I don't see how that is unfathomable. I don't understand.
No, I'm saying he could be right about the intent of the author, but he wouldn't know that he was right.
There's proof. You can gather proof in reality.
Forget it.
Dude, are you able to make a true statement? Are you able to get truth out of a story?
Yeah.
Yes, you can. So there's proof. There's fucking proof, right? That wisdom can be passed along the ages in stories, and you can glean the intent from it. Like that's why the Bible exists, dude.
I'll think about it and try to.
Holy hell, dude! Holy hell!
Explain it better. No, it's my fault. I can't explain it in a way that I get myself across.
Because I don't think you're right, dude. I don't think what you're getting at is correct. I think that is the essence of written language. Us being able to, like, if I tell you 2 + 2 is 4, you understand that 2 + 2 is 4 because that is the intent of me writing that down. If I write a story, that's the intent. Like, I can be fancy and allegorical or literal or hoodly doodly about it, right? But there are intents that are written into the language. Right?
There is, I agree with all that. I'm saying that
reading, dude.
I write a story. I know the intent of what the story. I know the intent of why I wrote the story. Anyone else?
The intent is the story. The intent is the story.
Yes, I think what he's saying is you can infer like.
How do you
the
glean
intent?
knowledge from books?
You can infer, but you cannot know. Like you can infer the statement in the story, right? The truth values of the story, but it's hard to pinpoint the exact like intent and inspiration or motive, like the statement the author wanted to make unless the author like also specifically stated the intent that they were trying to make.
That's it.
Do you think that you can intend something and do something else, like writing wise? Do you
Well,
think you can
clearly I did with that
non-intentionally-
poem, right? Clearly I
No.
did.
Hold on.
I
Do you
wrote
think you
about
can
nonconformity. They read it and thought suicide. So
No.
clearly,
I'm talking about. Can you non-intentionally put intent into books, into literature? Can you just write a bunch of stuff down and then an intent just pops out? Can you
No.
infer intention out of a random story, right?
What we're saying
no,
is
I
that
mean, unless it's a biography, probably not.
there's a difference between the author and the reader. The author intends it. He has a certain intent when he writes it. The reader is guessing at the author's intent. He
No, I
doesn't-
think they can infer, but they
You can
can't.
infer,
Like,
dude.
but I think you can infer, but whether that inference
Yeah.
is like correct to the author's intent is questionable unless the author has previously stated their intent
Yeah.
outright.
Like the
That's-
inference points of certain books require other books to know, right? You need to know certain knowledge in order to get inferences from more complex books, right? We agree on that?
It's the word no
If you
there.
didn't have the Bible, you wouldn't be able to write Pinocchio. You wouldn't be able to write Beauty and
Yeah.
the Beast. You wouldn't be able to write Peter Pan, dude.
I think this might be
Right?
going to knowledge. When you say knowledge, do you mean 100% absolute knowledge?
No,
I'll believe
I'm saying there's various kinds of knowledge claims, right?
Right.
Yes, there are. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking that you're like thinking the materialistic, literal sense of the word truth, right?
Yeah, like
science.
100% no. I know that was the author's intent. I'm saying a reader cannot possibly 100% know the author's intent.
Why not?
Unless they made it known or they told someone else. Because you can't read minds.
You can infer from
Yeah,
literature.
you can infer, but can an inference be 100% correct?
Yes.
Definitely correct.
Yes.
An inference can be 100% definitely correct.
It
Yes.
can be, but it can also not be. It's not
Exactly.
guaranteed.
But that's the
Like,
process
the
of
correctness
elimination.
isn't guaranteed.
That's how
Yeah.
you do it. There are critiques
Yes.
of books of Dante's Inferno, right? There are critiques with a dozen other books in comparison, right? And they're all and
Yeah.
you can see over large periods of time how other books create, like, I wouldn't say intention, but like patterns of intention, right?
Yeah,
Patterns.
I think I've worked out what the problem is. I'm saying you can be correct, but do you know that you are correct as well? It's kind of on another level. You can be correct,
Well,
but
dude,
can you know?
are you
that
getting
are
into
correct?
crazy man shit, dude? Getting into I don't
No.
believe anything. I'm gonna live in a
No.
monk's basement shit, dude. Because nihilism's not gonna work with me, dude.
No, I mean, no.
The postmodern nihilistic view
forget
is
it.
nonsense, dude.
But no, forget
Oh,
it.
so hey, Will.
I will miss that, and Mr. Lizard as well, and Bojo. No, it's
Mr.
can't
Lizard
explain it.
wants to leave.
You have to explain yourself, dude. You can't.
Yeah.
You can't just say there's multiple ways of interpretation and there's no way to value judge any of them. Like
No, there's a difference. There's a difference between knowing something. No, there's a different. Give me a minute. I have to post a link.
there
a
are knowledge claims that are true.
Yeah, but then do you know that it's true after that? You can be correct about it being true, but then
At
do
this
you know
particular
that?
moment in time, yes, because this is the only time period that we have right now.
Right. I'll think about it and get back to you.
You must.
I'm probably wrong. I normally am.
Super
I'm just
wrong.
saying.
I don't know. I've been thinking about this shit for dozens of years, dude. And
Yeah.
the postmodern way of like interpreting a lot of this stuff, like texts, is not the intentions of the authors. And you can get that because I see a lot of really fucked up people in society, dude, not interpreting things correctly. And it's created all sorts of political nonsense, right? That's what's happening, dude.
It's a difference between the belief and knowing that the belief is true.
The only way you can tell if something is true is if it works in the moment. And there are things
Yeah.
I think that have been provable over many moments of time. Right? That's why we're talking to each other, dude, right? There are certain, I'm not going to say constants, but the way that the universe is set up in some sort of way which we can manipulate. right? It's not just pure
Yes.
chaos. These words aren't just pure chaos without intention. Like these people wrote these things for an intent, and if you can't grasp the intent, then I don't know. But I've never like that. That's what gets like narcissistic ass writers off, dude. You just grasp his intention, dude.
No,
They
I'm not
love
saying
to
you
give you the
can't.
intention, dude.
I'm not saying you can't know the intent or you don't know the intent. I'm saying that once you know the intent, how can you justify that is the actual intent of the author? You could be right by inference, but I'm saying, how do you know 100% that was actually the intent of the
You
author?
have to find out what type of truth claim it is, and then test it out in reality.
So it would be subject. It would be different with every case, is what you're saying.
From what I gather, these stories are tales of us actually doing this in real life, having questions, putting them out into applying them out into real life, and then writing down really abstract stories in which to explain it. That's what the Bible seems like it is to me, or any text. Dude.
Yeah. Sorry, Miss Lizard, did you want to? I think you were trying to jump in there. Oh, maybe not.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be pushy, but like.
No, that's fine. Yeah, it's my problem. I can't think of a way to explain it well enough to.
No, you're explaining it right, dude.
Yeah. All right.
You're
Go
pretty
ahead.
much putting postmodernism, a postmodern lens on
Yeah.
literature, and saying that like there's the intentions of the author are not able to be discerned because of the multiple interpretations that could be put onto it, right? Because there's 7 billion people in the world, and all their interpretations are on it, and you can't possibly be right. But like,
no, I'm
like
saying
that,
you can be right, but then you can't know 100% that you are right.
Prove you're right. Yes, you can prove you're
Right,
right.
how do you do that?
Testing.
Yeah, you found Miss Elizabeth.
Okay.
We're not saying like cultural shit. I'm saying the lessons that I infer, or that I think that I infer from the book, I can play out in real life and see if that's true or not.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Like if you think that Jesus didn't
Even
die
if
on
you
the
did
cross, go out there and try fucking doing it. Go out there and be Jesus, and then tell me that it's wrong, right? But what you're doing is you're inferring some other person's whatever. You don't have experience doing it, right? So how do you know what you're inferring is right or wrong? I know that I've put myself up on the cross for a long fucking time, and I got off that motherfucker. And what happens? Improvements, life improvements.
Yeah, I don't mean right or wrong whether if you went out and did it, it would work or not. I mean right or wrong in.
That's right or wrong.
No, I mean right or wrong.
True or not. That's the truth that you glean from it. The truth that can be applied to your experience and your being.
I get that meaning. That's just not what I meant by it. When I say right or wrong, I mean right or wrong with, is it what the author actually intended? Is it right that that's what the author intended, or is it wrong that that's what the author intended?
And I'm telling you that if the inference that you make of the intention, if you try that out in your life and in the real world and it doesn't work, then you did not guess the intention correctly, or it's wrong.
But it could work in reality, and it's still not maybe what the author intended. They're two different things.
That is the intention. That is the point of these characters being made and these stories being told, is that you put yourself in that particular inference that you make from the story and you apply it to your life.
I'm going to have to interrupt because there's someone backstage and I don't know them, so I'm going to have to do the palm bomb thing. One sec. There we go.
What's up, niggers? What's
right? I'll do. Bye.
Sounded like P. Mars.
I'd like to apologize for my father right now.
If your third word was the M word, then yeah, go fuck yourselves. And there's another one. Is that a coincidence that another one joined just after? Should I just kick them automatically, or? Yeah, I'm just gonna kick you all. Sorry, I don't know you. There's another one joined. Kidding hell, what trolls are it?
I just don't understand how you can not think that you can grasp the writer's intentions.
No, I'm saying you can grasp it.
You can't prove it.
You
You can't be correct about that you're
You can
grasping
be
the intentions
correct.
correctly.
You can be correct, but you can't know that you're correct unless you ask the author.
How do you see? Like, I don't think that's right, dude. I really don't. You're just saying, that it's impossible to infer from written word.
No, he's not. He's
Yes, he
saying that
says you
that
can't be right.
incorrect inferences are as possible as correct inferences.
Is this particularly in regards to the Bible?
No, anything.
No, just
Yeah.
any
Okay.
literature.
Well,
And I'm saying
mind
that
if
the
I-
more you know, the more that you have a priori knowledge of a said thing. So, like, where there's a group of books, right? And, like, you have more of a grasp of knowledge, a familiarization with those books than someone else. I would say that the ability to infer is greater, right? The ability to infer the writer's intention is greater due to having more knowledge about the general topic, right? That's what I see. And I don't, I mean, there's always a chance that, like, you're not going to do it, but I can't see how
That's it. That was my point. There's always a chance that you can't do it. That's all I'm saying.
But dude, like, you're
possible.
just blindly grasping at things that, like,
That
there's
was my point.
so much religious literature, dude. There's so much of this shit, dude. Have you read any of it? Do you know how to infer
No,
things
that was my
from
entire
different
point. though.
religions, dude?
You've just agreed with me. There's always a chance you could be wrong. That was my entire point. That was it. There's always a chance you could be wrong. That was all I was arguing for.
I believe that
I
applies to
know.
literally everything that we know. Like, even things that we say we're 100% know. We kind of lie to ourselves if we say 100% because nothing we say is 100%. There's always a 1% chance that we're wrong. But at the same time, with the idea of, what about, like, say this thing, this would get into the whole Occam's razor and least likely hypothesis fallacy, where when all the evidence points one way instead of the other way, then using Occam's razor, you would infer that the right way is where all the evidence points to, rather than the least likely hypothesis.
But
Yeah.
that is a process that we use to help us infer the intentions better, right?
Yeah.
So like, I can't imagine any piece of human literature that is uninterpretable by anyone.
No, I can't.
So
I
then
agree
what
with
are you saying? I mean, of course, we can't possibly know what's going on inside your brain, right?
That was my point. Yeah.
But what's the point of even writing it if you can't interpret what the point is you're trying to get across in your brain? Like, that's what speech and written word is.
Yeah, I'm saying that. Say Irene, it said that I know the author's original intent, and it was this. I'm saying, why should I believe him? Because he could be wrong.
Yes, but
That was my point.
I don't know. So, like, I don't know how to put this. If you can't infer quantum gravity from the Bible, right?
No.
You can't infer. You can't. But, like, it just was on the tip of my tongue, dude. But, like, there has to be, like, a coherent. Scratch with the whole quantum thing. There has to be a coherent framework of stories in order for us to, like, actually communicate together, right?
Yeah.
And these stories have inferences and intent that we glean out pretty much through conscious experience and spoken word, and, like, we're able to communicate correctly because we have an understanding of the intent of all of these stories, right? And I'm saying that we would not be able to communicate correctly. Like, we wouldn't even be able to talk, dude, if we didn't understand the intentions of those particular stories.
Yeah, I agree with all
Like,
that.
so and I'm not saying, like, super complicated, right? We're not talking like the entire Lord of the Rings saga, but we're just saying in general, like, if those inferences aren't made then you're not able to talk to someone's talking about flat Earth, and some guy's talking about who knows, right? And you're like, I don't know what you're talking about, dude, because I don't have a frame. I wasn't able to infer the points that you got from that particular book, right?
Yeah.
So like,
One's more
just
likely.
the ability that we're able to communicate correctly seems to me able to glean intent from written word and spoken word way better than what you're like 100%. There's no way that we could possibly do that. But I think just the fact that we're talking and doing this is a really good example of us being able to glean intent from literature.
Yeah. No, we are able to. Yeah.
So if we're able to glean intent from literature 3,000 years ago, dude, and still incorporate it into our being and still do this, and then you're saying, but it's not, I'm not able to understand.
No, we
really
haven't
possibly know what they were talking about, dude.
No, we are able to glean the intent, and maybe we glean the intent of the author.
It's like 1% there's 1% nihilistic, like fucking craziness that you think is. I know there's chaos, dude. I understand there's chaos.
It's a difference between believing what the author's intent was and knowing what the author's intent was. We can't know 100% what the author's intent was. We can believe.
Do you believe that we're alive and this is real?
No, you.
Are you a solipsist, dude?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
You're not. Are you? What?
No, you completely. I agree with you. You're just misunderstanding.
No,
we
I understand, dude. I understand.
Say Pixie wrote a story. I couldn't. I not being Pixie could not know 100% unless you told me what her intent was. It's impossible.
Well, there's other ways you can infer it.
I can infer it.
You don't just have to know Pixie and ask her, or even read the book itself.
Game theory, dude.
I could be wrong as well. I could be wrong as well. Without me being Pixie, I cannot know her intent unless she tells me, because I'm not a mind reader.
Well, part of it would, let's say Pixie's an author and she wrote a bunch of books and sold them online, and there's an author name and all that. One could take a look into things like biography about the person, or can take a look at the culture at the time, the surrounding environment, the language and linguistics of different things, such as like if she uses a specific common saying, you can infer what she means by that common saying.
That would all increase the probability that I was right. I agree. But I could no way get to 100% that I was right about Pixie's intent. There's no way I could get to 100%. Everything you said would increase the probability that I was correct.
These are mostly.
And I'm guessing this is about is it about writing in general, or is it just like ancient writing, or how's it being applied?
Yeah, I mean everything. I'm saying that everything you said would be good, and you should go with the most likely, the most probable. But there's no way, unless you are that person, of getting to 100% certainty of what they were thinking.
You're wrong. You can. It's done all the time, dude. It's done all the time. That's false.
Well, part of the point,
maybe you can't
part of the issue
dude.
is like that.
Maybe you can't.
No,
other people can correctly guess the intentions of other people. That's why we have wars and shit, dude. And we haven't all completely fucking died because people
You can get it right
correctly.
You can get it right, but there's no way of knowing that you are right once you got it right.
Because
there's
you
no way
out in reality, dude. If some guys, if you're playing poker, dude, if you're playing poker and you think the intention of the guy is bluffing, you say, you know what, I think you're fucking bluffing, and you throw the cards down and you call him, dude. And then you find out in real life if your intentions were correct, right? And over millions of years, we've kind of figured out ways of improving that, right? So it really is possible to prove your assessment of other people's intentions. It's called reality, dude.
When they're in front of you, yes. Now, I'm not saying I disagree with your assessment. I'm saying I see the merits of both of your arguments. My thing is you can be 100% correct, right?
Yeah.
And you can believe you're 100% correct.
Yeah.
But without absolute knowledge of the author's intent, that's all you have. In your example, the person is in front of you. the person can be proven wrong in front of you. And once you've proven that person wrong, you could misread somebody else's intentions because they could be better at masking, right? Just because we can make correct inferences and just because we do make correct inferences all the time does not mean that incorrect inferences are out of the realm of possibilities.
That's just saying that you're wrong. That's okay. There's lots of people that are wrong, right? But like what Wildheart is saying is that it's impossible to know without experiencing it right there, and that's not how reality works.
Well, I mean,
leaves intentions everywhere.
Without being that person, without being the person who was it.
Well, I mean, that's one of the reasons.
It doesn't matter anyway because it's a small. It was a small point. It's not worth this much argument.
I was going to say that
huge point, dude. It's the basis of all knowledge claims right now. You're pretty much asking. You're saying that's impossible to know knowledge unless you were there. Unless I was holding Caesar's flag, I have no idea if Caesar existed.
No, he's not. He never said knowledge. He said intent. He said you couldn't know my intent. He never said nothing about knowledge or the moral of the story. No, it's not.
Knowledge is intent.
Well, that may be that you may see it as the same thing, but I certainly do not, and I don't think Wildheart does in the way he's presented it.
Right, I write down the sentence. I went to the shops. I meant that literally. I die. Everyone else who reads it after thinks that it's metaphorical.
Why do they? Hold on. Why do they think that?
I don't know.
So what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Why would someone think that that's metaphorical?
Just said they did. I don't know the reason.
No, reality, dude. You're making shit up. You're just saying that all these people do this because I'm right, dude. But that's not how reality works.
Mind if I come up?
I meant it as metaphorical. I went to the shops. I meant it to mean something else. Everyone who reads it after thinks it's literal.
Is there how do they make that knowledge claim? It's the same question, dude. These are multiple modes of interpretation, and you can apply it to everything, dude.
But I meant it as metaphorical. Everyone who reads it afterwards thinks it's literal.
Anyone that's over the IQ of 12 can look at it both ways, right? Can say that there's multiple ways.
But only I know what I actually meant. But there's only a certain amount of ways that the text can be interpreted. Right, that's what I'm saying. There's only like 4 or 5 different ways that humans actually have the ability to process the inferences. So you've noted it's 4 or 5 different ways. Only I know what I meant. I meant it metaphorically. Everyone thinks it's literal. Only I know that it was metaphorical.
So, what would be the broader context surrounding that sentence?
Krishna, welcome.
He's just saying, like, he's given an example.
What I mean by that, it's like you just find a small piece of paper, kind of useless to begin with. I mean, if it's like an entire paragraph with the one sentence among a whole bunch of sentences, that can help give someone a broader context of the meaning of that single sentence. It's kind of like it's kind of the point. It's kind of the point why you can't just go say to the Bible and just read one sentence.
No, I don't think he meant it like that. I
don't think he did. I don't think he did either.
The different interpretation of like the entire context as a whole, like literalists versus esoterics versus mythicists. You know, like there's all these differences, right? And but
there's only so many, right? There's only so many differences.
Yeah, there's only so many, but that's not that. But that doesn't eliminate that some of those have to be wrong, right? They have to be incorrect inferences. And I gave an example earlier, like when I had wrote a piece and it was about nonconformity, and in my mind it was clearly about nonconformity. That is what I wrote it to be about. But people who looked at it thought it was about suicide. Like they swore it was about suicide until I explained it. Right? Now, these people were not stupid people. Some of them were writers in their own right, but it did not stop them from making incorrect inferences. And that's all that Wildheart was trying to say, I think.
Yeah, that is correct.
Well, kind of what I was trying to point out with the issue of this, like, say, the single sentence, you really can't get anything from a single sentence. If it's entire book, then you can start trying to going down the path of figuring out what the author meant.
Yeah, I was just trying to simplify it down to as much as I could. Like,
Well, that was a knowledge claim that you made. I went to the store. Right? Your
Well,
knowledge
claim more because
well, you wrote it down, right? So you're like saying above all the
Well,
words that I want to do, this is what I'm writing down that
no, but
I
I
went
meant
to
it
the store.
metaphorically. Yeah, but I meant it metaphorically. It didn't mean I went to the store.
Listen. You wrote down I went to the store. Then 400 years later, a group of people with a large understanding of like how languages work, how conceptualization of languages work, how the different categorizations of knowledge, all of these things, way smarter than all of us, right, dude?
Cultural context because behind them all.
I'm just saying that there are. Hold on, listen. There are a large amount of categories that we can use to examine this piece, and these seem to be the ways of interpretation of human language that work, right? That have produced results, that the inferences have been correct over a long amount of time. Now, what you're saying is right. We can't gleam into your head and know what your truly heart's crossed desires, dude. Right? You're special. No one understands me. I hear you, dude. But
I agree with everything else
the
you've
whole
said.
point, the whole point of language is to get across things, right? And if I write down a bunch of hoodly doodly and makes no sense to any of the interpretations of language, then the writer probably doesn't know what their intent was. Like,
Yeah,
there's
I agree
only
with that.
so many ways of interpreting language, and like
Yeah. It was the beam into my head thing. I'm saying you cannot beam into my head and know for 100% whether I meant it literally or metaphorically. You cannot beam into my head.
There are
No,
ways of
that was my
reading
entire
the
point.
language. There's ways of reading the language to see, like, if it's mythical, right, or if it's fantastical, right, or if
One
it's
can
just
figure out by your
mundane,
actions,
right, or if it's an interaction, if it's mundane, like there are clues to the context of what's being written due to the interpretations that we have that have worked over thousands of years of time.
Yes, I agree.
Do they work? They work. They seem to work very well. Not as well as beaming a Star Trek beam into your head and knowing exactly what you say, but so well that it doesn't even matter.
Exactly. Yeah.
This is a whole mute point, dude.
The point I was making doesn't even matter. I'm saying it's 0.0001 chance that you could be wrong.
Are you wrong?
That was it.
Are you wrong?
I don't know.
You don't know if you're wrong? Have you tried it out?
What? Wrong about what? Sorry.
Whatever.
No, I could be wrong about everything. Literally.
Dude, there seriously, there's like things that I think that I'm wrong about, or that I think that I'm right about.
No,
and then I go out and I'm like, I'm just gonna go do it and see what happens, dude. Right? And I usually am wrong. Right? And I get burnt and I get all sorts of crispy but like I realized that I was wrong.
Yeah.
Right? Like I was able to glean the intention that particular thing that I read was wrong.
But could you be wrong about being wrong?
See, this is the postmodern nonsense, dude. That you're.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that was a joke.
How do you exist? How is it just all a bunch of shit that just random, dude?
You completely misread me based on that one. I agree with 99% of what you were saying.
Can you trust yourself? Do you trust yourself, dude?
No.
Why not, man?
I mean, part of the issue, like with that whole 1% or less than 1% chance thing is, like, yeah, you're applying it to literature or anything written, but that literally can apply to literally anything else, even the idea of reality or your own thoughts. And it's why we don't take claims like, well, it could be aliens. Well, Bigfoot could exist, because we're not basing things on the idea of could be's or the possibilities of you're wrong. Though we understand that we cannot 100% be right on anything, with all the evidence pointing one way can point us to say, hey, the least likely hypothesis, that's wrong. And say the least likely hypothesis for in the case of Bigfoot doesn't exist is the correct answer, and Bigfoot does exist is the wrong answer.
Well, you haven't
Yeah.
exhausted all of the. That's why it's so complex. You haven't exhausted all the places where Bigfoot might be at this particular time
Well,
over the planet. You know,
part
and
of it
that's
with the
that's
Bigfoot-
what like makes people doubt it, right? They're like, "Oh, well, what do you mean Bigfoot's fucking real?" Blah blah blah. You guys, he's real. We haven't seen everything, you know.
Has no one seen Harry and the Hendersons? Bigfoot's obviously real.
Exactly. You ever go downtown, dude?
Well, even part of the issue with Bigfoot is that one, all the DNA samples of hair and other stuff that we have tested has never tested to any kind of primate, let alone ape. It ends up being things like bears, wolves, raccoons, and then the footprints are typically either hoaxes and or bear footprints on their hind legs. People end up seeing a bear running on its hind legs quite often. And even when it comes to recent things such as eDNA, that's making the possibility of such a creature existing. No, there is basically no place for it to hide with eDNA tests being a thing now. Because we can literally test to see, hey, is this creature over here? And it's why the idea of a reptile living in Loch Ness has been completely ruled out. Because they did eDNA tests on that loch for several years, and no monster was found in the DNA test.
Yeah, but my thing was basically going back to the solstice thing, and I'm not a solstice, and I argue against it. I'm just saying that there's no way to prove that solipsism is false. I don't believe it, but there is no answer to it as well, if you know what I mean. Once we agree that we can't know definitely that reality is real, then everything else, nothing else we can be 100% certain about. I think that was ultimately the point.
There are some things you can be 100%.
Go on, then. What are those things?
Well, I don't know, enough to like guide satellites, like going to Mars. Like there are things that we can measure and make determinations and have them be correct.
No, but if we can't know that reality is right, then satellites might not exist.
Yeah, no, reality is right. You're again not. This is solipsism, dude.
Yeah, I'm not agreeing with it. I'm just saying it can't be proven wrong.
Well, that's kind of gets back back into the claim of things like Bigfoot or even ancient aliens. Is that they can't really be proven wrong. So what often happens is people that believe in these things, since it can't be proven wrong, 100%. Then they're just going to continue believing it, even though all evidence points otherwise.
Yeah,
you can't 100% prove the Mandela effect isn't a real thing.
Yeah,
but that doesn't make it right or wrong.
Yeah, just because I'm saying that solipsism can't be proven wrong, you shouldn't believe in it. Solipsism is bullshit. It's almost wrong.
You have no choice. You either believe in some coherency of reality, or you go crazy.
Well, I mean, that's part of the reason why they classify these questions, these like, oh, could be, or, oh, you can't say 100% on everything kind of thing, ends up being classified as a logical fallacy under things like the canceling hypothesis fallacy, the empty conjecture fallacy, I believe that's what that one is called. And of course, least likely hypothesis fallacy.
Yeah, I was just saying that if someone comes to me and say, I know the intent of the author of the Bible 2,000 years ago, I'm saying there's a chance you could be wrong. That was the argument.
Dude, there's always a chance.
Yeah,
that's everything.
That's all I'm saying.
Chance.
That's all I'm saying. You should still believe, what's more probable, what's more likely.
Could you believe that you could 100% guess the intention of an author? Can you think that that's true?
No, I could. I could guess it. Yeah, I could guess it. Yeah, and I could be correct.
All right. So.
Yeah.
And then there's chances that you couldn't.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
I should go with what's more probable. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't really know. This reality is pretty rough, dude. Every time I think I got it figured out, I don't. But I can fucking guess the intentions of goddamn Tolkien, dude. I can understand.
Yeah, I agree. I'm saying that once you guessed it, you can't know 100% that you're right about your guess or you're right about the intent of the author. Really, having access to the author's brain.
I know. Well, you're just saying that personal
not-
experience
yeah, I'm not-
is just
I'm
is
not-
not
No, I'm not
is
explaining
not
that
an
well.
acceptable thing. I just tried to give you the personal experience example of taking the lessons of the story and applying them to life. That's what people write books for, stories for,
Well,
right?
I mean, a psychologist can know somebody's brain.
Yeah.
Yeah, change topic. I'm just explaining it badly. I know what I mean, so that's all right.
Please don't apply anything I write to any part of your life. Most of it's probably just catharsis. It's very dark.
I probably couldn't guess your intentions.
You could guess them, you just couldn't know them.
I do know that my level of inference
Know what?
claims from books increased a lot when I actually started reading a lot.
That'll
When I had
probably-
practice, you know what I mean? Like I read every day, usually before I go to sleep, but I make sure to do it every day. And I've been doing that for like 6 or 8 years now or something like that, dude. And as I grow in knowledge of these things, the interpretation becomes more like it starts from a low resolution into a high resolution. Like I understand the kind of the original intent, but I'm not able to quantify it into words. And then as I get older and more experienced with the group of knowledge that I'm talking about, like the more I read the story over again or whatever, the clearer the picture becomes, right? And the reason why the picture becomes more clear is because I incorporate that into my life. I have no choice but to do it by reading the story. That's why we read stories. It's why I want to be a fucking hero, dude. Right? That's why I want to like kick everyone's ass and take names and get the girl. Fucking every
Kicking
time,
ass, and
dude.
kicking ass and taking down the names of Great Love It by Megadeth.
Wielding magic and fucking Snow White, whatever the fuck it is, dude. Beauty and the
Well,
Beast.
It's also
Sorry,
why
Midnight.
things.
I think Midnight was trying to say something else.
Sorry, I'm mute.
Oh, I thought you were trying to say something. That's all. Go on, Miss Lizard.
Well, that's also why typically things like understanding that per say when this text was written and what was that surrounding context, not just what the text itself, but also the culture around, can help us, gain understanding. Like say for Jack Kirby, if anybody knows who that is, basically, if anybody knows what he was writing, why he created characters like Darkseid or Apocalypse, is because that was meant to be symbolic of Nazi Germany and the concentration camps there and stuff like that. And if anybody knows like what kind of person Jack Kirby was, well, he was Jewish and he hated the Nazis.
So are you saying people want to know that until they find out that he was Jewish?
Well, that's also why the point of looking into, like, say, the background of everything that is available to you is important. Yeah. You also have to look at the time, like, say, for Captain America, him punching Hitler in the face. That came out right before America even entered the war.
Mm. Oh no, I agree with that. Yeah, the more knowledge and information you can get about any subject, the better. Yeah, that helps you make better decisions. Cheers, Ronan. Cheers. Yeah, I agree with that.
Bye, Ronan.
How's it going, Krishna? Good to see you.
Yeah, all is well. Howdy. Good to see you.
Also, welcome back, almost birthday twin, even though you've been silent.
Welcome back to who?
Is that Midnight?
To my almost birthday twin.
Happy birthday to.
No, it's not our birthday. He was literally born the day after me. Like literally, same year, everything. Literally born the day after me. So he's my almost birthday twin.
Wildheart or Hitler?
Wildheart.
Oh.
I mean, not Wildheart. Midnight.
Midnight, yeah.
Sorry.
Wait, hold on. Did you say Hitler?
Yes.
Wildheart or Hitler? What the fuck?
Hitler was born on 4/20. No, Midnight. Midnight was.
If you make something new, yeah, you will get.
Midnight was literally born the day after me.
Happy birthday, Midnight.
He's been back for a while, but he's been silent. It's
Who's got postpartum, dude? Whose nipples are leaking?
The Wild Hat, Mr. Ronan says, catch you later.
Yeah, cheers, Ronan. Thanks for joining. Welcome back in this time.
Postpartum is real, dude. Trust me.
What's that?
Postpartum depression, like when you have a baby, newborn baby.
What is that for the man?
I've had it. My
yeah.
first baby mama did. I took care of both my sons like as soon as they came home, pretty much full time.
Mhm.
So I was around them all the time. And there's a particular aura that you get if you don't pay attention to yourself, because you are directing so much towards the baby and you forget about yourself.
Yeah, I've heard of postnatal. I've never heard of that. I'm not saying it's not a thing. I'm just saying I've never heard of it.
well, that it's kind of it's the same thing, you know, just different terminology here,
Right.
kind of. But yeah, I was fortunate and I never had to deal with that, but a dear friend of mine did, and hers was rough.
Right. It's still women. I thought what Lewis said was
No,
postnatal.
men. It can go to men too. Particularly if a male is like a primary caregiver to the child, it can hit them too.
Yeah.
Hormones are running, dude, for the guys. Let me tell you that when you have kids. I mean,
Yeah,
women way more, but you'd be surprised how much guys go. They're ups and like, dude, it's so crazy the first 6 months, dude.
Yeah. No, it's just me being ignorant on the topic. That's all.
It's worth it. Kids are good.
I have a quick question for the room.
Yeah.
Would you say, would you?
You say a quick question. It's not that quick, is it? So I mean that.
Yeah, Pixie, are you here? Because this requires a woman to be present.
Oh,
It's a woman for you. It's a question for you.
What am I getting myself into? Okay.
Would you say, would you say it would be okay to call, to call a grown woman girl?
It depends.
Cheers, PJ, by the way. Cheers.
Like I use
I mean, I
this
see
example.
people do it all the time.
Well, yeah. It's like
It depends on the context, right? Like if I came in a room and somebody was like, "Hey, girl," I'd just be like, "Hey," like I don't care, right? Like whatever, it doesn't matter. But if
Would it
like,
depend on the person you're calling girl
but
as well?
but for example, Irenic has this infuriating habit of like anytime I disagree with him, he'll get really condescending and be like, "Little girl."
Yeah,
and
no.
I just
See,
think that's stupid.
Well, yeah, no, that's wrong. That's wrong. But I really hate Twitter at times.
It would depend on the person you were calling girl, because some people might like it, some people might not, some people might take it. It would depend on the person.
Never in public.
And or intent.
Yeah.
No, it's just a stupid goddamn argument on Twitter. Somebody posted an image, from it doesn't matter. Forget it.
Some people will take it as a compliment.
Well, of course he left because Pixie called him out.
He just left, so I
That's
missed
so funny, dude.
it.
I guess Schadenfreude or whatever that shit is, dude. I love that shit.
Schadenfreude.
Yeah. I got it bad, dude.
So I don't know who's just left. So this is making sense.
You got a little butthurt. It happens to everyone. I did it too, dude.
Who left though?
Well, funny considering he's the one that came in here to say that he just likes to do shit to mess with me.
Harry, Nick, got you. Carry on.
Dude, doesn't that classify as a troll?
No, Irenic's not a troll.
Well, I mean, by definition, it has to be somebody who's on the internet specifically trying to get a rise out of people.
No, he said only when I'm around.
Can I be also refer? It might be technical issues.
No, I doubt it.
Connection.
Pixie called him out and he ran away like a little bitch. There you
No,
go.
that is. I'm not saying that at all. I am not making that inference.
I am.
It's not necessarily true. That could be the case, but maybe not.
We can't know his intentions, truly,
Exactly,
right?
exactly.
Yeah, well, I am.
Well, we're inferring pretty good, right? We got a good, 99%. Bam.
That one's
Let's
pretty
just.
high.
I'm just
Yeah.
gonna pull. I'm just gonna pull Can Ham. I'm not gonna say he is, but I'm gonna infer it. I'm gonna imply it.
But also, I don't want to get on Ironity's bad side, so that's why I'm being ultra fair. Maybe his internet went out. Maybe. Sorry, Irony. I am such a fucking coward. So,
You know, Pixie, are you busy later today?
That will depend heavily on how many people Annika decides she needs to bring over at the rehearsal break and after rehearsal and all of that fun stuff.
bow, chicka, wow, wow. That sounded like a leading question, didn't it?
Well, no, because I wanted to talk to Pixie in private.
I know, I'm on go.
I'm not really sure. Super Munchkin keeps me guessing. She's
Of
not
course.
a planner like her. Well, there are certain things she'll plan. Like she's more like me. There are certain things we'll plan, but everything else is just kind of like minute by minute. We're very spontaneous peoples, I guess.
Nice.
Is it time for a musical interlude? Midnight?
No.
Alright, fair enough. I inferred that would be your answer, but I didn't know.
I'm debating on getting this Golden Ring game, dude. It's on all the video game people's channels, and it's fucking cool, dude.
I've just set up a second PC and then realised that I only have one mouse, so it doesn't really help because I can only use one at a time.
$60 though, dude. I don't want to spend $60. I'd rather spend $60 on toilet paper, dude.
Buy a Bible, that'll be cheaper.
Buy $60 worth of Bibles, dude.
I'll visit a motel. Normally get one free.
It better be a good one.
Oh yeah. Oh, you know.
$60 Bible's got to be pretty good, dude.
Double
They
up on
get
the
fucking expensive, dude. Leather bound.
Make sure it's King James because that is literally shit.
Oh no, not that.
Not literally, actually.
It's got rhinestones on it, dude. Something fancy.
Oh, that could be painful. So.
A gold fucking nugget put on it. This is G-Man. What's G-Man? G-Man's 15-second video. Let's see what this shit is, dude.
Can we have a discussion on how accurate the King James Bible is? Because I've noticed a lot of, particularly Americans, think it's like the best or only go by that. And I think it's widely agreed that it's one of the worst translations ever.
Definitely not the worst, but definitely not the best.
Yeah. I think we need a King James onlyist in the room to properly do that.
Aren't like a lot of Catholics like that, dude?
Not sure.
I don't think they like the King James Bible.
No, I don't know, dude.
I mean, even by not even asking, just by guessing from, inference.
No, I
it
think
it doesn't necessarily have the Apocrypha, and it was written by Protestants.
yeah, I think it's more like the old school traditionals or the fundamentalists, like the Church of Christ.
Pentecostal, you mean?
I see it used often by in America here.
Pentecostal's been picking up on it, but like Church of Christ was very big on King James only, and they are not Pentecostal by any stretch of the
What
imagination.
branch is that? I don't know.
Church of Christ, they're very like women can't speak up in church, women should wear dresses and skirts, and
Sounds
they
like
shouldn't
fucking Mormons, dude.
but and then like a lot of Baptists, certain fundamentalist Baptist groups prefer King James.
Yeah, I think it's
I also typically see a lot of conspiracy-minded people use it as well.
I don't know.
It's just in the 300 or 400 years since King James was written, we have learned a lot about language and translation and what was going on at the time. So basically, the later ones have to be bettered by.
I like how something somebody pointed out is that the people who wrote it specifically pointed out that it's like, hey, yeah, this may be wrong, and we're probably gonna have to edit it, and that when we get more information, people will probably correct us in the future as well, and it's why there's actually several editions of it. It's not just 1611; it got edited several times.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, there were several editions of the King James Bible, so even if you're King James only, you have to pick the right edition as well. That's funny.
Not to mention a technical translation from. Well, then there's also a bit of a technical translation from Old English to English.
Yeah.
That was from Hebrew. Like, it's fucking Hebrew like 2,000 years ago, dude. At least.
Well, Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek.
Yeah, Greek.
Yeah.
Well, they typically only had access to the Greek Septuagint as well as a younger version of the Hebrew text with a newer version of Hebrew.
Yeah. But like,
God is
it's
not
completely
the
different, dude, than English.
Yeah. God is not the author of confusion. He just wrote a book in 3 different languages, some of which died out, but he's not the author of confusion. Explain that one.
English, like, one word could mean fucking 17 different things, dude. It's ridiculous. And like, it's not like you can't get the gestalt of something right with English. A lot of times, it requires fucking paragraphs, dude. And other languages, you could do it in two sentences or something. You know.
I can tell you why that is. It's because we steal from French, German, like Latin. So we use everyone. Whether it would only be one word, we can choose from like 7 different languages, and they're all English.
Well, you dropped the ball when you didn't pick up the multiple words for love. It would have saved people a lot of arguments.
The agape and all that stuff.
Well,
yes.
Nowadays, the way we say that, we have to say, instead of say agape, we have to say 2 words into one to make it mean something. Like what's that one called? I forgot. It's basically equivalent to agape love. If I forgot what we call it, it's 2 words.
It's like love you have from your family, love you have like romantic love and all that. Yeah.
Something like that. I don't remember what it was. I know the last part obviously is love, but the first part I keep forgetting the name of.
The unconditional.
No, not unconditional. It's well, actually, then I guess it's secondary. Then you have to split it up in 2 words then. Because there's another one basically meaning non-sexual love. Like you love somebody, but it's not in a sexual way. Platonic, there we go.
Yeah.
So basically, I'm guessing if we're going to say agape, then we're split up into 2 at least. And each being, like you said, unconditional and platonic love rather than just saying 1 word.
People that can practice platonic love don't call women little girls.
Some might. That would be conditional, I think.
Platonic love is the hardest one, dude. I stay away from women. It's so difficult.
No, but platonic love is easier, like within families. Like it's easy not to like. It's easier to platonically love like a member of my family. It'd be weird if I didn't platonically.
There would be a joke there, but I don't want to make it.
But is there a difference in your platonic love for the men and the women of the species? Like, there's a difference, right? Like the expressions of platonic love for the sexes.
Not sure about that.
So, like, you can't go up to your sister after she did a good job at a basketball game and smack her in the ass and say "good job," right? Like, you could probably do that to a guy, right? You could probably do that to your brother joking around, and it wouldn't be as much of a big deal.
Yeah, the expressions would be different. Sorry, Krishna. In Christianity, agape is unconditional love, the highest form of love, charity, and the love of God for man and of man for God. This is in contrast to philia, brotherly love, or philatia. That's dangerous close to philatia. Self-love, as if embraces a universal, unconditional love that transcends and persists regardless of circumstance. So there you go. Cheers, Christian. What was that word again? Fallacious. I've never seen it written down. Give that as a fallacious.
Dude, my phone broke yesterday. I'm fucking pissed. I had to get a new one.
Does anyone
Sad
know
on
what
it.
it's that? Philotia.
Philotia.
All right, that's me.
Brotherly love.
There's at least 7. I think at least 4 are mentioned. And I think the rest are displayed, but not referred to by name with
Yeah,
using the Bible.
if we were gonna be stealing from all these languages, though, we definitely should have incorporated that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We messed up. That's one of the things we should have included. Yeah. It's like we have like 7 different words for like beef, because we have 7 different words for the animal that they came from. So in English, we have 7 different words where it should just be one.
For what?
Like beef. Beef is like
beef is just cow, right?
Cow, yeah. So we should just call it cow.
There's all different cuts, dude, right?
Yeah, but I mean just the general beef. It's le boeuf in French, but we also have the German word for it, which is different, and the Latin word for it, which is different. That's why.
Different names that we will refer to something as. You mean?
Yeah.
I'm guessing, like, say for example, for here in America, we have the mountain lion, but we also call it things like puma and whatnot.
Yeah.
Or cougar.
Yeah, cougar is another one,
Mm-hmm.
and it's also part of the reason why people came up with the the naming system in the first place, particularly given the idea of scientific names and using Latin, so there can be one universal word to refer to that thing as. You can still call it those other things. The scientific one will be whatever species name it is.
Like gorilla.
Yeah, like I say this word, and you infer my intention, and my intention is to tell you what the meaning of the word is.
Yeah, when that might not be your intent.
But that's an example of something that 100% of the time is correct, right? If I give you a particular species name, and you know what that species is out in, like that's it right there. Classification. Intention is completely.
What if they were lying? They were trying to misdirect you, but they were wrong. So they ended up being right, but they thought they were lying to you.
What if we develop a language like this, dude, that's able to signify intention clearly?
Good luck.
Oh yeah.
English is a pretty
difficult. Yeah.
I will say English is a pretty divisive language. Like it's a language that likes to break things down into classifications. Like there's words that exist for concepts in English that don't exist like in Cherokee, or we separate things the way like somebody in China wouldn't. For example, we don't have the word for goodbye, and like we don't have like cougar, mountain lion. It's just a word that means big cat. And then like in China, if you show them a picture of a sheep and you say, "What is this?" they will say sheep. And if you show them a picture of a goat and you say, "What is this?" they will say sheep. Because to them it is the same thing. Like they don't differentiate between the sheep and the goat like we do here.
That's kind of the thing, even with like the Bible. Like you'll have certain words that will be used to refer to things, and it's the way that those people at that time use it. And then say if we're seeing like the word say fish in itself, we're even looking at like say the great fish is one, like say that translation, the one everybody says, oh, whales, right? If we say the great fish, well, that's kind of like that old English way of speaking rather than our modern way of saying things. And even compared to the text, it's not necessarily a correct translation because the word there is monster. So the great sea monsters, for example. Which even then, if we say sea monster nowadays, we typically only think of, say, the kraken or a sea serpent. But if you were to rewind the clock to, say, in medieval era, if you were to say sea monster to them, it would mean something like it would include anything from a whale to a walrus.
Yeah, just a big thing that lived in water. Whether
Yeah.
it existed or not, kind of thing. Yeah.
You ever see someone take a shit in the pool, dude? That's pretty fucking
Probably could even be a large octopus, to be fair.
crazy ass kraken right there,
Yeah.
dude.
Or even that's even
It's
how like the word
monster.
monster itself was used, because it can literally refer to any kind of creature as a monster. Even today, if we say the word monster, we can even somewhat use it to refer to just say a random animal, like, oh, that lion was a monster,
Oh, a human. Like
or a human.
serial killer
Unknowns.
who's described as a monster.
Humans are the most vicious of them all.
Even that's an interesting one, that even the way the idea of a monster can be used to even demonize people. One obvious example would be the Nazis and how they demonized the Jews by referring to them as vampires and whatnot, to demonize them and adhere to that stupid belief of blood libel. But then even like say you can see it in say Japan, they're back in a really long time ago. I think it's the Heian period specifically. If you read about things called yokai, among many yokai, or even further back, they would just been called oni. There is one that has the face of a bull and a body of a spider, and it's extremely big. And you see it in some texts. Well, at the Heian period, the text talking about people going out and slaying this monster, that was basically a form of war propaganda against certain people known as, that would be typically called the Earth Spider Clan.
That one picture about the black people having large penises. That kind of is the same kind of thing. And
What, the
Chinese,
propaganda?
yeah,
Yeah, okay, so there were propaganda campaigns, right? And so they would attribute like an extra large phallic region to African American males, because that symbolized like testosterone and manhood, and so to them it was like a symbol of like hyperaggression and can't control themselves, you watch your women kind of a thing, right? And
Like an
during
obelisk.
Associating them as
right
Big old
during the
80s
war
arm, dude.
it became very common to like feminize the Asian troops we were combating, right? It was very common to feminize them and effeminate them and demasculate them. And so that's when a lot of rumors started going around that like, Asians have small penises and shit like that. It's also when we started floating things like carrots help your eyesight. That was another one. Eating carrots helps your eyesight. That was another one we started. Well, we didn't want the enemy to know about like it was some new technology. I don't know if it was like infrared or like radar. Or, we didn't want them to know about it, so we were just pretending that we were souping up our soldiers' eyesight, And they also tested misinformation campaigns, which is why that myth, that myth that says you eat so many spiders a year, like in your sleep or whatever, that's a myth. That was part of their like campaign they were testing like misinformation campaigns and stuff. It's all weird.
I've never eaten a spider, dude.
No, they were saying
if there's something in my mouth, I'm gonna wake up, dude. I have sleep
Yeah.
apnea. I just fucking wake up, dude. I have never once had anything enter my mouth.
But if it didn't, you wouldn't necessarily know it.
Of
Well,
course.
there's even like
How
I was
would you
gonna say
know if you didn't wake up?
What kind of spiders we talking about here, dude?
No, it's not real. It was a misinformation thing, but
never happened, dude.
but it went so
I'm saying if it
far.
didn't happen, you wouldn't know
But
it.
it went so far that I still hear people quoting it like these days.
How do people believe that?
I don't know.
No, just so you know that I am incredibly pedantic lyrics, just for future reference. I'm
If it's
incredibly
not 95%,
yeah.
like
I'm just-
it's open. It's open, dude. Whatever.
no.
It's a bit of a.
I'm just saying, if something did enter your mouth and you ate it, if you didn't wake up, then there's no way of you knowing it after the fact.
Yeah, but if you have something like sleep apnea, you're more than likely you're gonna wake up.
Yeah,
dude.
it's more than likely, yeah.
I have like military funness in my background, dude. It gives me
Yeah.
nightmares.
Or
I get up, dude. Like, I would know if there was something in my mouth. You wouldn't? You wouldn't know?
You probably-
anybody,
I'm
and
just saying if-
anybody, yeah, any veteran. I would assume any veteran would probably
Dude,
know.
I'm up all the
Right, my dad
time.
would have. He would have been like, bam.
I'm just saying that hypothetically, if it was so small that you couldn't even feel it. then
Oh, you mean
would-
like a tiny one?
Yeah, you would
Maybe, but like,
feel
dude,
it down and then-
I don't believe that.
I'm just saying
that's
it's possible.
misinformation, dude.
I was just
I
gonna say
inferred
in
that was
regards to
misinformation. Never happened, dude.
I was gonna say in regards to misinformation, there's a bit of a theory that the whole aliens at Roswell kind of thing was actually a misinformation campaign. To you know,
Probably is.
basically the idea is that there was some illegal government work going on, and because you know one of their things experiments failed, and kind of people and the theory is that they're using people with progeria in these tests to you know pilot some kind of new craft, but because it you know failed and blew up, they let the idea of it being aliens from outer space run into public consciousness, so that so it would lead people off the trail of what really happened.
Yeah, I read that as well. They didn't kind of refute it immediately because it served their purposes to let people think it was aliens.
Yeah.
Yeah. And sorry, I said Tommy, the link is there. I keep forgetting to post it.
There's even a bit of a theory, like within regards to some UFOs that people reported were actually Fugo balloons that Japan was using on America like during the war, and that what happened was that because one of the things that happened was they were trying to test these Fugo balloons and drop bombs and scare people, right? Well, part of the thing that the American government did was present forth misinformation by not reporting on it and telling like news reporters to not report on the balloons.
Yeah, plus they were useless as well because America is most of it is kind of wasteland because of the size of it. The balloons didn't have a chance in hell of hitting anything, just on probability, like. Yeah.
And it's theorized that people may have saw these balloons and thought they were UFOs or something without knowing what they actually were.
Yeah. Welcome back, Tommy. Good to see you.
Thank you again. Thank you.
I've seen things in the sky shoot across really fast. I don't know what it was. I've seen that phenomenon before. I've seen drones probably a lot. Like the inference came a lot sooner than most other people, dude. With a lot of these things. Like we've had drones for a long time, dude, like since the 50s.
I think with UFOs and that, the problem is like with scale, because something could be really close and moving normally, or far away and moving dead fast.
You can't guess. I couldn't guess the distance at all. Dude.
Yeah, without knowing the scale and how far away it was.
That's also kind of why. That's also kind of why Megalodon claims are kind of dumb, because they'll say, they'll show a video and they'll say, "Oh, we saw this giant shark. It was a megalodon, right?" But part of it has to do with what people think of megalodons, which they think of them in the description of a great white shark, though that probably is not what they look like. So they more than likely just saw a really big great white. And secondarily, say if they have a video or picture without the boat next to it for, say, scale, you can't really get a scale out in the ocean.
Yeah. That's where a lot of the things from Loch Ness, Loch Ness Monster, because there's no scale, there's no way you can work it out, even like the fakes or what people think are, at least genuinely shots. That's why you can't work
You should take a week, dude, and every night for like 2 hours, just look up in the sky. Just for real, just try doing it and see what happens. A lot of people have never really stared at the sky before, dude. But there is a lot of stuff going on, dude.
Yeah.
If you stare at the sky.
And I bet a lot of people who just started to do that would think, what the hell is that? And then someone who knew
I'm up in
what they
Denver,
were
dude. I'm like a mile up from I'm more than that. I think I'm like 6,000 feet above sea level, dude. And there's no clouds a lot of times. And you can see a lot of fucking stars, dude. And I used to live in Massachusetts, which was like at sea level, and there's a huge difference, dude. I was blown away. And then when you go up in the mountains, like I've been up in the Rockies a couple times, like on vacation, and looking at the sky, you can see like constellations, or not constellation. You can see like I don't certain levels of light are not blocked off, dude, right? So it looks
Yeah.
like a fucking picture almost, dude. Where you can see like nebula and stuff, dude.
Yeah, if you live like near a town or in a town, they reckon the light pollution is so bad that it's a lot worse than like say up in Britain or something.
I used to stay at this place called Glenwood Springs, and it's in the Colorado mountains, and it's like 11,000 feet up, or something like that, dude. I played guitar on the mountain up there, and the sky was just fucking so crazy, dude. And the legal weed, right? And you go there, and it's good, and stare at the sky, dude. And they got this spring. There's a hot spring.
You sound like a real hippie.
Dude, you go to these springs, dude. These springs, right? If you smoke some weed and there's these hot mineral springs where I go on vacation. I've been there like 6 times since I've been here. And there's another pool, a regular chlorine, kind of chlorine. There's not that much chlorine in it, but there's a regular pool off to the start, and it's cold. So you get in 107-degree water, dude. Mineral water. It smells like alkalines, dude, and it makes your skin all fucking like heal and shit. Like it rejuvenates your entire body, dude. And then if you go in the cold water, and then in the hot water, and then in the cold water, and if you do this in the winter, dude, when it's fucking freezing out, you will have an experience, bro. And if you smoke a little weed with it too, you will, and you just look out, you will fucking, it's an unbelievable feeling, dude.
I would imagine your skin gets kind of prune-like, possible.
You're not even worrying about that because your body is like floaty, dude. Like you have like this kind of like, if you go to the cold and the hot back and forth, and you get your body all like fucking you're freezing and shivering, dude. And then the next minute you're like, holy shit, this is so hot. If you do that a bunch, dude, and the minerals and the smell and stuff, you fucking get crazy high, dude.
Can I bring it down and ask about penis size after? I mean shrinkage. How much?
Actually, there is no shrinkage in these pools.
No.
Because they're so hot, dude.
Yeah. I mean, when you go to the cold from the hot.
Dude, I don't even There's piles of people there, right? There's probably, I'm trying to think how many, there was like 15 pools where I went.
Is it kind of like the one in Pagosa Springs?
I haven't been there. Where is that?
It's in Colorado, but it's closer to like the New Mexico border, I would say.
No. I'm like north of Denver. I'm near.
Oh my gosh, I love Denver. Okay, I was born in Denver. I want to go back to Colorado so bad.
Dude, Denver sucks now. I've been here since 2015, and there's been a noticeable decline.
I was looking at
COVID,
like Manitou Springs or somewhere around Florissant, but I don't know.
Glenwood's it's like past Vail. It's like 2 exits past Vail.
Okay.
Up in the mountains.
Yeah.
I know you got to go through Vail, and you got to go through. I don't know. It's on the way to Fort Collins. That's all I know.
So Fort Collins would be past you.
Oh yeah, it's probably like halfway to Fort Collins from Denver.
Okay, I know that area kind of. Yeah. Not as much. And then I've seen the green side of Colorado too, like over by Durango.
Yeah, I've driven to. My wife has relatives in Nebraska, so we've pretty much gone east. We like drove there,
Yeah, that Chimney Rock area is pretty.
It's very flat, but it's nice. And Nebraska is very flat and full of corn.
Yeah, I lived in Kansas at one point. You want to talk about flat and boring?
I grew up in Massachusetts, so like I'm in the mountains. So it's weird living here. It's nice being next to mountains, but they're way too big to climb.
I mean, I live close to a canyon, and that's pretty cool. But I still miss the trees and the mountains, and it's just not cutting it.
Yeah.
I went to Puckering Springs.
Ooh.
That's what they call the sauna at south of the border theme park.
Water
Motel.
parks, dude.
Yeah, it's a kind of an old theme park called South of the Border, and it's on I-95, right off I-95, exit 3, and they've got a motel there with a heart-shaped bed in the honeymoon suite, and they call their sauna Puckering Springs.
Decent. Heart-shaped beds are pretty fucking. That's what's up, dude. Yeah. Dude, we need to go on vacation. It's been like a year. We're getting fucking stressed.
Guaranteed bed bug free or your money back.
We were thinking about renting out a cabin thing, somewhere in the fucking mountains. I can't remember where it is. For like 2 days or something because it's so fucking expensive.
This is gonna sound weird, but I want to take Super Munchkin to an observatory this year.
St. Tommy, where are you right now?
In my skin, in my kingdom.
But like, where is the kingdom next to? Is there any sort of state that you're in anywhere?
I'm kind of near South Carolina.
A constant state of South Carolina? All right.
I assume
I didn't know if you were downtown.
in Florida or something.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm through with Florida.
I went
hear
to
that,
Florida
bro.
once. I went to Florida once, and it was in the middle of the summer, and it was so bad. It was bad. I mean, we had fun, but like I remember walking out the door to the place we were staying at, which was all of 2 blocks from the beach, mind you. So we walk out the door, and Super Munchkin's like, "Let's go to the beach," and I make it down the stairs, and all I can think is, yeah, but we're jumping in the pool first because this is nonsense.
Swamp ass, as soon as you get outside.
Yeah, I was like, we can go after I jump in the pool because I'm not gonna make it 2 blocks.
I saw my first armadillo in Florida.
Oh yeah, dude.
Where was I when I saw my first armadillo?
They
Was
got
it
prairie
Oklahoma
dogs,
or
dude.
Arkansas? I don't know. It was one of the two.
You ever see a prairie dog?
Yes.
They're my favorite, I think. Right
Now, I've never been able to find it again, but twice I have stumbled across this park. It's in Denver. It's somewhere nearish the airport.
Yep. Oh yeah,
And
yeah. Right alongside the street, dude.
Yeah, you pulled in, and like it's like a, I don't know, like a quarter of a mile, half a mile. The first part of this park is nothing but like a huge prairie dog field. But you can like walk in there, and if you walk past the prairie dog field, there's this like paved like sidewalk path, and it goes by this like little stream, and you go under bridges, and it's through this like park of trees. A couple of snakes in there, but yeah, like but the whole first part of the park is nothing but like this huge prairie dog field, and they're so cute.
Love dogs.
Meerkat Manor.
They have rabbits where I'm at. Like right in my bush out front, there's like a pack of rabbits. They're everywhere, which is cute because I wake up and I look outside and there's a fucking rabbit just right there. And what are they called? Not coyotes, but something that howls pretty fucking loud. I'll tell you that, dude.
Foxes. You got foxes.
We got some big cats. Something out here, dude.
Foxes scream.
Yeah, they do. I don't think it's foxes. I think it's something bigger, dude. I've heard foxes before, and they're kind of high pitched, like vibrato kind of thing, dude. And these cats are like more of the roaring type.
Are they lynx?
Could be. There's a
Or
pack of them that ran.
bobcats.
That's what I think. I think it's bobcats, dude. Well, I could be wrong. I've
Russian
seen some of the
blues.
distance, but like the distance was pretty. It was like 500 feet away. I couldn't really tell what it was. I've seen that a couple times. And one time when I was walking to work out here, I ran into a pack of deer, and they were big motherfucking deers, dude. Scared the shit out of me. I thought I was gonna get killed.
I'd be afraid to run into like a moose or something. Moose are ginormous.
Dude, those deers were
I
massive.
got snorted by a buck one time coming out of my storage barn at 3 a.m.
Oh, but that had to hurt, dude.
It freaked me out a little bit.
Yeah. I was like standing up, and I'm not exceptionally tall, but like this thing was at my height, and I was like, oh God. And there was 3 other ones, and this was the male, and the other 3 were there was 2 kids and a mom or whatever, and they were reasonably much bigger than I was, dude. And they looked at me, and I looked at them. Ugh. Fucking big ass raccoons, dude. Fuck Colorado, dude.
You got possums?
I want to go back to Colorado.
It's cool. This old place that I was at, the first place I was here, had fat motherfucking raccoons in the trash cans, and there were skunks, and I almost got sprayed. We had a duel, dude, and
Oh shit.
I ran away like a bitch. And the farther north I go, it's like the larger the animals get, dude. It's cool. I can see the mountains. That's all I care about, dude. They're right there, like 10 miles away.
Of course, they're bigger, less human interference, more natural food sources.
Where I live at, there's a lot of undisturbed land, like land that's getting ready to get built on, you know. But right now, the town's really small. In 20 years, it's going to be huge. But we came here early. I can buy a house soon. I like Colorado because of the school system. That's been the most impressive thing that I've seen. I grew up having a Massachusetts education when it was actually a good thing, dude. And it's better than that. It's more well resourced. He's in a brand new school. It's good.
Well, especially since they legalized, they've been using some of the proceeds from that for their schools and their roads and stuff, which is great. Makes the education system that much better there.
It does. It's
Nothing like critical race theory to put a spin on things.
you just
Sorry,
gotta like
that was
baptize
harsh.
them before
Sorry.
they go to school every day, dude.
Sorry.
I am godfather to mixed race children. My family will never have that nonsense.
I'm a mixed race child myself.
My wife's best friend's black, dude, and we hang out all the time. And I have black people in my family. My cousin's black, and my aunt are, dude. There's even gay people in there too, dude. Gay
I
relatives.
thought there was only one human race.
I know. If you look at me and my cousin, dude, my cousin's like a hot me that's black. Fucking weird, dude. But it's cool. She's my cousin. It's crazy ass cousin, dude. She married some mayor of a town in Massachusetts. Her sugar daddy. She's doing good now. I don't want to name the town, but it's pretty funny. And she acts. She does like theater. That's what she's done her whole life, theater. Like plays and shit.
I love theater.
I believe, I can't remember what she was in that was like reasonably big. She went to New York for a couple of years and did like some hoodly doodly, and then after that she kind of just chased it. But right now she's in something. She's doing all these Facebook posts about it. She looks like it's like the cost. I think they're called clappers or something. Or what were like women from like the 1920s called? Like
Flappers.
Flappers.
Flappers. There you go. She's all flappered out, dude, in the play.
So I've just seen your name. What was that? Shani's Last Tooth?
Shani's Last Tooth? Yeah.
Yeah.
Shady's teeth have been fighting each other these days, dude.
Have you been keeping up on Shani?
She's one of my favorites.
Cool.
I watch G-Man and I watch Shani mostly because of Rev. I could really care less about fucking Shani. She's a
Yeah, I like Rev.
whatever, but I really like Rev. Rev's a good guy, I'm tell you.
Yeah. I always got on with Rev.
We've had a couple spats. Remember St. Tommy? You were there probably.
Oh, it was 100 years ago.
That was like a decade ago, dude.
Yeah.
Revelation nudes.
Him yelling at Nadia.
I forgot about Nadia and him, dude. And then he got with Shani. I love it, dude. Rev's got a great life. That's why I've been so enthused about following him this past decade, dude, because twists and turns and everything. It's great, man.
Who'd have thunk it?
Who would have thunk it, dude?
I used to be a moderator on Shani's channel. She liked me for some reason. Like one of the few atheists. Yeah. But
Yeah.
I had to give it up because all the atheists started having a go at me.
I don't
Why-
worry about what
why
people
you
say
mod?
I am or anything, dude. I don't care about that shit. You know what I
Yeah.
am, dude? I have no idea. I got no idea, dude. I'm me. That's who I am.
Fuck them all.
Sometimes atheism suits me. Sometimes pantheism or even theism. Sometimes whatever gets the job done at the end of the day, dude.
Oh, you know Sir, don't you? He describes himself as atheist, theist, pantheist. He just covers all bases.
I have no idea
That's a
what's
real
going
good way
on.
to do it. Yeah, that's a real good way of doing it. Like, yeah.
Because like
No,
some
it's-
people's conceptions of what God is are more plausible than others. And some of the concepts that I glean from religion are very beneficial, dude, and have improved my life a lot, but it took me a long time to understand them.
Yeah. I think like the Bible and all the religious writings, they do have good things in them. You should read them, take the good, leave the bad, but not believe with the like superstition. What's it called? Supernatural. Just take the good things in it that you find, and you know they are good books. It's just it doesn't matter whether they're true or not. Oh, sorry, it does matter, but there's good either way. There's good and bad either way. I wouldn't live your life by them. Just take what's good.
I think if there's a God, dude, I don't think it's like this personal God that everyone thinks it is. That's one thing that I think I've ruled out by my experience. I don't think people have like, I'm not going to say personal revelation, because I think that a lot of times that is an inference, right? It's just an idea that pops into your head that kind of that people just put a label on something that they don't really understand, you know. And I'm not saying that I do, but I've had revelatory, I guess, moments in my life, right? I've had transcendental experiences in my life, and they're not easily explained.
Yeah.
Right? Because if you saw me like 20 years ago and who I am now, they're not the same at all. Completely different person. And even some of that time I chose to do something, right? I wasn't just being affected by life. I was like able to choose, you know? And I know that. Go ahead.
Could I ask, even if you couldn't explain something, would you be justified in saying, well, then it's God? Surely, if it's unexplained,
It
it's just
depends on
unexplained.
what the thing, what the criteria it falls under, the phenomenon that it falls under.
Yeah.
I don't
Like,
usually traffic. I don't usually traffic in moralism or moral imperatives, but when I do for educational purposes, I think that we should hoodly doodly doodly do and eep op orp ooh ah ah. Every one of us.
Oh,
Yeah.
mbop. Mbop. Welcome, Heavy Rules All. Good to see you. Join if you can. Yeah, but a lot of people do that. If they can't explain something, then they feel justified in saying, well, therefore it's God. And it's not.
What do you
can't
mean?
explain
Like I broke my foot. Ouchie, bad God. Like, are we talking about just raising your fist at God? Or
I
what
got
are we talking
laid,
about?
therefore God exists.
So they have like an experience and they can't explain it. The fact that they can't explain it, they feel it's all right to say, therefore it's God. And I'm not saying it's not God. I'm just saying
God
you're
of the
not just.
gaps argument, dude.
Yeah, basically.
Well, I
yeah.
mean, that's just them. That's just the human proclivity to like be in the constant state that we are, right? Like if I don't know, dude. We try to maintain our beliefs, right, and conform reality to what our beliefs are. A lot of times, there's an interplay between reality and ours, but I think a lot of time people like just talking to people. People just believe whatever the fuck they want, dude, and they build a life based around that. And whether it's good or it's bad, it's up to you to decide, right? But like, people believe a lot of fucking crazy shit, dude.
Yeah. I've noticed that. Plus, they'll believe that stuff, then read the Bible and attribute that to God, or read the Bible in such a way that it agrees with their already held positions on things. A lot of that goes on.
Everyone tries to conform to their beliefs. So like even if you're an atheist, it doesn't matter. Like the way that you interpret the world is going to be through that particular lens, and that particular lens the ego tries to maintain semblance of authority over the structure of your mind. So it constantly, like, people are not very open-minded, right? And they believe, you deal with it all the time. They believe that they're right all the time, and they can't talk about it, or they just believe it, right?
Yeah.
I was
it's just confirmation bias. But I don't think there's any way to completely get rid of that. Even if you're aware of it, I don't think you can completely. I think it's automatic.
No, it's impossible, dude. It's impossible to even be aware of all of it.
Yeah. I agree.
I was weaned and partially toilet trained by the time I was 11.
No, that's impressive. Hello, Candice. Thanks for joining.
11, dude. Shit in your pants at 11.
Oh, hey guys. Hey guys, how's it going? How's it going? Hi, Tommy.
Hello.
Hi, Pixie. Hi, Shanice Lesto. And
Num lyrics.
Krishna. Hi, Krishna. Don't let me interrupt you guys.
Yeah, but I think that's a lot of it. It's confirmation bias. You can't get rid of all your biases, and like you say, you're not aware of them necessarily all the time. Or
have you gotten lots of positive? Have you gotten positive life results from your atheistic view? Like, is knowing the truth benefit you?
It depends, and it's different with atheists to theists. Because
they both think that they're true. So is your truth, is your atheistic truth, is it producing what you want?
No, I think I'd be better off as a theist, to be honest.
You're a theist?
Oh,
no,
I'm gonna say the other way.
I think in many ways I'd be better off if I was a theist. I am an atheist, but like, the community of going to church and that, and like 90% of the population of Earth is theist, so I think it'd be best for me personally if I was a theist. I don't think it's helping me in particular.
I think I'm doing just fine.
How do you know you're doing fine?
But could you be doing better if you were a theist?
Well, of course, no, I don't think I would be doing better as a theist, but that's where my experience is different, right? Like I grew up in church every single time the doors were open. My grandfather was a preacher, and I adored him, right? He's one of the best people I have ever known. But try as hard as I could, like I was never convinced, and I've explored other religions, and I'm still not convinced of any of it. And I see my perception of this text, which I am working to view the text in a different perspective, but my perspective of this of any of the texts has been watching people construct a God, not God giving something to people, right? Like it just, that connection has never been there. Are there principles in there? Sure, but those same principles are found in like humanitarianism, which is not religious at all. So I've never found something in religion that I could not institute without it. Am I the perfect version of myself? Absolutely not. Do I still work on myself constantly? Sure. But do I have a life that I am happy in and generally happy with? Absolutely. I wouldn't say that I'm not content or that I identify with like this hole that people talk about trying to fill. I don't identify with that.
Yeah. But I mean, as far as like being an atheist, has that benefited your life? All atheism is I don't believe in God. I don't know why that could.
He didn't ask if atheism benefited my life. He asked if my atheistic worldview has benefited me. And if I'm happy with where I'm at, then I've got to assume that it has, right?
I'm sorry, I'm going to be basically, there is no atheistic worldview. Atheist is one single answer to one single question.
Right, but that's why I said my particular atheistic worldview.
It's not. Yeah, I was just being pedantic about worldview. It's not a worldview. Atheism.
Right, but I have a worldview based on my perceptions.
Yeah, you have a worldview. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So my atheistic or agnostic worldview, whatever you want to call it, my perspective is I'm fine without it.
No, you have a worldview, but it's not an atheistic worldview. It's a worldview, but it's not based on atheism because atheism is only one.
Not atheism as in the term like describing all atheists as a collective, right? But atheism is in the aspect as like instead of saying your Christian worldview, I would say your theistic worldview because it's influenced by a theistic belief rather than an atheistic belief.
Will the real Christian worldview please rise from the dead?
Please stand up.
You know what I'm saying though? Like I understand what you're saying, but that's not the way I was trying to use the word.
All right, that's right. I'll let it go this time, but I'm not happy with it.
That's fair.
Yeah, so I'm saying that's different. Like, if you're a Christian, you get a lot of tenets, you get a lot of rules, what you should do, what you shouldn't do. I'm saying with atheism, it's different. You don't get any of that. That's what I'm saying.
Who said that?
No, I mean, if you're a Christian, you read the Bible, then there's a lot of rules to live your life by. Whereas if you're an atheist, you don't get any rules or anything.
Yes, you do. They're just social contracts. They're social contracts. They're laws that your government has instituted, things you've voted. But it's still a set of rules, right? It's just done by social contract rather than theistic dictation.
That's nothing to do with atheism. You don't get them from atheism.
You're withheld to your family for certain obligations, regardless of your theological position, dude.
Everyone's subject to those rules, society's rules. I'm saying that has nothing to do with whether you're an atheist or not.
Okay, but then Lyric brought up a better point than I did. Lyric brought up a better point than I did. You have like rules and responsibilities to your family members.
Yeah, but everyone has
that. That's what we base our law on, dude.
I'm saying when you're a Christian, you get extra rules that you have to live by.
Everyone has extra ones. What are the extra ones that I have to do if I was a Christian that you don't have to do?
Anything that's in the Bible. Any rules that are in the Bible come from the Bible.
Oh, you mean like the don't eat shrimp, don't eat from an orchard?
Laws, dude, or what is it? These are
that's the Jews' law.
Not Jews, right?
Yeah, that's the Jews. That's not the Christians. The Christians don't have any rules. The Christians have liberty.
Well,
That's right. No
Mhm.
rules. Now there are some commands like love one another, but
I think he, I was gonna say I think he was pretty big on the love each other thing.
yeah, love one another. That's not thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, mind, soul, and strength. Love your neighbor as yourself. That's the law, and the law is not of faith. It is written.
But
So
if you just
heads up, Wildheart. The Jewish law is not Christianity. Welcome to enlightenment.
I'm not saying that.
order,
I'm
dude.
saying
Love your brother.
if you just take the Ten Commandments, I'm saying if you're a Christian, you have to live by those rules.
No.
I didn't mean the commandment to love. I meant in his examples, in his parables, right? He seemed to exude like a non-judgmental, like a sort of compassion and grace that wasn't typically in society or something, right? Like the not stoning the prostitute, the like he exuded grace and compassion and forgiveness, which it's not commanded, but if he's telling you that you should try to follow that example, then that seems to be something you should be at least inclined to strive for.
It says
Sorry,
you.
I'm
It says you.
I'm
But
getting
Wildheart. Wildheart.
I said seems to be.
I'm getting lost.
It says
I
you.
said,
Seems like
I
you
said
know
the Ten-
what God wants, dude.
I said if you take the Ten.
Christians are dead to the law, dead to sin, and
Can I get a
alive
sentence
in
out,
Christ
please?
Jesus.
I'm sorry, my microphone stopped. Can I get a sentence out? If you just take the Ten Commandments, I said, if you're a Christian, you have to obey the Ten Commandments, and someone said no.
No, that's inaccurate. That's theologically inaccurate, Wildheart.
Go on then, explain why.
Because the law is fulfilled, and we are redeemed from the curse of the law. Everyone in Christ Jesus is dead to the law, dead to sin, and alive in Christ Jesus.
So, should you follow the Ten Commandments? Not must you, but should you?
I'm not Jewish. I'm not Jewish. I'm dead to the law, dead to sin, and alive in Christ Jesus.
I think through any spiritual awakening, a larger grasp of the situation comes to you, and the infinite becomes a little bit clearer, and some action that I do changes, right? So something that makes my being not perform to the function that I want it to is shown to me. God shows it to me through my reality, right? And then I'm faced with the choice of either living on the cross and accepting it, or rising again, rising over it, right? Like that perspective. And I remember before when I didn't understand that when I wasn't aware of that. And I'm not saying that like just those words, but like when you really fucking understand something in your being and you are able to incorporate it and other people can see it, right? Like I've done that so much that my behaviors adjust automatically. And it's not like, what do you mean you don't follow the 10 Commandments? Dude, it's so beyond my grasp that I want to steal or kill or fucking blaspheme or whatever. Like it's not even in my radar, dude, because I'm not trying to act like a complete degenerate.
But my original point was that if you're a Christian, you have more rules that you should follow, more guidelines.
It's just common sense things that pop into your mind logically based on experience, right? It's not good for me to go and walk up and punch someone right in the face, dude. That will bring consequences, right? Spiritual awakenings are that on a different level, dude. Right?
But if I could just take the first of the commandments, like a Christian, they shall have no God before me. They have to follow that rule. I don't as an atheist. Therefore, Christians have more rules that they have to go by than atheists.
But in what way?
You're inaccurate about that, Wildheart. Heads up. You're inaccurate. Anyone in Christ Jesus does not have to follow the 10 Commandments, whatever that means. Your understanding of
your Orthodox Christian, your normal Christian. Every Christian disagrees on all that.
shit.
I'm saying your normal Christian will follow the Ten Commandments, and one of them is to have no gods before me. If I don't believe in a God, that's one more rule that the Christian
What
has.
does that mean, though? That means not to succumb yourself to ideology, dude.
Are
Yeah,
you
I'm saying
calling me
That's what that
abnormal?
means, dude. To not allow your brain to succumb to ideology. To any
It doesn't
ideology.
matter what the rule is. I'm just saying that's one more rule that the Christian has that the atheist doesn't have.
So you think it's all right to be like afflicted under ideology?
No.
You know what that means?
No, that wasn't what I
Like
was
being a Nazi, dude. Like being on the SS and killing Jews because this ideology takes precedence over your moral compass.
No, what I'm saying is, if you're a Christian and you follow the Ten Commandments, you have more rules than an atheist. More rules. It doesn't matter whether the rules are right or wrong. It doesn't matter what the rules are. I'm just saying you have more than the atheist.
You're wrong about that. Your understanding of what constitutes normal Christianity is evidently growing.
Right, so tell me, do you have anything in the Bible that you count as a rule? Anything from the Bible that you count as a rule?
The law has 613 ordinances, precepts, and commandments, and I'm dead to every one of them.
Right,
Shrimp, premarital, shrimp eating, all of them.
Right, so that
all of them. And
I was technically wrong then. That's fair enough.
the Apostle Paul said that to account yourself dead to the law, dead to sin, and alive in Christ Jesus. So, yes.
Should you believe in God based on the Bible, St. John?
Well, if you're using should as a moral imperative, it is not required. Faith is not a work you have to poop out hard enough.
Does the Bible tell you to believe in God?
What part of the Bible? Leviticus 3:16.
Any parts of the Bible? Any.
Well, the law says the law does. The law says you got to love God.
Right,
but again, the law is fulfilled, so we don't have to worry. Excuse me, I don't have to worry about that.
No, believe. I didn't say love. Does the Bible say that you should believe in God?
What part of the Bible?
Any part of the Bible. Take your pick.
Leviticus says, "Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, mind, soul, and strength." But look, the law is fulfilled.
Love is different than believe.
That's part of the Bible.
But I still argue that we have social constructs to worry about.
You're changing it though, said Tommy. I asked, does the Bible say you should believe in God? Not should you
and
love God?
and I asked which part.
And I said any part.
And I said Leviticus. I said, and I quoted the law, Leviticus. And
Yes,
then I suggested to your eardrums that the law.
What does Leviticus say though? It says love, not believe. I asked about, does it say anywhere in the Bible that you should believe in God?
Oh, I'll have to get back with you on that.
All right, no problem.
I haven't met an Abrahamic religion that doesn't.
Yeah, I would be surprised if it didn't. I don't know for certain.
Well, look, belief is not a requirement by God. It is a gift from God.
Yeah, it is.
See, I've been told so many times that if I don't believe in Jesus, I'm going to hell.
Well, maybe you've been misinformed. Maybe you've been misinformed about what belief is.
That's possible. That's possible.
Belief is an assurance. It's an assurance. It's not a key that you got to turn or something you got to do. It's not a work. Belief is, if you look again, belief is an assurance. It's called the word of faith.
Like a gift, dude.
Yeah. So be comforted. If you find yourself believing, be comforted.
Well, I tried to for a long time. But I'm comforted anyway.
Oh, good. That's good.
So I've just seen inside chat someone said, while that is going, I'll put that comment up.
God provides everything. If he wants you to believe, you will.
I get what he's saying, but I still disagree because because even if you took religion out of the picture, society would still have rules to go by, just by nature of making social contracts with each other. I don't think a lack of theistic belief saves you from rules.
No, I'm not saying you have no rules in there.
Oh.
I'm saying I'm saying that atheism doesn't contain any rules. We still have those rules. I'm not saying you have no rules as an atheist.
Right? No, Bond did in the chat. Bond did.
All right, sorry. Yeah, I'm saying that as a theist, you have more rules than an atheist does.
What
Because you have
about what about "Thou shalt not be racist"
Is that in the Ten
or
Commandments? I don't think
misogynistic?
that's anywhere in the Bible, actually, because the Bible is
No,
quite
that's
basic.
that's the Marxist commandment, isn't it?
Well, it's not working very well because
It-
they're all over the place.
it's the-
Sometimes here.
Oh,
But there's
God.
victims being thrown down into society, and whether you want to you can believe whatever you want. I went out to get a burger with my wife, and her parents came by to watch the kid, dude. And we went out and we were there for like an hour and a half, right? And all of the people were acting so fucking weird, dude. Like COVID has completely fucked with everyone, real bad. Right? They're all
It's like
skittish.
people forgot how to act in society.
Yeah, dude. Right?
Like they have no social cues anymore. They done
Yes.
lost it.
And there's all these dictums that come down that have been put down through the news and through the internet. These new ways of doing things, or whatever the fuck that means, dude.
Can you just make a point before I forget it?
Commandments, dude. Almost like religious commandments from atheists, dude. That's what it seems like to me, dude.
God has favoured people, the Israelites. That is racist in itself. So to say that, racism doesn't exist in the Bible or isn't promoted is wrong, in my
To
opinion.
say that atheism doesn't have a moral compass is silly, because the people that are, then why do they exude a value system?
Yes, we do.
Not atheism.
The idea. No, hold on. The idea that.
Let me explain this. Atheism is, do you believe in a God? Atheism is, no, I don't. That is the entirety of atheism.
Okay, that's fair. You have to add things on to get moral value, like the
Yeah.
humanistic. Like,
Where do you
like
get your
the,
moral value from, dude?
Other things. It's not atheism.
Such as?
Secular humanism.
What does that mean?
Society.
Society,
A lot of
right?
things.
You think
Yeah,
that
but
a
none of it's
person that
atheism.
believes in God doesn't get the same thing?
Yeah, they get the same thing as well.
Same thing, right?
But they get additional things from their religion. That was the point.
well, he's saying you have to add on secular humanism to get the
Yeah.
additional rules. You don't get those
Yeah.
from just being atheist.
They seem to be like people
Yeah,
that are
they're-
atheists that are
this is why they're
popular
connected.
also promote secular humanism. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
This
Yeah.
is
But
like
I-
atheism plus. Remember back in the day when the whole movement
Yeah, I
happened
remember.
after Gamergate and all these crazy fucking people started spouting off the Zeitgeist movie and all that nonsense, right? Remember that?
I'm saying atheism is, do you believe in a God? No. That is atheism.
That's not
to
what
get
it is
more-
anymore.
Right,
dude.
but I'm just saying that, and like you said, more rules and rules is a distinction.
Yeah.
I was just saying that doesn't save you from rules.
You have to get them from somewhere else.
I believe that atheists, people that are atheists, have a particular set of moral rules. Most every person that I know that's an atheist is
That's
like
true.
pro-abortion or socialist or some random just unknown kind of
That's
economic theory that they don't really know what the fuck you're talking about, right?
That's true, but they don't get that from atheism. It's because a lot of atheists are secular humanists.
Why do atheists
But
have
they get
this?
the morals. They get the morals from secular humanism. They don't get their morals from atheism. It's
Do you
impossible.
see how
to
those
get-
two are kind of combined and meshed?
Yeah, they are combined.
I think it doesn't really matter what your theology is. We all develop
Oh,
a
it does
moral
very much,
compass
dude.
based on our experience in life and the people in our lives and the examples that have been shown to us and reasoning, right? Like I don't think any one particular belief is responsible for an individual's moral compass. I think it's developed, and that's why you can have multiple people have the same belief and still have varying multiple compasses.
Yeah. That's why they say atheism is like herding cats. Because once you're an atheist, which is I don't believe in a God, then you have to go somewhere else for all your morals and all that stuff that religion provides.
But I'm saying
why-
not even religion provides it effectively. You can talk to two different Christians with two completely different set of morals. You can compare a you could compare a church that goes out and helps its neighborhood every chance they get to Westboro Baptist Church. These are not the same moral compasses. I don't think an individual's moral compass is derived from theology alone, though it may be one of the influencing factors, just as
Yeah.
experiences of people in your life are.
Yeah, that's what I meant. It's influenced by that. But like you said, society and your family.
Religion's like a bunch of stories, right? And it's the lessons gleaned from a bunch of stories, and the stories are different. Like the story that you have in your head is different than St. Tommy's, right? And they're fundamentally like the big word that you use is atheist, and he uses Christian, right? Like so, but there's a whole what Pixie like a worldview, right? There's a whole way of seeing the world and way of acting that's associated with that particular choice, right? And people are evil and people are good, and it doesn't really matter. But I think that ultimately, like religion doesn't even really deal with moral, like it's not gonna make you like a fucking moral person, dude. Right? If you find Jesus, how many Jesus freaks love to just rip off like church people? Just give me that tithe, give me all that money, getting ripped off hardcore. It doesn't make you a moral person. It's just a way of seeing the world, right?
Yeah.
And like you see the world differently than St. Tommy does. And because of the way that you see the world differently, you act differently, right? And you have a different moral, for the most part, a different moral system, even though there's kind of just a basic innate human moral thing that we have, but it's tinged with religion, right? But we all know not to hurt someone purposefully, right? I know not to injure you to the point of incapacitation, like with my words or my like there's certain like what Pixie said, there's certain societal norms that we have regardless of our religion, right? If you're a mature adult that's able to handle conversations correctly, right? There should be no problem between atheists and religious people talking to each other, or even right? Like I can't say that you're a bad person because you're an atheist or that you're a good person.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't like the connotation of you're an immoral person because you're an atheist, or you're an immoral person because you're a Christian, right? You're probably an immoral person because you're a fucking immoral person, dude, and you should get your shit together.
Although from a Christian point of view, you can say you're immoral because you're atheist, because one of the morals is to believe in God. And
that's
Christians
not a moral, dude.
No, but Christians said that Christians from the Bible, fundamentalist Christians said that it is obvious from due to the universe exists. It's obvious just from that God exists. And if you don't believe that, you are immoral. Therefore, atheism. If you're an atheist, you are immoral.
Whack jobs, dude. I'm talking about normal people that have a reasonable grasp of what they're talking about, right? That don't live like just absolute crazy lives. People that act the way that they talk, and people that try to do like the right thing. At least try to. At least say that you're trying to, right? Like I'm not talking about fake fucking phony people who don't incorporate religious wisdom or knowledge, dude. Who just spout off hate. That's not, that's not good when atheists do that, dude. So it's of course it's not good when Christians do that. We're not talking about those people, dude. Those are bad people, dude.
Can I just respond to Bond, then I can take this comment down?
Yes, Bond. I concur.
He says clearly there are rules atheists must live by. No, you are incorrect. Atheism is I don't believe in a God. That is the one rule to be an atheist. That is the one rule. That
cancels out all of religious experience.
No, I'm saying that is one rule. All you need.
What
to
does
be
that
an
rule
atheist.
entail? What encompasses that? What is the thing that you are carving out because of that?
It doesn't matter because that's going to change with every individual person. I'm saying
that blocks your experience, right? If I was like, at least I'm open to something, then that means that my experience can be broadened and I can have a larger collective knowledge of what's going on, right? But like saying that this is it locks you.
No, yeah, that might be
which
true, but
locks
I'm just
off
saying-
behaviors, dude. It locks off frames of thinking, dude.
Yeah, it does. The statement was clearly there are rules, plural, atheists must live by. No, there aren't. There is one rule atheists must live by. That is, I do not believe in
No,
God.
no,
That
no,
is-
no. He didn't mean that.
That's the one rule.
No,
Does he
he
not understand what I'm saying?
he's
dude?
no what no, I don't think he understood what Bond was saying. Bond was saying we have to live by rules as in society's rules, the laws around us, but the rules that we are subjected to living by are not based in atheism, but
I
based in
didn't read
other
the second
things.
part. You are quite correct. I didn't read the second part of the sentence. You are quite correct. Sorry.
So some morals are intuitive, depending on one's age, of course. Is that fair to say that some morals are intuitive?
Depends on one's aptitude for empathy, but sure.
I said age. I did include age, did I not?
Yeah, but there are lots of sociopaths and psychopaths that either lack empathy or have this ability to shut it off when it's not somebody they're attached to.
It's
Okay.
great, dude. I love doing that.
Then can I say most? Most morals are intuitive, age appropriate, of course.
Well, golden rule, right? Ultimately, that's what we usually what we victimize. I victimize myself for, like getting picked on in school, right? That induced a hate of that in other people, right? Like that's how we get our morals. We get hurt.
Can I ask
I
Lucas a
will write
question?
my law in their heart.
Can I just ask Lucas a question?
Aw.
What do you mean by when you say you
See, now I
victimize
don't believe. Hold on, I don't believe it's intuitive in that manner. I believe it's. Go ahead, Wildheart. Sorry.
Can I ask this? When you say you victimize yourself, what do you mean by that? It's only so I can understand it and so I can follow the conversation.
All right, hold on. I was lagging there for a minute. Can you repeat that again, please?
Yeah, when you say you victimize yourself, what do you mean by victimize and victimization?
Well, so like one of the things that I think that I have done most of my life is have parts of like what we were talking about with shadow work, right? Things that I was unaware of that I was not that were there that I wasn't able to accept, right? And a lot of things that I didn't accept usually ends up things that I victimize myself for, right?
Right. No, I need a definition of victimize because to me, victimize
Victimization?
means you pick someone out for like ridicule or something.
So something that for me, when I victimize myself, I
Yeah.
replay a particular social interaction over and over again,
Ah,
which
yeah.
produced a result which I found repulsive. Something along those lines, right? And then I wallowed in my self-pity and victimization. I became that thing which I got out of the conversation. And that thing was the emotion of victimization, right? I put myself on the cross.
Right, I
for
understand.
things.
Yeah, that was it.
A lot of times I do it because of things that I think are supremely moral. I put myself up on the cross for whatever it is, and I proclaim, like what St. Tommy was saying, that we don't proclaim moral profundities, right? Because that is the epitome of just lifting up your skirt to everyone and showing where you victimized yourself and didn't accept God's love.
Yeah, cheers for that.
Whoa.
Sorry. I was just,
Wow.
I'm used to victimization when it's applied to other people. It's just, I understand that now. Cheers
We
for that.
do it to ourselves more than other people do, dude.
But
No, I understand.
the concept of the writing the laws on your heart or the morals or that somehow like we have, I don't agree with intuitive in that sense, right? Like I think we learn empathy by hurting, right? That's not written on us. That's through experience. I think it's also somewhat self-serving. It's not wholeheartedly altruistic because it's like you don't go around stealing everybody's stuff because you don't want it to be okay for somebody to come take your stuff. You know, like you can you can't really like have value for human life without valuing your own human life. You know what I'm so it's I don't, while I may argue it's intuitive, I don't think it's intuitive in the sense that you say it is, like this written, innate, born with. Like I don't see it that way at all.
Well, learning is not a collective phenomena, it's an individual phenomena. I like to make that point. And it may
Do
be
you really
gradual.
not kill because society tells you not to? Because those people
No,
that do that kill, right?
Exactly. It's not because it's there, but I also don't think it's intuitive. I think it's based on like like I said, we all have a moral compass, but it's influenced by a lot of things. It's influenced by my hormones, my ability to feel empathy, the thing, my experiences, what's acceptable, what somebody might find hurtful or not hurtful differs from person to person based on their experience, right? Like,
right.
And then there are people who can't feel empathy. So intuitively written on your heart, because then there wouldn't be people who were incapable of feeling empathy. That doesn't make sense.
Can I try to clarify? I think what Pixie means is that you're not born with them.
Right, you develop them.
Yeah,
I think you develop a moral compass.
Yeah. When you say it's intuitive, it is intuitive, but you're not born with them. I think
regardless of your religious view, what you're saying is right, Pixie, and what St. Tommy is right is
yeah, they're
saying
both
is
right.
They're like we gradually come to moral certainty through experience, and it becomes written upon us so that we don't act in that way. Like we don't murder, we don't try not to steal, try not to be total shitbag, right?
Oh, so intuitive to our nature, not intuitive to like the species. That makes more sense. Sorry, I was misunderstanding.
That's all right.
No, that's fine.
Now, some say that the law incites breaking it. Thou shalt not eat a cookie. Think of eating a cookie out of a cookie jar. Will incite thinking of eating a cookie out of a cookie jar. Thou shalt not eat underage shrimp. Will incite thinking of eating underage shrimp. Some say that that's the effect of the law, but these are Christian theological considerations, and I don't want to bore you rascals. I don't want to bore you with that theology.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, and it's very funny.
The law incites.
You don't mention it. No one. Yeah, if you don't mention it,
so
if you don't mention that it's shrimp, then no one will.
Right.
So don't mention it, and it won't be a problem.
That's it. Now, there's a verse that says the law is not of faith. Okay, and then there's other people who say, following the law is God's Orthodox Christianity or kosher Christianity. But anyway, I don't want to bore you with these trite one-liners.
Well, there's things to worship, right?
It's Christianity and Judaism. God did insist on laws when it was the Judaism. Yeah, Christianity says that Jesus got rid of all that.
He didn't get rid of it. He fulfilled it, and things changed. Things changed when he fulfilled it. And now there's a new way to discern what is good, wholesome, what is timely, what is tasty, what is naughty, what is evil.
You no longer have to kill animals in order to appease the gods above. We don't have to do that anymore. We don't have to act like fucking thugs.
That's another difference, because some Christians will say that Jesus only fulfilled the sacrificial laws and not the other ones, where some Christians will say that Jesus fulfilled all the laws. So there's a difference there as well.
I don't know. It's still like a mystery to me a lot about what Jesus is, dude.
It just comes down to no two Christians can agree on the rules or what. You ask two different Christians, you'll get two different views on anything. It just makes it incredibly difficult.
Well, everyone's understanding of what is going on is different, dude. I don't claim to have like specific knowledge about anything, dude, but I don't know.
Welcome, Roger, by the way.
I would, if I was a Christian, I would be an Orthodox Christian and not necessarily anything that's Western in actual theology. but that's just me. And I'm not saying that like I'm not really anything, dude. But that I would ascribe more to that interpretation of Christianity than the Catholic Church or the Pentecostal Church or the Baptist Church or the Mormons or the whatever, dude. Right? The original church, dude.
I'm looking at from an outsider's point of view, from an atheist point of view. I'm looking at Christianity and saying no one can agree within Christianity. So who the fuck do I believe? If you want me to believe that Christianity is true, which Christianity is true, and how do I work that out?
You should like read the book, try out the lessons, and then find out if you are.
But that's
just the best advice you could do. Like if when I want to be something else or I want to try something else, I put myself into it and I try to encompass and project the thing that I'm reading into my life, right?
Yeah.
And I try and see if it works. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. I try
that's fair enough, yeah.
What's going to happen if you fail, dude?
That'll just end up with me becoming another Christian with my own interpretation of what's true. That won't to lead what's actually true, you know what I mean?
If you're really serious about it, not for any more than 6 months, dude.
Yeah, that's
for real. Like, I don't know anyone that's a reasonable person that like really wholly, fully, like if they got the faith thing under control, where they're not just like they find a new toy and they got to play with a new toy all the time. Once you get over that, where you like actually read about like Gnosticism or Hermeticism or fucking just Catholic tradition, right? If you actually get into it, like you won't last more than 6 months, dude. If you don't know it's for you, you'll just go nuts, right? You'll be a fanatic.
I'm not trying to make excuses or anything, but even if I were, how do I work out where to start in trying to believe it? Do I go with the Catholic?
You don't try to like believe anything, dude. But so imagine something that you didn't know how to do before, but that you do now, right?
Yeah.
And like every time I tried something new, regardless of what it was, I didn't have any idea or real understanding about what was going on, right? So like it has to take a particular amount of time in order to see if a certain thing. Some people want to be swingers, right? And they get into swinging lifestyle. And then they find out it's not for them, right? So like they encompass the belief system, the lifestyle. They try it out. They swing. Here, bang my wife. Here, bang my husband. We're cool. And then like 3 months later, they're divorced, dude. Right? They're like, this didn't work at all, dude. Right? Like you just got to do that. You got to incorporate it and go to church. Read the Bible. Who knows? I don't fucking know, dude. Go
exactly. So how do I decide? That's what I'm saying. How do I decide which church should go to in the first place?
Just go to one. Go to the nearest one near your house. Go to the nearest one near your house, dude. Maybe that might not work. Not doing anything doesn't work. That's what I realized.
The question you have to ask yourself is, why would I want to believe something like this? Do I want eternal life in heaven? Do I want to avoid a possible hell? Will it enrich my life now in any way? You could get pearls of wisdom out of the Bible, but not necessarily believe in the supernatural claims of it. Uh-oh, I froze.
Is that me too?
What happened? Oh.
Is that Wild Heart? I know that like
okay, I thought everybody froze.
Studying stuff, dude. Not studying stuff didn't get me anywhere, right? Like if I wasn't aware of what the thing was, then I couldn't tell you if it was good or bad or not, dude, right? For me. So not doing anything and sitting there and saying that's bad, that doesn't work with me, dude.
Well,
you gotta try it on like a suit, dude.
You already know the claims.
Well,
and he just feels there's, like I do, there's a lack of evidence for those claims.
Well, that's because he probably takes a lot of the shit literally, dude. There's ways of looking at the Bible that are beneficial to you, that do not require you to believe that an actual person died and came back to life, right?
It's like I said, there's things like I know in Proverb or Ecclesiastes, there's wisdom there. Some of the songs and psalms.
Psalms are great, dude.
Yeah.
And like just to have some other person say that like I'm a blasphemer or something like that because I don't believe that a real person came back from the dead, but that I look at it differently and see it metaphorically. Like if people think that that's wrong and that I'm somehow a sinner, you can suck a big fat dick, dude. Those
But
people
there's
are
no
stupid.
denying that the Orthodox position for most of Christian history is that a literal Jesus person died on the cross and rose from the dead.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy, dude.
I don't know. Given that you're supposed to believe this in order to get to heaven, and in some beliefs avoid a hell, I think you would have to kind of say that you believe this is literally true.
I don't believe in the inception
Not
of
you. I'm just saying. I'm giving the Orthodox. You say we can interpret a different way, but most of tradition, it's not that way. It's
I think
necessary.
Christianity's wrong when that's concerned. When it tries to incorporate, like it stays out of the spiritual realm and tries to venture into reality, right? And like it doesn't separate those. I don't believe that that's true. Maybe that's a complete fucking just heretical thing to say, but I think Christianity is wrong by doing that, by incorporating the myth of Jesus into an actual person. I think it delegitimizes the actual story and what it means that was founded like so long, like so many Jesus type myths, dude, right? But none of those were like incorporated really into reality, right?
And there's no need to call oneself a Christian.
I don't see how you could possibly do that and think that you are an arbiter of fucking morality, dude. That's just making up shit, dude. I don't believe that someone actually came back from the dead after they were dead for like 3 days with the fucking Stone Age technology they had back then. Sorry, bro. If you think I'm a blasphemer for thinking that, then you are not comporting with reality and live in a delusion.
But if I can go with like the symbolic sense of it, or I can like in even I look at it like seasons. Every season it's a death and resurrection on a seasonal scale, on a 4 times a year. Everything's changing. There's seasons. Every day is like a birth and resurrection. Every time you wake up, it's like a birth and resurrection. It is an opportunity. It is a new day. It is an opportunity to take advantage of that day, right? So in that way, it's a birth in life too. So I can see that kind of metaphor being played into it.
The Phoenix, like there's
right.
There's so many ways that this story has been told, right? But
Exactly.
when you say that like this is not a story that has truth in it, but it's actually really like the Phoenix is real, dude. Like, come on. Come on. Like really, really in reality, like in your face, burning right in front of your face. Come on.
Have you witnessed? You've witnessed a bird come out of an ashes?
But you understand that it's based around the same kind of metaphoric story about how man grows up, kind of, right?
It's the the hero's journey they call it, right?
Yes,
Right
yeah.
there you go.
It's a much plausible explanation of what the intent of the authors of the Bible were getting at than an actual literal Jesus Christ, especially concerning that in the past that's how we've written all of our stories, right? It wasn't like Hercules wasn't real, right? It's a story, it's a myth. People knew back then that it was a myth, dude, right? Ugh.
When you're a kid, even a teenager, even maybe while you're an adult, you ever go to the movie theater, maybe a superhero movie, right?
Hate those two.
Or whatever. Or maybe it's, I don't know, a cop and robber movie. I don't know, suspense, whatever. The hero's journey's happening. there's that strong hero, and you come out of the movie theater, right, thinking you're that hero, you're that superhero. You feel empowered. And that's what
You're
these
the
stories
messianic
do.
figure.
These stories help to empower you in a lot of ways.
You're Neo. You're Neo in the Matrix, dude.
Yes, you are Neo.
Right? But for some reason, dude, I don't think that atheists understand this. Like, I don't think it's really weird how like a lot of people just project what they think other people are onto the situation and don't actually like haven't really talked to anyone, you know? Or I don't know.
Atheists can believe this. No God required. No personal God required. No God required.
I'll be back in a bit. Work stuff.
God damn it, Pixie.
I only got like 5 minutes either way. I gotta get my kids soon.
Very good.
But why is this like not like why can't people understand that? I don't understand. Where is fucking Wildheart?
I don't know. His internet apparently got knocked out.
And why can't atheists like think that they don't have a fucking particular morality? I don't understand why that fucking if a theist has morality, a particular way of looking at things, then an atheist must also have a particular set, a moral set kind of thing because of like you can't help but not do that, dude, based on any position.
I certainly can't speak for all theists, but I find that like some theists here, especially like the fundies or someone who has a very unusual take on the Bible, I think there is a deep, deep need to I mean, it's like a deep need to feel special. That I uncovered something that no one else has. I'm chosen. I'm chosen.
I'm a
of
super
all the
special guy,
people.
dude.
Yes.
Like you victimize yourself. They're they're victims, dude. That's what I found out. Like usually the people that are like I guarantee you a lot of people that are in power right now, complete absolute victims, dude. Blaming everyone else but themselves for their problems. And they are really good at being able to like flip it around, you know? I see that a lot of times with people, dude.
Happy 420.
Smoke weed every day.
So I don't know why you wouldn't want to have a moral compass, dude, or a set of morality that you adhere by. I think you do, Wildheart. I think you do have a particular set of morality, and that you worship that.
My internet cut out, so I've missed the last like 3 or 4 minutes. You'll have to catch
You're just
me.
bullshitting, dude.
All right, fair enough. No, I do have morality. I'm just saying that it doesn't come from atheism.
What
It
more
doesn't
do I
come from
need than
theism,
that?
right?
What more do I need than this?
I get my morality from various places, but it's not atheism.
I think that religion gets it from the same exact place that you do.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think it's just a
just attributes
way
it
of
to God.
explaining things, right?
Yeah.
It's a concrete. If you have a concrete way of how the world works, dude, and how human beings are able to differentiate between objects and have enough commonality to communicate through language, if you're able to really explain like all of this stuff, dude, without referencing a hierarchy of good or bads, right? If that's a good thing or that's a bad thing, I don't know how you do things then, because that's fundamentally what believing in God is ultimately about. Believing that there's a set pattern of behavior that allows you to like you have the hierarchy, you're able to tell what it is, right?
Oh yeah, there's definitely a hierarchy. I'm just my question is whether the hierarchy is true or not. You know, whether
Well,
it's
some things
ultimately-
are better than other things, right? We could agree that some things are better for you than other things.
that goes down a long philosophical road.
But not necessarily for you.
Well, we could
No,
just say
it's
that
just
that is a
far
thing,
better.
right? That's a thing.
I would agree. It's just how is something better or worse? What are you judging that on?
Whatever you think.
See, I would go with well-being of creatures, well-being, just well-being. But that is a subjective choice.
So, all right. So you think there's a choice to you adhering to a hierarchy of moral principles
Based on well-being, yeah.
based on well-being, right? I agree with you. I think that's I think that's right. I think that's ultimately what religion is, right? For positive well-being, there is a way that this is explained. They're all different, right? I mean, it seems to work with different religions of different cultures, right? But it's just the religion itself, right? It seems to be a cohesive moral framework / epistemological framework. Like it gives you the reason why the hierarchy is there, the reason why you can differentiate between things and what's good and what's bad, right? This is all explained to us. I don't think atheism can does it do that?
Bojo, are you still there?
What?
Sorry, my internet keeps cutting out, but I don't know if it's me or.
Yeah, it was you.
I'm here listening.
Yeah. I missed the last 10, 20 seconds. Or so.
So what I said was like, I think religion is all just about relaying tried and true methods of well-being, of thought patterns, and ways of looking at the universe that human beings can have a nice serotonin system where they can get along with everyone. They know their place. They have a purpose. They're allowed to thrive, right? That's what religion seems to do for most of the masses, right? And
I agree with that.
Religion is the opiate of the masses.
See, I would agree with that. But the trouble is, religious people say that morals come from God and from God's nature. That's what I disagree with. I think religions are doing the same thing atheists are. They're working out their morals based on well-being. They're just attributing it to God.
That's because Christianity has an idea of gnosis, which is becoming godlike, right? So this is the reason why that they incorporate it so that you so that you can become like a god, right?
Yeah.
Because of this, you can transcend. God is transcendence, right? God is the ultimate thing that our feeble minds can't understand, right? Like we're our feeble minds, and then this is the thing that we have to transcend, right? And we look towards the transcendental like thinking is pretty much what I think God is like trying to achieve, and that produces well-being, right?
Yeah.
I don't see how atheism. I've been an atheist for a long time too. I've done it all, and never when I was an atheist did I ever find a way towards transcendentalism to achieve well-being.
No,
That's
I
the
think we're all
thing
doing the
that
same thing.
you do not incorporate into your life, right?
Yeah, I think we're all doing the same thing. We're all based on morality, based on well-being. It's just that
atheism is the atheism is the lack of theism. That's what theism really is, dude. That's the focus of religion is to transcendentally change your outlook so that you're more positive, have more positive well-being, and achieve godhood, which is to be able to be in control of yourself and overcome your victimization and the cross, right?
I don't think, but I don't think theism is necessarily like a requirement for that. I think you can get that through something like philosophy without attaching theism to it.
Well, atheism, you can't get that in, right?
Well, because atheism isn't it isn't like
rejection of that.
Christianity or Muslim. It's just it's just a lack of theism, right? But there are plenty of philosophies out there focused on the well-being of humans and communities, and transcending one's own biases and conscious limitations that have nothing to do with theism. I don't think I don't think it's impossible to pursue these things without theism.
No, I think when Lewis said transcendent, he means like
Yes,
a god.
that's fair. I'm catching up because I just got back from a work call.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm doing the main sentence. Just want to.
As far as I can tell, atheism is the rejection of that as a mode of being.
Yeah.
Right. I don't see atheists telling you that you can forgive your sins and change yourself to be a different being. I don't see that anywhere in
Wildheart. Have I said that to you?
No, I was talking to Wildheart because Wildheart.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like I've said that.
In a different
I've said
way.
well because I'm non-theistic, right? And I talk a lot about not just bettering myself, but bettering. Like Midnight and I have conversations about this. Like, I am all about bettering myself and making myself a better person, and I have a moral compass. Like, I don't think that's dependent on theism.
No, but Pixie, that's how you're using the word transcendence. I think Lewis was using.
Yeah,
the word
that's what I'm saying. Maybe that's where my disconnect is because I came in so late. What does that word mean?
To change states, basically. So like what people talk about when they're born again, right? Is that the state of their brain changed to the point where like they are not the same person they were before, and they use this story to like talk about it, right? But there's a phenomenon that happens in a lot of people where they completely turn a dime, right? And they're just like, you hit the rock bottom, and you're like, oh, I can't do this anymore, and it really happens, right? There's a real transcendental moment where you realize that you're not in control and that you need to change the locus from looking inwards towards looking outwards. And as this happens, and it's much more difficult than that, but as this loss of resentment and focus on self happens, the ego starts to lose control over what is going on in your perceptions. And as this happens, the soul or the reasonable things become reasonable. Like it was unreasonable before not to murder, and then after this transformation, you realize that you shouldn't murder.
Okay,
right?
so
And it's-
define theistic. Maybe that's where I'm losing it.
Yeah, I was wrong about the transcendental.
Define theistic, because maybe that's where I'm missing it.
this is the core tenet of most of
Right,
the
but
Abrahamic religions.
So to be theistic, you have to believe like in
gnosis.
right.
become
Do
like
you
God.
believe in it? Do you believe in a deity, like a deity?
I have no idea.
Okay, so that's where
I
I
don't
was
look.
missing
I don't
it. Okay.
look at it like that. Like
No,
how.
And that's fair. That's where I was misinterpreting what was being said because of my own preconceived notions of the word, and that's what I was trying to pinpoint. Not where you were saying something wrong, where I was hearing it wrong.
Well, like I have no idea what God is, and from what I gather from like the holiest of holies, they say that if you're able to put God in a box, right, or you're able to describe him, that
Understand.
you haven't even started, dude, right?
Yeah, if you can understand God.
Yeah, it's
basically.
impossible. It because of the
Yeah.
finite of human experience, the finitude of human experience in comparison to the infinite that we see around us, dude. There's no possible way that I could even fathom what God is, right? But
Which might be true, but it's also very convenient for the theist.
well, they don't want to express that, dude. They don't want to like. They seem to like have the ego still going on, where they think that they're right. I have no idea, dude. But I know about this idea, right? This idea of transcendentalism and what it means in religion.
Yeah.
It's very helpful, dude.
I get that. I think that can also be done. Like it seems more like an epiphany moment to me, right? And I think that can be done with philosophy or psychology, just as it can be done with
Exactly.
religion.
Like religion doesn't have it's got a toe in it, right? But it's not like the whole shebang. I think religion is the precursors to all of these other topics, right? That you said. Like
yeah.
It's the
Right.
basis for which all of these other things can sprout. That's what religion is. Because if you look at past civilizations, right, they weren't on whatever level they were because of what their religion was, what they believed fundamentally. And Christianity has gotten us to this, where I'm talking to you on the computer and like all of the avenues that have happened.
I would say human
Absolutely, dude.
ingenuity got us to this. I would not say Christianity
Well,
got us to this.
Christians-
There's this
Catholic
concept. There's
priests were
this
doing science
enduring
2,000
concept
years
that
ago, dude.
there's this enduring concept that religion was spread through missionaries. We're going to go spread the love. And no, it wasn't. It was spread by conquest and brutal bloody wars, and religions were picked strategically based on the king's desires. And I wouldn't say
particulars of
religion
the
got us
religion.
here.
The
No, I would
particulars
say
of the
religious people got us
epistemology.
there. I would say religious people got us there. Like Christians did invent a lot of science and come up with a lot of science. But it was
So did a lot of atheists. I think it's devoid of religion. I think human ingenuity got us here.
Exactly, but a lot of them Christians, I think that's what.
Not
what
anywhere
Lewis-
near the amount. You have no idea how many Christian scientists there have been over the past 1,000 years.
Well, yeah, but that's because it's the majority religion. It's easy to be like, oh yeah,
That's what I'm saying,
the majority of
because the
scientists
religion
were
was
Christian. Okay,
Christian.
that's a majority, but that doesn't mean that their religion just was
mean
part
that
of them that contributed to whatever they did. That doesn't mean
Yes, it
that.
was. Yes, it's exactly.
People who believed in Christianity got us there. Christianity itself didn't get us there.
The
It was
Aborigines of Australia did not invent rockets. The Hutu tribe.
Christianity didn't invent rockets either. Christians did.
Of course we did.
No, they didn't. But some of those more primitive tribes have a much longer life expectancy and purport to be much happier. So which one's better off in the long run?
Hutus did not make the internet. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But yeah, but that's beside the point,
frame of
right? If
mind did
if
not
it's
make the
about right, but if it's about well-being, then that's all beside the point and could
This has
possibly be
increased our well-being.
counterintuitive. And could
This has
possibly
increased our
be
well-being.
counterintuitive, is it not?
If we live by a Tuti religion, we live like Tutis. And
I'm not saying that I understand that.
That is
That's
the reason why they live like that, is because of their epistemological views, right?
but you can't
We have-
you can't credit all of that to Christianity. You right, because there's differences there. It's just like the
Judaism
Wright brothers.
too.
The Wright brothers had a family member who was a preacher who kept telling them men were never meant to fly, that they shouldn't build
But
a
that
flying
is not-
machine. If
that's-
God wanted us to fly, we'd have wings.
It's not
So
an argument.
exactly.
you
So
can-
religion isn't
Well,
the
what you're
contributing
saying is that
factor
some
to
random
their
Wright brother-
contributions to society.
No. The vast majority of theologians, and I guarantee you, say that the modern conception of what science is and all of the progress that has been brought in have been brought from the philosophies and fundamental epistemological views of Judeo-Christianity.
Yeah, while other Judeo-Christians burn them for heresy. You know,
I don't care about those people.
So
I'm telling you, the
therefore,
concepts
religion
come-
is not
You know what I'm saying.
therefore religion is not the fundamental contributing factor.
It is.
Otherwise,
I
they would have
think-
been appeased with the religious authority before them.
I think you're both right. It's
know
the
what
Christians, it's the people who held the religious beliefs that invent. Oh, we lost Lewis. It's the Christians that invented all the stuff and came up with all the stuff. But they
Well, I
didn't-
get that, but you can't contribute
they
it to
didn't
their
come-
religion.
No, I'm just about to agree with it. Exactly. They didn't come up with that because they're Christians. There's a difference. It's not Christianity that came up with it all. It's Christians that came up with it all, but it wasn't because they were Christians.
Unless what he's meaning to say is that there was some sort of philosophical difference within Christianity that allowed them to pursue these things, and then maybe I can see that. But even then, you're questioning authority really hard, and maybe your life at some point back in the days. You could say that we have more of that now, but we also have. We're supposed to have separation of church and state, which we don't have, but we do have. For now, freedom of religion, right? So maybe it's freedom from the fear of authority that led to these innovations, right? But that still doesn't mean that it's tied to your theology, and that's what I'm not understanding.
Yeah. It's like Christians started a lot of the what they call universities and higher education places, and a lot of them produced all the. But it's just everyone was Christian at that, you know, at a certain time in history. So
yeah, and not everyone was Christian because everybody came to this reasonably. Everybody was Christian because they were raised Christian, because their lands were conquested, because
Yeah, so you can attribute it to religious people. You can't attribute it to religion. You understand?
I agree with that.
Yeah.
It's just like when people say we wouldn't have music or we wouldn't have literature, we wouldn't have art without Christian. Yes, we would. It may not look the same,
Yeah.
right? It may have had completely different influences, but these things would still exist.
Yeah. It's still
Yeah, India has some art in music.
Exactly. These things exist with or without one particular theology.
But even then, even if it was due to the religion, it doesn't mean that the religion is true. It was still all done by humans at the end of the day. They could have believed in Christianity, and Christianity could have helped them come up with all this stuff. It doesn't mean that Christianity is true. It doesn't mean that there's God.
Well, it doesn't even mean that even if they believed that, like, some Christian idea they had was some inspiration for this experiment, right? It's not the Christian idea that is running it. How do I explain that?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Right. It still comes down to human ingenuity and curiosity, not
Yeah.
religious beliefs or texts.
Yeah. But even if Christianity had like made the humans think in that particular way, and then that had led to all the things after, it doesn't mean that Christianity is true. It could still be false. All the Christians could have come up with all the stuff because they believed in Christianity. It still doesn't make Christianity true. It could still be wrong. It doesn't mean they were right. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know. I think the closest I ever came to being a believer was I probably came close to almost being an omniist. Do you know what that is?
No.
It's someone who believes that truth can be found in all religions, but no religion is the truth.
Yeah. Yeah. I know.
That's sort of an omniist approach.
Yeah.
But I still don't think that anything was divinely inspired, and that's where it loses me.
Actually, no, I was going to say which still has problems with it, but the problem I was thinking of doesn't.
But then again, what's divine except my preconceived notions, right? So maybe that's where I start. The word divine.
I was thinking of, the Holy Spirit is supposed to be the giver of all truth. So, but it doesn't conflict with what you said, actually. Thinking about it.
But what if the Spirit isn't actually a being? What if, like Nirvana, Smells Like Teen Spirit? What if it's just spirit versus adversary as concepts, like yin and yang?
Yeah. Oh, we're going to have a musical interlude. Just by mentioning Nirvana, you got me into the musical spirit. hopefully the lyrics coming back.
I'm trying to battle my own preconceived notions when I say these things, too.
I think a lot of it, like Roger said before, it's just people use the same word differently.
Exactly. That's why I had to stop myself, because I said I don't think anything was divinely inspired, and then I had to stop and be like, okay, well, what is divine except my preconceived notions? So maybe that's the word I should start to dissect.
Yeah. It's not that anyone's wrong either. They're just different and using the same word differently. It's not that one's wrong or right. It's just it's kind of miscommunication due to using the same word in different ways.
Right, because connotations, we hear it differently, we use it differently. It just.
And you can thank the English for all that. That's the language. Let them go. Let the shit-filled rivers go. Let them go. Sorry. Tired. How's it going, Krishna?
Pretty good. Just enjoying some pizza from the local Domino's store.
It's nice. Is there pineapple on it?
There is no pineapple. There is mushroom and onion.
Correct answer. Do you like pineapple on pizza?
What's that?
Do you like pineapple on pizza?
Yeah, it's okay sometimes. I wouldn't want it every time.
No, I think that's gross.
I'm gonna
But that's just me.
Yeah, if I'm the one eating it, I might
Yeah.
get it on rare occasion. I don't like
It's
liver
all good.
or seafood.
Super
I
Munch-
mean,
My Super Munchkin likes it. She likes pineapple on pizza, and I think it's horrid.
It's objectively satanic.
I'll either get a cheese pizza or a mushroom pizza. Sometimes I'll do spinach or like green bell peppers and onions, but like that's about it.
no onion?
No, Hawaiian is pineapple.
No, I don't.
That's the one ingredient on pineapple that's wrong. Anything else is okay. It's just pineapple. Yes.
No, there's a lot of things that are not okay on pizza, in my
So-
opinion.
Yeah.
I want to try a pepperoni pizza sometime with just a few blueberries on it.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
Just a few, just enough to give it a little. When I do it, I'll probably just put it on like two slices and kind of try it.
Did y'all ever do fruit pizzas?
Fruit
I don't know why they
pizzas?
considered that breakfast.
You say
I've
fruit
never-
pizzas?
Fruit pizzas, yeah, where it's almost like they use either a pie crust or a graham cracker crust. Like I said, I'm not sure why they considered it breakfast. And then they do like this cream cheese sort of thing. And then they put fruits like kiwis and pineapples, grapes, cherries, blueberries, and they put it on top of that.
Does it have a tomato sauce base though? Because if you don't,
No, it's a cream cheese sauce, and then they put fruit on it.
I would dispute the using the same pizza. I think pizza has to have a tomato sauce base.
Yeah, no, I think it's just because it looks like a pizza and you cut it and slice it like a pizza. They call it fruit pizza.
Much like this, I would just argue that they're defining pizza wrong.
Yeah, well, anyway, I'm not
Yeah.
sure who decided that was breakfast instead of dessert, but I highly disagree. That is definitely a dessert.
I've also considered the idea of a Chinese pizza where something like an egg roll could be deconstructed and used as the topping
Huh.
with something to that effect. So I'm just trying to think of some creative, different ideas for pizza. Nothing
think
serious.
we-
Just
I've done a fry bread pizza before,
oh, nice.
like a Navajo fry bread pizza. It was pretty good.
Sounds wonderful.
You know, I bet you could make a pretty good pizza with some naan.
Oh yeah.
I've got up the definition of pizza. It says a dish of Italian origin consisting of a flat round base of dough baked with a topping of tomatoes and cheese. So those are necessities. It has to be a base of dough with a topping
Yeah,
of tomatoes.
that's why it's not a pizza. It's a fruit pizza.
Yeah. Fruit. No. No, it should just be a fruit.
Then why does pizza get to call itself a pie? Why is it a pizza pie? It's not a pie. It doesn't have a filling. It doesn't have a crust on top. Why does a pizza pie get to be a pie if it's not a pie?
It's not even Christian.
No, I don't know where pizza pie came from.
Yeah, it's called a pizza pie. The full thing is pizza pie. So why is it a
that's
pie?
American. No, I think that's American. I think Americans added the pie.
Randolph Richardson is saying hello to everyone in the.
Oh,
That
hello,
could
Randolph.
very well be true.
Good to see you, and it's an honour that you're even watching one of my streams. Cheers, Randolph. Join if you can. I'll put the link in the description. But thanks for watching. That is literally an honour.
Hello, Randolph.
Randolph Rocks hashtag.
I don't know. I just got it from that song, by the way. Pizza pie. What's that song? Something like a big pizza pie.
Oh, that's amore.
Yeah, see, pizza pie.
Yeah. When that's amore. 7 hours. Yeah, 7 hours. 7 hours is short for me. My longest stream is 36 hours. Yeah, we're just getting started at this point.
It works. I have 12 to 15 hour work days, so you guys keep me company.
It's actually almost 8 hours.
Yeah, coming up on it. No problem, Randolph. No, like I say, it's an honour just that you're watching, or even know who the F I am, to be honest. That's right. When the moon hits our eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore.
I hope he had to leave and I didn't chase him off earlier because I don't know.
No, he has been having connection issues and he's got small children and that, so it could be any number of
good
reasons.
deal. I was gonna say I don't think I may have frustrated him, but I don't think I offended him.
Unless Bojo's gone live, I'll just check because Bojo went at the same time. So.
But one of the few things I believe, is that that I don't have to have theology to have in my life what people say theology offers, right? With the exception of the people that say it offers you immortality.
Yeah.
Definitely not everyone needs it. It's for people that need work, need self-improvement, and or want it.
Right.
I've just refreshed my subscriptions and Pine Creek is live, so that might be the reason as well. I know Bojo's a big fan of Pine Creek.
I like Brojo. I like 99% of the people I come across.
Yeah, I'm the same.
To varying degrees, but there's very few people I just all out do not like.
I was going to say except Jill, but I even like Jill and Smoky Saints and.
I like Jill sometimes. I like Irenic sometimes.
trying
There's
to
very
think
few people I just outright dislike.
I can't think of one. No. Literally can't think of a person on YouTube that I don't like.
On YouTube. Okay, on YouTube, no. I was going to say a person I don't like, Putin. I don't like Putin. Yeah, there's one.
Welcome back, Ronnie. Good to see you.
Hello.
How's it going?
Hello.
Going well.
Jai ho, Ronan.
Jai ho.
Ronan, the topic of conversation is pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
Okay, only understood yes or no. So could someone translate, please?
Pineapple on pizza.
Yeah, it's
pineapple.
I've tried it. Tastes good. Tastes
Ew.
good. Tastes good.
See, you asked him, and now there's a 50-50 split. You should have left us with the majority.
Maybe they use some old shitty pineapple on Pixie's pizza at her store.
No, it's just gross. The flavors don't go together.
Just kidding over you.
But I'm probably the pickiest eater. What's this, Onyx?
I mean, what's the difference between pineapple or tomato? They're both citrusy and they're both fruit. So really,
that's a completely different taste. That is a completely different taste.
Just looked up the definition, and tomato has to be on pizza, or else it's not a pizza. Tomato sauce, I mean.
Well, right, but he's saying if a tomato is citrus and a pineapple is citrus, what's the difference? Well, obviously, lots of difference in taste and glucose levels, and I just don't think cheese and tomato complement pineapple very well. That's just gross. If you're going to put cheese with pineapple, it needs to be cottage cheese, and no tomato sauce needs to be in there.
I do like cottage cheese with pineapple. Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah, that's good.
It's not like it's my favorite flavor pizza. It's just, well, okay, I tried it. Tastes okay. I prefer the, your classic, slice of ham and then put some pineapple on it, but I like, a sweet potato next to it, versus, pizza crust.
See,
Okay.
I'm lost again. I don't like ham.
Potatoes
I told you
boil.
I am the pickiest eater I know. I really, really am.
I'm not sure about sweet potato. That's
I don't like
boiled.
sweet potatoes. I don't like ham. I don't like steak.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with you because our taste sensors, right? They're in different combinations on the tongue, much like a fingerprint. Someone may be very partial to very spicy food, for example, and their sibling might not like it at all. It's
Well,
just
look, if there's a God, he fucked up when he arranged my taste buds, okay? Because I am the pickiest eater I know, and that is not fun. It's not fun. Did not ask to be this way.
And
no,
one
no,
is
it's
it's
just
something.
that's what
There
just
used to
came
be
about. I mean, that's what just came
I'm just
about.
being facetious. I'm sorry.
Oh,
But yes,
okay.
I agree with you.
there used to be a diagram of the tongue where like one part would sense like sweetness and one part would sense that is complete bollocks. That is a myth. It doesn't work like that. They used to have diagrams of the tongue and one part of it would sense sweetness. And umami is the MSG one, the Chinese one. That's the fifth taste sense. And it's all complete bollocks. It's a myth.
That's true.
Oh.
But I actually agree with what Roden was saying. I was just being facetious.
Okay, yeah. I kind of understood, but because you seem too aggressive about that point, it's like, oh,
That
Yeah.
Pixie was just being a feces? What?
I was being facetious.
Oh, you're a good feces.
It's like phallic, and fallacious. Some people get those two mixed up.
Or fallacious and fellatio.
That's the one. Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
Okay, y'all caught me in a weird mood. Don't ask.
Okay, fun's over. Back to arguing. Go Trump.
Oh, you.
Yes, go Trump right off a fucking cliff. Please, in a hurry.
why do you like Trump, Krishna? I mean, besides bragging about him, I mean, like, what points
I'm
can
not
you make
jealous.
about his leadership or character that could even
Well,
be considered, acceptable?
I liked his anti-corruption stance, and that he's against all these corrupt people in power that we've been complaining about for decades.
I
I
thought
just don't think he is. He's part of them. He just likes
I thought
pretending he's not.
when he said he liked Trump, I'm a little disappointed. I thought Krishna was joking when he said he liked Trump. He actually
No,
did.
I think he's just like I said, pretty words mean nothing, right? Did Biden deliver on anything he said he was going to deliver on? No. Did Trump mean half the shit other people wrote for him to say? No. And it takes a lot more than pretty words to win me over. I think he was good at pretending he wasn't part of the elite he was part of. He's been friends with those politicians for a long time.
And rose up against him. Supposedly, there's a possibility that he's all a part of the same game. I admit that. But,
Do you not think though
I see
that
it.
Trump, like most politicians, will go along with anything they think? It's not their true beliefs; it's they'll go along with anything that gets them the most favour with the most people in order to get them re-elected.
They doesn't even have to be favored with the people. I think politicians go with what gets them the most funding for re-elections.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
so Krishna, what do you think about like a man named Timothy O'Brien? Right, he's a journalist. He wrote a book, Trump Nation. I believe it was 1984 or something around that time. Anyway, in the book, Mr. O'Brien basically concluded that Citizen Trump was not a billionaire. Mr. Trump sued, and in court, he was asked to provide documentation that showed he was a billionaire. He couldn't do it. And how about the fact that so many vendors to Mr. Trump have not been paid. He cheats people. And to me, if I keep going, I come up with more points. But the whole thing is, it's an established pattern of behavior that is not what's called pro rosa, which means above the table. He likes to deal in like underhand, much like the mob or gangsters, right? He tries to use that process to gain, obviously, money and control. So all of that taken into account, you don't think it detracts from the positive comment that you're making?
Can I just add the Scottish, when he tried to build a golf course in Scotland, there were several people living on the land, and he was a complete cunt to them. If no one's aware, they should check that out. He was a complete fucking asshole. Carry on.
My interest is how he behaved as president. And I would say that the billions and maybe trillions of dollars stolen by the Clintons, Obamas, Bidens, and these other rhinos and lefties in power now far outweigh and are destroying the entire country, far worse than anything little scam Trump ran as a businessman. I couldn't care less.
But that's the thing, though. It's not that he ran a scam. It's that he's run multiple scams while he was friends with a bunch of people you just named. For example, he had a many year friendship. He was best friends with the Clintons until he decided to run. Right? Like he's friends with these people that you named.
And so how did Biden family earn billions of dollars worth of private mansions?
How is Trump a billionaire after bankrupting himself several times?
What about my question? I asked a valid
question.
Well,
we're playing whataboutisms. What about Trump's money? How did he get his money after bankrupting himself several times?
Anyway, the Bidens have scammed Americans out of billions of dollars, used it for their own family, and they're also all doing this gentrification to our government, which is just absolutely heinous. And I'm glad that Trump is a hero for standing up against all this kind of corruption.
Okay, what you're
in
doing?
What? In anything more than words, he didn't.
What you're doing is playing, but what about? I want to stick with President Trump. I agree with you. I don't really care what he did in his private life, right? I acknowledge he's a liar, he's a crook, right? He's corrupt. However,
yes, they are.
However, we're going to talk about President Krishna right now. You, as the president. So before you went into office, I observed you, and you obviously have your way of being, and I'm thinking, man, this guy's pretty wise, man. He's centered, and I fully expect he would behave the same way at the moment he finished taking the oath of office. Would that be reasonable of me to think?
Nope.
No? So when you get into office, you're going to be the opposite of what you were as a candidate. Is that what you're saying?
Not the opposite. And we have the old Oprah Winfrey interviews with Trump talking and where he talks about all this corruption going on and the fleecing of our country by these corrupt officials.
Okay. So obviously,
yeah.
Obviously,
hold on. Great. There's also interviews of him saying other stuff. There's these funny, great clips called Trump versus Trump for a reason.
Obviously, you're being evasive. You know better. I know you know better. And you play a good game, but it doesn't get past me. You know full well, because you cannot cite the corruption scams that the President Trump, basically blew out into the public, and everybody was prosecuted. Corporations and billionaires went down because he did break the back of corruption. He would have done it. He didn't. I think you're just trying to support the person, like I had argued before, authoritarianism, so he could so-called get things done. It has nothing to do with actual democracy or following the law. Because your mindset, I'm saying you're included in that dynamic, is about power, control. Just words because, again, what?
No, I would apply that to a lot of Trump supporters. I would not apply that to Krishna.
I'm okay. I don't mind what anyone thinks of me. You can want to gut me and kill me. It's fine with me. I'm good.
Right, it's just my opinion that doesn't necessarily apply to you.
Musical interlude. Pixie literally said more than words. So that's why this is coming out. Thank you, Pixie. Plus, you were talking about American politics, which I instigated. So sorry about that.
No, it's fine. I know Krishna and I disagree on this, but I respect you just the same.
I'm going to play my possible autism. Say that I love you is not the words I want to hear from you. It's not that I want to not to say, but if you only knew how easy it would be to show me how you feel. More than words is all you have to do to make it real. Then you wouldn't have to say that you love me, 'cause I'd already know. I can't do that. If my heart was torn into more than words, show you feel that your love for me is real. Yeah, I'm gonna stop that. Just realised how high some of that. Sorry about that. Got rid of one viewer.
So you don't want me being direct with people? Is that what you're implying, Walhart?
No, you're fine. It was the US politics I was against.
Yeah, if you get into US politics, he's gonna keep playing music.
Yeah. So okay. So
Although on that occasion, I instigated it because I talked about Trump as well, so it was my fault. It's just that Pixie said the song title, so I had to get it up. It's just an obsession, kind of compulsion thing.
Cool.
No, you did nothing wrong, Ronnie. No, that was fair.
Well, the point I was going to get to, Krishna, is that if your side, so to speak, wins, legally, actual vote count.
The warning, you have kind of missed the point by going back to talking about US politics.
I just wanted to finish my statement.
Right. Okay.
That's all I'd like to do.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, no. Again, the point is, if he wins, duly, elected, right? Fine. That's under law. I have no issue with that. It's just like the consequences of Biden being elected, right? He's not a very effective president. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
I'll be glad when we get a somewhat effective candidate to choose from.
So you want something you can cuss at, Wildheart, like religion or faith?
No,
I'm just trying to think of a topic that you'd
anything
enjoy
except US politics,
chatting about.
basically. Yeah, anything except US politics.
Well, I don't
anything.
No, I'm just trying to figure out, the best approach here. Using topics that you enjoy chatting about or listening to.
Yeah, religion would be good. Yeah, I'm not against anything except US politics, basically. But the more I can cuss and argue about, the better. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Do you enjoy do you enjoy feeling angry, or is it just like a release?
I don't really feel angry, even when I don't really. A lot of it is.
So it's just animated and theatrical.
Yeah. It's kind of put on.
Gotcha.
I don't really feel angry. It's kind of like a kind of trolling, I think.
I will say one thing Trump hit the nail on the head was, yes, I know U.S. politics and I don't care, was discontentment with government. So I'm going to ask you, Wild, do you feel like in England there's a sense of like a mass sense of discontentment with the government, or are most people pretty content?
No, I think 90% of the time there is a mass discontent with the government, no matter which government it is. I don't. Most of the time, I don't think.
Are they as loud? Do you think they're as loud about it there as they are here?
That's a good question, actually. I'm not sure because without living in America, I wouldn't know the level of. I only hear kind of third person. What I don't know how loud they are in America.
Like, do you have like massive protests?
No.
Do your protests turn into looting?
No.
Do you have Karens screaming at school board officials in every school board meeting?
No.
So discontent, just differently discontent.
It's not that they're less discontent. It's just that they're more
Different.
refined. More reserved. I'll put it like that.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think that's it.
So yes, I started out with U.S. politics, but only because I wanted to compare it to yours.
That was a good point. Yeah, no, good question.
Okay, interesting.
Plus, we're meant to politics, so we're always right as usual. Anyway.
Although you guys should really get rid of your the House of Lords and replace it with some more elected people. There's no sense in that nonsense anymore.
Yeah,
just
I don't
have
think
two
they can with
elected
all
houses.
their elections being corrupt and fixed. How can they?
Oh
get
yeah,
anyone?
much better to have the forever established, money oligarchy rule in there that have no merit. They just get it through family heritage. That's
actually, I'm going to go against myself. With talking about US politics. See, everyone says that the elections were fixed.
I don't think they were. I think that people think that that it had to be rigged because there's no way Biden got more votes than Obama did from the Democratic Party. I disagree. I think Republicans have always been more likely to hit the polls and will continue to be more likely to hit the polls. They have more of an enthusiasm factor than Democrats ever have. There have always been more for a long time. There have been more registered Democratic voters than Republican voters. They just don't hit the polls. I think this time they did because of Trump.
Plus, it always seems to be the losing side that argues it was rigged.
Yeah, I know, right? When Hillary asked for a recount.
It seems like sour grapes on some massive.
Yeah, when Hillary asked for a recount, you had Tucker Carlson sitting there talking about how, you just want you can't respect elections. You're having a meltdown. You're playing the sore loser. This should be a time for you to reflect why the people voted against you and change your behavior. And instead, you're crying about it. And then 4 years later, he's on the opposite side of the fence. That's the way it happens.
Yeah. It just seemed like there were two parties, and there must be an independent kind of body working out who the vote. So how can it be rigged?
Well, that's the thing. There are both parties present. It's not that there's a third. Both parties are present. Like both the Republicans and the Democrats both have watchers there, right? And that was part of the things that were contested in court. They had a court case where he was like, they were saying that they wouldn't let them watch the count. The Republican poll watchers, they wouldn't let them watch the count. So they get to court, and he's like, "Were there poll count watchers there?" And they were like, "Yes." And he was like, "Well, I don't understand why we're here. Did the Democrats have more poll watchers?" And they were like, "No." And they were like, "Okay, then what's the problem?" And they were like, "Well, they wouldn't let us get beyond this certain point." And they said, "Did they let the Democrat poll watchers get beyond that point?" And they were like, "No." And he's like, "Again, what's the problem? Like, why are we even here?" And then they said that they didn't have standing in court. Well, then everybody got mad because they said the president didn't have standing in court. Well, yes, even the president can can file
Well,
a frivolous lawsuit. It's
How
just a
could one
mess.
side stop the? How could one side stop the other side from looking in on the counts? It wouldn't be up to them.
They can't. But the thing is, it doesn't make sense. And then they diverted to voting machines, right? But it's weird to me that the first 2 counties that they named for these voting machines didn't even use those voting machines. They didn't even use them. But those were
That's a
the
little
first 2 counties
suspicious.
named, right? Except that these machines were supposedly hacked. I don't know, lots of stuff. But even though we don't connect them to the internet while we're voting, they were supposedly hacked. It's just a bunch of weird stuff. And then they said, no, it wasn't hacked. The machines were fixed beforehand with Cesar Chavez or whatever. And we're what?
But they're claiming things that can't possibly be true. Like, so a company must make the voting machines, and presumably they're impartial. They would have to be. So whoever created the voting machines will have to be in on the conspiracy, and they can just never demonstrate any of that.
No, they just for the last since the election happened, they've just been saying evidence is coming soon, evidence is coming soon. And then he said, I'm gonna have this symposium with all my evidence, and then he did a symposium with no evidence, and then they keep saying the evidence is coming soon. So I don't know.
Yeah, as soon as you got the evidence, then bitching more. So, like, shut the fuck up. So, Ronan, have you got a topic? Have you got anything going on in your life, or anything you want to talk about? Anything going on? I'll take that as an no. Pixie, anything you want to talk about?
I don't know. I could think of a topic, but I should probably be focusing on work. I'm distracted.
All right, I'll go to Krishna. Krishna, anything going on you want to chat about?
Yeah, pizza.
I think we've covered that topic. Pardon the pun.
We haven't, though. We haven't. So, Krishna,
No.
pan pizza, thin crust pizza, stuffed crust pizza, or hand tossed pizza?
I love it all. One at a time. One for every night of the week.
There we go.
I'm partial to thin crust.
It really depends. It depends on where I go. Like, if I go to Paleo's, obviously thin crust. If I go to some stupid chain like Pizza Hut, then it has to be stuffed crust or pan, because screw the others. And then, but I really prefer like Pizza 9. And I don't know if ever any of you have had that, but it's more like a deep dish pizza.
If you're hungry, a thicker pizza is better. And Wild Heart Randall Richardson made a comment you might want to share.
Yeah, I'll put Bond's comment first, because I think he's responding to that. Need to find. Welcome back, Bond. By the way, need to find a way to get rid of this two-party system. And Randolph Richardson says, since Trump, many countries have strengthened intercontinental relationships to reduce reliance on US markets, etc. The US is still important, but much less so nowadays.
Well, yeah, that's because he was too busy writing love letters to dictators and snubbing our allies, right?
Love letters straight to mine. The USA will benefit greatly from having more than 2 main political parties at the federal level. In Canada, we have 5 main parties.
I agree with that, but the problem with that is we are going to have to detangle the money, the dark money that is infiltrated, right? The reason these two keep coming up on top is not because they're the only parties that exist, right? What keeps making them the 2 parties? They're more visible because they're bought, right? They have corporate donors, they have dark money, except for the few who have done grassroots campaigning, right? But like it takes a lot of money to run, and then a lot of these people are bought, and not just bought by corporations, but bought by their own interest, right? The fact that not only can corporations spend their money as a political voice as much as they choose without trace, but on top of that, our politicians are not. There's no deterrent for our politicians to engage in trading in the stock market and the open stock market, which not only gives them insider trading knowledge, but also gives them reason, like they don't want to hurt the company making them money on the stock market, right? You know what I mean?
Am I correct in saying it's
we
not
would
a
just have to detangle a lot.
It's not
They
necessarily.
don't really need the stock market. The Bidens have many mansions.
I'm not
hidden in
talking
their
about the
family's
Bidens.
names.
Let's talk about I'm not talking about the Bidens. For example, Joe Manchin made more than double his salary, his congressman's salary, from his stock market portfolio, mostly invested in the coal industry. You don't think that when coal industry stuff came up to vote and rolling back environmental regulations with the coal industry, that didn't play into raising his profit margin, didn't play into his vote over the interest of the people, over the people's water source that was being polluted? Of course it did, and he's not the only one. It's a lot of them. I don't think they should be able to trade.
Greetings, William.
Hey, William.
See ya. John, if you can, I'll put the link in the side chat. I just wanted to ask, am I right in saying it's not a two-party system, it's that all the two parties have a chance of getting into power? There are more than two parties.
Yeah, we have more than two parties, but we have two parties who get all the attention and all the votes because they're very bought and high profile and established and ingrained. And then there's also this like notion that if you vote third party or if you vote independent, you're throwing your vote away because they know it's either going to be a Republican or a Democrat. Again, back to visibility and botness.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that. Welcome, Will. Thanks for joining.
Well,
because a lot of people
William.
think that it is literally a two-party system. There are only two parties. Yeah.
No, we have more than two parties. Like I said, they're just not very visible.
England
They don't
and
get
America are
invited to
both
the
two-party
debates.
systems. The government and the people. Those are the two systems. They live in multi-billion-dollar mansions, and
No,
we
he's
get
saying
no
the
dental.
rest of the world doesn't realize that we have an independent party and a green party and a third party. They just think we have Republican and Democrat, and that's it. They don't know about the libertarians. Like they don't have the high visibility. People from the outside looking in think there's Republican and Democrat in the end.
Yeah. Because, like you said, they're the only two parties that people ever hear of.
Yeah, they're the two visible parties.
The two heads on the same snake.
Mm-hmm. Agreed, William.
What's up, Will? How's it going?
Oh, I'm doing well, man. I'm at work.
Cool. Say that I love you, not the words I want to.
Literally the hardest song to sing in the world.
I know. I realized about a minute in. Yeah, it gets really high in places.
You have to squeeze your nuts. You have to slam your nuts in the car door.
I just want to say to Bond in the YouTube chat, there's quite a delay between the YouTube chat and the live window that I'm in. So I don't know what you agree to and what you said yes to. Just to make you aware.
But yeah, I agree.
Oh, I agree and disagree, depending on what it was at the time. Thank you, Bond. That clears it up a bit.
I feel like I wrecked the chill in the room when I got here.
No, not at all. I was just talking about how I don't think our elected officials should be able to participate in the open stock market with insider trading knowledge and influences on legislation that may be affecting their voting decisions when it comes to certain companies.
Yeah, absolutely. No,
Well, they
I
make
mean, just
enough
like
money
not at all.
for up in the other countries. I mean, how much is Hunter Biden getting for his paintings? Never mind all the big stuff.
I mean,
Or
it
Joe
makes sense
Manchin
that
from
we.
the coal companies, or half the Republicans from Pfizer right before
Well, yeah,
COVID
most of
hit,
the
or
Republicans are
any number of
rhinos,
them.
though. Most of the Republicans are rhino. It's really
Yeah,
a
and most
one-party
of the
system.
Democrats are corporate bought Dems. There's a few good on both sides, but I don't like either side.
Tulsi Gabbard is awesome.
Yeah,
She actually
yeah,
speaks with
yeah,
wisdom.
Tulsi. I'm sorry, I get excited.
See, I like Katie Porter. I think she's pretty damn intelligent.
Don't stop her.
Tulsi.
And people don't like Katie Porter because she'll meet them with the facts, and they can't talk around her because she's got economic background.
Yeah. Talk about Tulsi.
Tulsi doesn't have economic background, and she ain't hitting anybody with no like. When did she go to the oil companies and hit them with irrefutable facts? Why I got to talk about her? What's she doing that's relevant to me?
Oh, I like how she slapped the shit out of the Clinton family. Oh, I love that.
Oh
That
yeah,
was
okay,
nice.
that was nice. That was nice.
That
I'll
was,
give her that one.
she spoke up when nobody else would, and she's got balls.
I'll give her that
Sexy
one, but
lady
she hasn't
balls.
been good for much else.
Well, I mean, she's on the left, so she's a rarity for me to find her interesting at all. But she stood out in my mind.
I find Bernie Sanders interesting. He's the only.
she's a
He's one of the
brave-
very few politicians. This is why I find him interesting. Give me a minute, and you'll see why. Whether you
I
agree
can
or
laugh.
disagree with
You
his
can let me
platform.
laugh.
Yes, but at least let me explain why I find him interesting. Whether you agree or
I
disagree.
can't help
with
that
his
the image of him popped in my head, Pixie.
his mittens
funny.
pop in my head.
Yes, yes.
Okay, anyway. So I find him particularly interesting because he's rare in a much different way. He's one of the few politicians I have encountered that even after researching very thoroughly, I can say that he's remained pretty damn consistent. He's still fighting for the same things he was fighting for from day one, right? Like they may look a little different, but it's the same principles, it's the same ideals. He is one of the few people that have not flip-flopped all over the place and that has remained absolutely steady no matter what. And I find that fascinating.
I also want to say to Pixie specifically that my opinion's not as important as yours. You got a family, a house, a big income, big expenses, children. I have nothing, and I don't want any of that. So I just share
disagree
my
with that.
opinion.
I think everybody's voice should count, and I think
But
yours
I'm
counts
nothing.
just as much
I'm
as
like
mine.
I'm like basically the garbage of America.
It does
And,
no.
and-
That's
and-
not true. That's not true.
And I leave it in hands of the important Americans who have houses, cars, and childrens, and all this kind of stuff.
No, that's
No.
not.
Okay, first
What
of all,
the
that doesn't
fuck
make
is that?
having these things does not make me any kind of important, nor does it elevate my voice at all. I am clearly very opinionated, and while my opinions do not always align with yours, I respect yours very much, whether it seems that way or not. And I don't think my voice in any way trumps yours or Wild's or Will's or anyone else's. I do think that we do make social contracts and social agreements, and sometimes that's not in our favor. And that's the way it is. If I had my way, everything would look a lot different. I don't think we'd have a Republican or a Democrat Party anymore. So I don't think people find my voice very important.
Can just say hello to well, that's PP, my PP, and yeah, that democracy is everyone's equal, everyone's view is equal, everyone's
No,
rights.
democracy is not necessarily a good thing.
Democracy is mob rule. We have
Yeah.
elected officials in a republic, right? The problem is, I find that the integrity in our option choices are becoming, well, I was going to say far and fewer between, but now it's just like, is there even really one there most of the time? Probably
I'm just
not.
going to say there's a famous saying: democracy is the worst way of leadership, except all the others, something like that.
It's pretty shit.
It's the best we've got. It's the best we've got. Yeah.
Well, I think
No, it's not.
sadly,
It's not the best we've got.
I think sadly, the people best apt to lead are the people who don't want it.
There it is.
William, what's a better one than democracy? Then?
A constitutional republic.
Explain constitutional republic to me.
You can still have democratic elections. It's like it's the basis of the American system. It means that you have certain rights that are off limits. That can't be voted on. It doesn't matter how many people don't like that. You like your hair like that. They can't vote for you to have a haircut. You know what I'm saying? It's all enshrined, and the government is limited by the Constitution that they agree upon.
And also,
when it's properly performed.
Yes, and back to what Krishna said, because that's still bothering me. The trash of America has nothing to do with you, Krishna, and most of them probably have way more money than I'll ever see.
Like, Krishna knows he's not trash. Krishna knows this. Sometimes he just gets down, but he's one of the most creative and nomadic, inspirational dudes I know.
I think he's particularly brilliant, and actually, I don't have these things because I want these things, right? I made very clear that I
those things on you.
Well, no, I have made it very clear, right? If I'm in a place for 2 years, I feel like I have been there too long. Everything in me is itching to go. I am very restless by nature. I have a kid, and I have a husband who is very, very rooted. Okay,
You're totally a dude. You're definitely a dude. You have a penis.
He is very rooted, and he's very family oriented, and there are compromises, but I'm ready to just go. Like, I am not a roots person. I'm just not.
You're a dude. Definitely. Your penis is leading you every 2 years to a new place.
You look like a lady.
You just want to plant your flag somewhere. Another conquest for Pixie.
That cracks me up, and the reason I find that so funny is because I have a brother, right? I have a brother 8 years younger than me, and I have 2 sisters. But my dad would say, "Yep, she's my boy."
Well, it was the peeing standing up thing. It gave him the wrong idea. Stop. You don't have to do everything guys do. Come on.
He's just like, she's rougher. She's the one that, hangs out with me and plays with me and works on stuff. He was just like, that's.
She beat that chick up that time at school. She's a badass. She's not omni. What is omni? All sexual? What does that mean, Krishna?
I think that means, like Midnight Sparkle, fuck anything.
That's a bold statement. That's a bold claim.
That's interesting.
I've got a lot of things that are on the no fuck list.
I'm not saying Pixie. I wanted to make the joke about Midnight Sparkle.
Well, either one of them.
I was bi, but I guess that works.
There's just certain things you don't fuck.
Cheers for joining. Thanks a lot. Good to see you.
Hello.
Diverse sexual propensity. Okay.
Right.
Omnisexual seems all inclusive by the word omni, not just diverse, not just varied, but omni. That means you will have sex with everything, not just anything. Everything.
That's something that freaked me out, right? Because my concept of the word pan always went back to Greek mythology, right? And so the first time I heard a teenager tell me that they were pansexual, I about lost it. I was like, what are you trying to tell me?
Goats?
Like, is this bestiality? Yeah, like I was like, what are you saying? And then they had to explain to me that apparently the bi crowd was getting too big. And there were bi people who only liked cisgendered men and cisgendered women. And then there were bi people who were like, I don't care if you're androgynous or trans or whatever. And so they split. And if you don't care if they're androgynous or trans, then you're pan. And if you do, then you're bi. I think that's what they said to me.
Well, I've been told that if I don't...
I don't understand about part about a demographic being too big. If it's got more people and it's got more people.
Well, I guess too divisive in how they should be termed. Like they thought they should be separated between people who preferred the cisgendered sexes and people who did not care.
I think we put enough people in boxes.
Of bisexual is very simple. It's that somebody is not limited to being oriented to just the opposite sex or just the same sex. So this sounds like there's been a lot more nuance added to it over time, and I'm wondering if it's actually necessary.
Yeah, and I'm lost at times. I have a 16-year-old that, and her friends explain this to me sometimes because I'm like, what on earth is happening with this nonsense? What does this mean?
Wow, the language is changing.
It's not the language. The people are they're wanting to be in smaller and smaller boxes. Everybody wants to be special to the point they're willing to fuck animals. It's
Oh God!
they,
No,
they don't know what bathroom to go in. They're fucking confused. All of them.
Pansexual is someone who likes to have sex with kitchen utensils. That's my understanding.
See,
Oh, that's kind of good. Yelp.
the
It
demographic that I'm in.
was just a little light joke on Pixie. It was
See, the opposite gets,
I thought it was funny. It's okay.
and the opposite criticism is made for atheists, for example, because we're actually quite a large demographic of people who don't believe in any goddesses or gods. We don't believe in any deities, but there's people who are trying to limit that and say that's not what it means. You just want a larger demographic. No, it's not that we want a larger demographic. It just happens to be large. If that scares you, too bad. There's nothing we can do about it. You want the largest demographic? Tellarian. A Tellarian is a science fiction term originally. It means inhabitant of planet Earth. That's the largest demographic. Are they going to limit that too? Come on, it gets ridiculous after a while.
But that doesn't make sense to me. That just tells me that they view all atheists as the same without reference to any philosophy they may hold, like secular humanism or Buddhism or any philosophy, Taoism, Stoicism.
So
like
it doesn't mean that we're all the same. It just means that this is one characteristic that we share. So it's like people who are amputees. There's different ways that they've got amputations. Some it's a foot, some it's a hand, some it's an arm or a leg,
right.
or something else. But
which is why their side isn't making sense to me.
Yeah,
That
so
we just want a bigger group. Well, no, because not even every atheist gets along. They don't even see themselves
Right.
as the same. You are labeling them as a bigger group.
oh, I've met atheists who are racists. We don't get along, by the way, but because I don't agree with them and they're very adamant about it. Fortunately, I've met very few like that, but it's a fact that they are still atheists because, and I think the problem that comes up is a lot of people,
I'm sorry,
trying to
Randolph.
say
Did you say rapist?
racist, as in
Wait, okay.
bigotry
Okay.
based on skin color.
I misheard you. I just you were pretty casual about it. If it was rape, I didn't.
Oh yeah, no, I don't want to drag the conversation there, but I guess you could say the same for that as well. Although I don't know if I've met any, but I hope not. But it's unfortunate, and that these things happen. But the racism is something that does come up once in a while, and it happens in the theism demographic as well. And then there's people who will like to compare and say, oh, you can't be atheist if you're not this, you can't be if you're not that. There's nothing saying that. And with theism, it's the same thing. You believe in one or more deities, you're a theist, like it or not. Now, are there different types of theism? Yeah, there's you look at religions and you have different descriptions of different deities. Some are monotheistic, some are polytheistic. That means mono meaning one, poly meaning multiple. So there's Asatru would be the one with Thor and Odin and those other deities in there. That's polytheistic. Whereas Christianity and Islam, each, as far as most people understand it, have just one deity. So those are one God. So those would be monotheistic. So you can start dividing it with new terminology. But to take current terminology and then say that you're excluding a bunch of people, I think is a problem. And that's kind of where the bisexual thing comes into me. It seems a little strange to me that people are going to exclude them just because there's a preference that none of the male or females they're interested in have some other orientations of their own, I guess. I'm not sure how it goes. I'm finding it confusing. Sorry.
It's like there's a group and then the subgroup. There's the overall group like atheism, and then there's a subgroup of like hard atheists and soft atheists. And,
Sure.
Weak atheists and yeah.
Yeah, and
No,
that'd be a race-based. That'd be a race-specific demographic there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like you said, I like that you put the examination to theism. You know, theism and atheism. There's different brands of each. You know, I talk to a lot of atheists. I like atheists that at least know why they're atheists and have done some research. I don't particularly care to talk to atheists that just I don't have time for it. They, you know, that's just not how they were raised, and they've never considered it. You know, it just, you know, if they just immediately go, "Hey, that's because your book is a fairy tale," because I'm a Christian. Your book is a fairy tale, and I'm like, okay, well, I mean, that's just a lazy write off. You know what I mean? Like if you go into it and then you want to discuss how you're right about it and you have points, I'll respect you. You know what I mean?
So
it's
I'll
just
tell
a
you,
lack of effort.
Yeah, I've always been an atheist. I've never really put a lot of effort into trying to think about whether I should believe, but I don't have a reason to justify being an atheist. I don't hold some position behind it. However, what I do promote is the idea that in the theist and atheist demographics, there are lots of really good people, there's a number of really bad people, and then most people are on a spectrum in between that. And in my experience, it works out to about the same picture for both. So you see the same number of good and bad people in both demographics. That's been my experience. And I find there's people on both sides of this fence who are trying to say that one's better than the other, and I don't go for that either. And I suspect we're on the same page with this, probably.
Yeah, I would agree.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well said.
Go on, Krishna.
Do what?
Krishna.
Yeah.
Carry on. I thought you started.
I just said, well said, Randall, sir.
Oh, thank you. I missed that. It broke up. I heard well, and that was it. So
yeah, my button was not responding when I touched it, so it caused.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's something I've been arguing for. Like when somebody, so this term "lacktheist" here is actually a derogatory term. How it was originally coined. It is meant to try to insult and put down atheists like myself who just don't hold an additional anti-position, counter-position, that there are no gods. I don't make the claim there are no deities, but there are some atheists I know who do that, quite a few in fact. And that's not, and the part that confuses people, I find some people, is that like somebody's saying there's no deities, there's no gods, no goddesses. As a consequence of that is they don't believe in any. So they are included in the atheism demographic. Atheism doesn't reciprocate to the counter or anti-position, though. It doesn't support it automatically. It doesn't reciprocate and support back. It doesn't require that atheists hold that position. So, yeah, that's how it is. So, yeah, it is that the person who coined that term did actually say publicly that he did that intentionally to be a pejorative. He wanted that term to be that way. So I reject that term when I find it. The term atheism already and atheist already cover that just fine.
You know, there's a lot of different designations. There's a lot of different designations. Go ahead, Wally.
No, I was just going to say, the same term is agnostic atheist, which I am. It means you don't believe in a god, but you don't say there are no gods. It's basically
no, you're a little different, Wildheart. You have a lot of animosity towards people who believe in a god. See, I don't have a problem with atheists. I don't have a problem with my beliefs.
You could be right.
You go after me constantly about my beliefs.
That could be right. Yeah. It's not against you.
Coming back for another beating, don't you?
Wildheart is a vicious bastard. I will say.
It's more of a wiffle ball kind of. You know, it's not.
Because I don't think you're justified in holding your beliefs. It's not against you personally. It's against. I can't see how you justify believing in a god. That's what I don't understand.
Right, and we've talked before. I don't believe in the God that you describe, the one that you talk about. I don't believe in that God either.
So I'm straw man in your position, your belief.
Right, but you get mad and yell at me like I'm Jill, and I'm like, dude, you don't know what I believe apparently.
I used to be drunk a lot. That I'll excuse it that way.
This was last week.
Right. I can't excuse it that way.
So the reason I push back strongly on terms like lacktheist is because I'm trying to bring an end to the stigmatization and vilification. We've made progress here in Canada, but still have quite a ways to go. And there's other countries where it's a more serious problem, and then there's other countries where it's really not an issue at all, because atheism is quite common and just normal in those places. So I'm hoping to get Canada more in line with that, because that way, and I'm trying to do it in a way that's not reducing the position of theists in society, but just bringing everything up in an even keel, so to speak.
Yeah. Like
I
in
don't
the
know.
UK.
I don't.
Yeah. Sorry.
I was just say I'm not convinced of any gods. I don't necessarily have the desire to deconvert anyone either. I just want to keep it out of the government. That's all I want to do.
Yeah, and I'm with you totally on that. And that's actually the organization I run, the Canadian Atheists. We specifically are not trying to deconvert people. This is something people should be deciding entirely on their own, as much as possible. You know, of course, people will ask other people for ideas and thoughts and whatnot, but it's a matter of, and I think, God damn it, Pixie, nice name. I'll just call you Pixie for short. You probably value personal intellectual sovereignty, and that's why you take that approach of not trying to deconvert people. At least that's the reason I do.
I agree, and I also think somebody's justifications. What justifies something to somebody isn't necessarily what justifies it to me, right? And if I can't expect that standard to be put on me, then I certainly can't go around putting that standard on somebody else.
You nonconformist, I like you.
Everyone likes Pixie. Well, maybe not Smoky Seven, but yeah. What was I going to say? So says some atheists asked me for my point of view. If I give my point of view and say why I don't believe in God, is that not trying to deconvert them in a way?
It depends on what your intention is. So if you're trying to convince other people that they shouldn't believe, then and you're making those kind of efforts, then yeah. But if you're just stating who you are, like the conversation I just had with the fellow with the raccoon picture, is that his name, William? William, okay.
Yes, where did he go?
Yeah, William.
I think he's at work. He has to do his forms every hour.
So the conversation we just had, you heard we had an interaction, and neither of us is trying to convert each other. So I think that went really well. And that's the kind of engagement that I like, because I find that it's people being respectful, and you can actually have really nice conversations this way.
Yeah. Pixie, I think Will's at work and he has to nip off and do his form fill in every hour, so hopefully he'll be back. Welcome back, Krishna.
Welcome back, 321 Krishna.
I like coming here because a lot of my favorite people come in here.
I like Wildheart. Yeah.
I like Wildheart and Krishna and Will and Fawn.
Yeah, I've not met either of you two.
And you've been great so far.
Till today, I'm really enjoying the conversation here. You've both been a pleasure to speak with so far.
Bond's got a good point actually. He said, "Well, that you are trying to convert." Yes, I am not trying to convert.
He's trying to deconvert people.
Yeah, so I think sometimes I am. To be fair, yeah. I don't like admitting it, but I think sometimes I am. Yeah.
And I think sometimes I may come across that way, and it's not that I'm trying to, it's that I'm seriously not understanding something, or I'm understanding it from like a different denomination's perspective, and I'm trying to understand. Some people are defensive about it, and some people are not.
I want to divorce Pixie.
Now, there are people who do go out and try to deconvert people, and that's their prerogative, their freedom to express their ideas. As long as they're not coercing people, I think that's fine. I see the same thing with religious people. They're trying to convert people in to their religion. As long as they're not using coercive tactics that are very, I guess, underhanded, and it goes the same both ways. I don't have a problem with it. People are getting on a stage. They're trying to sell their idea. The stage can be in a formal theater with of some sort with a big audience, or it can be one-on-one with people in the street. And as long as I think people are being straightforward about it, then that's fine, because then people have the opportunity to know what they're getting into. Now, people also, I think, do kind of have a responsibility to verify things for themselves. Unfortunately, a lot of people aren't doing that yet, and this is why I'm a big proponent of people being there being more critical thinking and philosophy taught in schools, public schools, right from kindergarten, even if it's just 1 hour a week. This would make a huge difference in the long run, and then people will have the intellectual tools that they need to better discern and make the decisions for themselves.
Yeah, which brings up a point I've been arguing about with certain people about street epistemology. Is that an attempt to deconvert people? Because it's just asking people questions about what they already believe. I can't see it as a way or an attempt to deconvert people.
It can be. And it does have, it could be that that's the fallacy, the consequent in many cases, because people will see that the end result is the person has left their religion. And there's one guy, I forgot his name, Truth Wanted. He's the host of Truth Wanted. And he used to be atheist, and he was on, he was talking to, I think it was Anthony Magnabosco, who's just the most well-known street epistemologist in the world today, as far as I know. And he asked the questions, and then Dan came back and said, yeah, I thought about all this. I never considered it this way before, is my understanding. So that was interesting. So, and I think it can work both ways. When somebody's putting out an idea, presenting an idea, it is fair game for that idea to be questioned and challenged, because that is the nature of communication. And if we have dissenting views, we should be able to challenge them in a free and open society.
Yeah. But I mean, if you ask atheists questions about why they believe, and then they happen to deconvert afterwards, and you're just getting them to think about it, you know, it's not like evangelism for atheism, if you know what I mean. It's just asking them questions that maybe they've never thought about before. So they're not justified in believing what they believe. They just realise that. I know the end result might result in them losing the religion, but
I don't know how effective the street epistemology is from the perspective of someone who wants it to be used for deconversion, though. My guess is going to be that most people will probably find some way to continue to go along with what it is that they're more comfortable with, right?
Yeah,
and you'll find this in both demographics, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense. Welcome back, Will.
Welcome back, Will. Howdy, Miss Erica. Howdy.
When you were gone, I was mentioning that the conversation that you and I had, neither of us was trying to convert or deconvert each other, and I thought it was a good conversation.
Oh yeah, I appreciate that too. I don't ever. You can ask anybody here. I never try to convert anyone. In fact, most of the Christians don't even like me that much.
Oh, really?
Williams never converted me for nothing. He's just been a good friend.
Yeah. Well,
that's what I'm here for. These are my homies.
I've got plenty of friends who are religious as well, you know, and the topic of religion and atheism almost never comes up because we're friends for lots of other reasons. And we have kids that know each other. Our kids are friends, or we know each other from work or from somewhere else. And it's just, we like spending time with each other. We have a lot of similar interests, maybe computer programming, maybe something else. Depends on, you know, how we met and how we got to know each other.
Yeah, well, then this little group, everybody talks about religion at least 4 times a week, apparently. And so it's just one of those things that we always wrestle with.
Yeah, well, that's Wildheart's fault. You can blame him for that.
Well, I think we all kind of enjoy it, and I think for the most part, all of us also realize that these chats don't actually reflect everyday life at the local store and at the market and out on a date. You know, these things aren't so much of an issue, even though they might be in subtle ways.
Yeah.
You know, you know, I think it's healthy that we have this to talk about, at least in the chats that aren't like outrageous and obscene and horrible.
Yeah, but we spend hours, Krishna. We spend hours arguing about something that nobody knows.
I just share. I don't argue too much.
Well,
You gotta
I didn't
admit
mean
that.
you specifically. I meant we as a
Right,
general
right.
group.
Yeah, yeah. There is.
We
some
debate
argument.
tooth and nail over minutia of things that no one knows whether the grand view is even accurate. I mean, it's ridiculous.
I think
Sometimes.
most of the conversations are really missing the mark, and the point of scriptures in the first place is to make ourselves better people, to the best people that we can be, which is in my view, is the intention of scripture. Instead, not we, but so many people use it to judge others, condemn others, and look down on others with their big long nose down at the other people, instead
Well,
of being humble, like the scriptures say. And
I mean, I understand why people look at Christianity the way that they do, because I mean, I'm around Christians. The majority of Christians that go to church do not know that there are differences in denominations. They couldn't name to you any of the denominations or their different beliefs for the most part. They only know what they're taught in church. They don't even read their Bible. It's like little brainwashing groups, and they keep people dumb because they don't encourage you to look at anything else.
That's surprising, actually. I've never heard that before. Like,
yeah, I mean, people that aren't interested in learning about something aren't going to know about it. That's all. If Wildcat
Christians-
doesn't want to learn about auto mechanics, he won't know. You don't want to learn about Hinduism, you won't know. Randall doesn't want to learn about the Bible, he won't know. Pixie doesn't want to love Trump.
Right,
So-
but I know
I'm
what
just
Will's
kidding.
talking
Just
about.
kidding.
Right, but I know what Will's talking about, right? There are churches that are like, oh, God's mysterious and nobody can understand God's work. But I went to school to understand all God's work. And so like they're like dependent on the pastor to tell them their beliefs and how to interpret things, and
And
they
do you
just
know how
go
they get there,
comparing
Pixie?
what their pastor said.
Do you know how they get to church generally? They get to church. They get to
Their
a
parents.
church based on its geographical location.
Yeah.
Christians will go to whatever church is near, whether it's the same
Well-
denomination, and unless they are
That's-
aware that denominations matter.
Yes, if you are true to your denomination, you'll go across town for it. But even then, the number of people you'll find in that congregation who are doing more than parroting what the pastor said is few.
Yes, it's really gross.
The first descriptor is your parents' religion, and then the second one is geography. Yeah, they've done studies on it.
Yeah.
Oh, they're beyond
I'll
that
give you
now.
that.
Now they get your friends to invite you at school and send a church bus after you, so your parents can't say they don't want to give you a ride.
I unfairly left myself out. I'm not interested in the Satan churches, and I don't know about them, and I won't.
Satan.
That's fair. He's like, I just left them out. They don't matter.
So again, the Christians don't like me too much because I say mean shit like that. And I'm not a fan of Catholicism either, which it surprisingly rubs a lot of Protestants the wrong way, which I'll never
People don't
understand.
like you. It's probably for the best.
Except Christians anyway. So
Well, you know what? I don't understand it either, because a lot of them have like a really big persecution complex, and it would really turn them into a minority if they just discounted Catholics.
I mean, it's easy to discount Catholicism, not Catholic people, but the papacy and
No, I meant
and
if
all
you
the
discounted
silly rituals.
right.
and
If you
shit.
discounted Catholicism as a type of Christianity, it would make Christianity a minority.
So
Yeah,
instead
no, and
of,
I do for the most part. Yeah.
Instead of 1.2 billion Christians, now there's 500 million.
And then that's divided into denominations.
Again, yeah,
Ulti-
yeah.
Ultimately, there's only one real Christian in the world, and it's me, in my way.
There we go.
I'm making a point there.
it's Yahweh or the highway.
And as it should be though, because like it's each person's like, I guess, duty to come to their own conclusion about what they believe. It's their own journey, and all that matters if you are religious or whatever, and you believe that there is a being, is that you know, find out what this being is. And if you don't care and you don't believe there's a being, then it doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. You
Yeah,
know?
who's going to be standing with you at the gate of heaven or hell?
Why
Or
would you
nothing?
spend
I
your whole
guess.
life trying
You'd
to
be alone.
decide if a God exists or not? Would it not be more honoring to some existing God if you simply strove to be the best you could be and the best you could be to the people around you? Would that not be more honoring?
That's a great question.
It
I
is.
guess for a lot of us, whenever there's a tuning fork that goes off inside of you and you feel like there's something more than just the material, then you want to seek that out. If that tuning fork doesn't ring for you and you don't feel that, then maybe you're ahead of the game. You know what I mean? But for
I
those
see
of
it
us
as
that
a
have the
flawed.
drive to find out what the other is, you know, you're not able to rest until you get a hold of something.
That
I
would
see it as
depend.
a flawed
The question.
question to ask, does God exist or not? I would say it's better to ask, what is the nature of what created us? And is
I
it
would
a
just say,
thinking entity?
sorry, in answer to Pixie's question, just being a good person, it would depend on what the God was like, because the God might not want you to be
No,
a good.
not just being a good person, being the best, like striving to be the best that you can be, like making progress, not being complacent, and being good, not just to
Excellent.
not just being a good
Well,
person,
that-
but being good to the
that-
people around you. Like if you're constantly striving for that, that would seem the most honorable way to live your life.
But if the God was evil, then that would be the opposite of what the God wanted. It would depend on.
You know, there are. So I have been delving into for some research for a friend of mine. She asked me to help her with some research, and she's researching different satanic churches and satanic temples, right? Because she was under the assumption that the Church of Satan does not believe in Satan. And for the most part, that's true. But there are theistic Satanists, right? And one of them believes in pretty much Christian theology. I find this fascinating. But they think that the Abrahamic God is malevolent, like bad news bears, and that Lucifer, the light bearer, is the good God that's on our side. And that's a little
That's
weird.
theosophy.
Yeah.
So I'm delving into that. Well, yeah, but it also goes into like reactionary Satanism.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't gotten to the Temple of Set yet.
There are misotheists as well, which believe that God exists, but like you said, believe he's an evil God. They believe that God exists, but don't like the guy. Basically.
Right? No, they think. Well, this one seems to be polytheistic because they believe that the light bearer is a god too, right? That Lucifer is a god, and he's on our side, and the Abrahamic God is a malevolent bad god.
Yeah, I've heard that.
I don't know how it unfolds yet because I haven't gotten that far into it. But that's a pretty.
I see it all as the good and bad qualities that we all have the potential of within us. That's what God and devil and angel and demon is all intended to mean, in my view.
The light
Well,
and the adversary.
Pixie, you just
yeah.
described the Prometheus story, basically.
Did I? Well, I don't know. This is somebody's real beliefs. I hadn't heard it yet.
Well, that
Oh, Prometheus, the firebringer.
the Firebringer, yeah, the Lightbringer,
Yeah.
Lucifer being the one that
Right.
that gave man insight and wisdom.
Yeah. Yep. They kind of So Lucifer is like their Prometheus.
Yeah, this is old religion.
I'd just like to say that Bond has been destroying poor Randolph's name in the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
You're such a tattletale.
Oh,
I can't read it.
At least he's not spelling it with a PH, right?
Yeah, that happens a lot, and I often have to tell people, remember, it's spelled with an F, no matter what autocorrect tells you.
I'm going to step out for a holy smoke, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
Cheers,
See
Krishna.
you in a few, Krishna.
Take care.
I was going to say, a lot of Christians believe there are more than one gods. They just class them as little g gods. There's the big G god,
true.
and then the little g god. I've never been entirely sure what that means, but they are technically polytheistic.
Yeah, no, it's not hard to explain, Wildheart. There's the creator God, and then there's the lesser beings that were created that are above men, but lesser than God. It's that's why they just call them lesser deities, lesser gods.
Yes. Well, yeah, and I've also heard it described as the little. I've also heard it described as the little g gods, is what people believed in, like the Greek gods, the Roman gods, but that the Abrahamic God, the one true God, the Creator God, is the only capital G God.
But if you believe in more than one God, then you are polytheistic. Whether it's big G or little g. If you believe in more than one
We
God,
only believe in one creator God.
that needs a different word then.
Well, no, because
Well,
then
then
you have
come up with a
then you
different
have
word.
the people who say that the little g God isn't necessarily a God, and that's why it's little g. It's
Well,
little
why
g
call
because
them
it
little g?
represents people's perception of it as a God without it being a God.
The
Whether
word
it's
God is the issue is the word God.
Yeah.
Okay,
If
so what's
they're not-
another word that you can use? The demiurge. What do you want to call the creator?
I'm saying that's why you need a new word. You can't
Okay,
believe in
here we go.
more than one God and call
No,
yourself.
no, no. Let me do it this way. Let's
But
stay
that's
in
why-
Greek mythology. We're going to stay entirely in Greek mythology. Not only do you have gods and demigods and all of that, but you also have the Titans, right?
The fallen
The
angels.
Titans are very, very powerful beings, right? They're not more powerful than the gods. They are certainly more powerful than any of the humans, right?
No,
So the Titans would be little g gods, and Zeus would be the big G god.
I'm saying use a different word because
Kind
if
of.
you
They have more than one god, so it doesn't work. But I'm trying to stay in Greek.
Right, I get what you're saying there. That the chronological order is probably a little scattered, but what you're saying is accurate though. And I actually believe all these things that you're saying because I've never discounted. Well, I don't discount Zeus, Apollo, Marduk, any of those. They're just names for another deity, a lesser being that people have worshipped, and it transcends different cultures.
Right, but they considered Zeus the god of the gods, which is why I chose his name.
Yeah, the father of the gods. Even though he wasn't
Yeah.
the father, that would be Cronus. But yeah, you can make these relations to what the Bible's trying to say with little gods, and I mean that's what they're talking about. It's
I'm
not that
saying
these
just-
things didn't have
just on-
power.
Again, me being pedantic about language. If you believe in more than one God, then you are what's the not monotheist?
You said polytheistic earlier.
Polytheist. Yeah. Capitalization doesn't mean anything. If you believe in a God, capital G.
No, it's a designation.
It's still
The
more than one God.
capitalization is the capitalization is only a designation between the two identities, the lesser and the greater of these supernatural beings.
I would actually say the capitalization turns it into like an official title, right?
Yeah, like a name.
Like you wouldn't, if I said the officer went over there, I wouldn't capitalize officer. But if I said Officer Bradford went over there, I would capitalize officer because it's an official title for that one person, right?
You got to find William.
Right? So it's the difference between describing the concept and giving a title,
Lyric.
titling that concept to a specific being, I guess.
Yeah. But if you believe in little G gods, then you are a polytheist. If you believe there's more than one God,
He's stuck on it again.
No, because they don't.
You're not
because-
worshiping all of them,
Because
are you?
to recognize that, okay, because here, let me put it this way: a little G god would be like a god you don't believe in, that you never believed in, that you didn't put stock in, right? Somebody else's god is a little G god. My god is big G god.
Right. That
Right.
makes sense.
So
That
it's
because
so you're
makes
not
sense.
polytheistic. It's like a
Yeah.
write-off.
Makes sense. Yeah. Sorry, carry on. That was moving slow.
He's gonna bring this up again. He's gonna say he thinks he's on to something with this. This will
No,
be
I
bad.
understand that. No, I
This is-
understand that. I don't want to bring it up again. I understand it. Once I understand it, that's fine. It just takes me a while.
And I just want you to appreciate that you maybe say the words "my God."
Oh, you just made me think of another song. I can't do a musical at the moment. I'm eating rice pudding.
Well, it's been
Master
fun,
Lord, like,
y'all.
it was my sweet.
Oh, are
Lord.
you taking off, William?
Oh don't go, Will.
I
That's a
know. Oh, he went anyway.
Oh.
Later days, Will, or hours, whatever.
So you like to run long streams, huh, Wildheart? Oh, by the way, they were talking about how we end up this channel. We end up talking about religion quite a bit, and I said, yeah, you can blame Will Wildheart for that.
Yeah, I have little to do, and I get very bored, and I find that talking with people on the internet
Yeah.
helps pass the time. So yeah,
Yeah.
I do it a lot. Yeah.
Well, that's quite nice. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. It's how you build community.
Although YouTube has a policy of only uploading videos if they are less than 11 hours long. So this stream will have
policy's
to
what?
end.
The policy is what?
They don't upload videos if they're more than 11 hours long. They just won't upload them. So you can see the live one, but you won't be able to see it after the fact.
Huh.
You know what I mean?
I didn't know that. I noticed that a lot of videos seem to cut off at 12 hours, but they'll play longer sometimes in the past. Or they're just not allowing it anymore, huh?
Yeah, no, if it's more than 11 hours, it'll just come up, video unavailable.
Huh.
They just won't upload it at all. You can't
And
even watch
does
it.
Does the video
Anyway.
does the video ever come back?
No. That is my experience anyway. Yeah.
So you try to keep them under 11 hours.
Yeah. If I can remember. Sometimes it doesn't work. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That would soak up a lot of bandwidth for them, but they could also get a lot of revenue through that. So I don't know why they would stop that. But okay,
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Because I've gone back on my previous streams, and anything over 11 hours, it'll just come up video not available.
Oh.
So, yeah. Which was annoying after about a month of streaming.
How
All
soon?
my videos were over 11 hours, so none of them got uploaded.
How soon after did you look at those videos?
Yeah, it was a long time after.
Oh, okay. So they've already had time to
so it
process.
wasn't,
Okay.
No. Yeah, they have a policy, yeah.
Wow. Well, that's
Like I said,
interesting.
I don't know why, but yeah. Yeah. Tip to anyone watching, if you want to do a live stream, keep it under 11 hours. Otherwise, it will not be seen again.
Yeah. Oh well, just break it up.
Which made my record is like 36 hours. And that was annoying that it didn't even get uploaded. No one's ever seen that.
Does YouTube Studio give you the option to download it still?
That's a good question. I've never checked, to be honest.
Because if they do, you could break it up into smaller pieces and put it up later.
Yeah,
in a playlist.
Plus, StreamYards as well keeps your videos, so that'd be another option as well. You can
they keep
download
it too,
it by
okay.
StreamYards and then, like say, upload it in parts. That could work.
Yeah, you might want to try to get copies of those long ones before they disappear on you.
yeah, that'd be a good idea. Although I am incredibly lazy as well, so.
There are tools that you can use to break up the video into smaller pieces, and then if it's 36 hours, you could break it up into 3 pieces or 4 pieces. I guess you'd have to, because under 11 hours, and you could put them in 4 equal portions, and then post them up in a series, part 1 of 4, etc. Yeah,
That might work. Although with my streams, I doubt that anyone goes back and watches them.
you'd be surprised. I recently put up. I don't know if you've heard of this phenomenon called the backrooms, but yeah, it's coming from 4chan and the gamer communities. But the idea is that, like in video games, they call it no clip when you end up in a situation where there's not enough processing power for the computer, and then you end up going outside of the area that you're not supposed to go outside of.
Yeah.
Because normally it's blocked. So they say you've no clipped out of it. So the idea of the backrooms is supposed to be like a thriller or horror kind of thing where you no clip out of reality and you find yourself in this big area, 6 million square feet of office space that's got a ugly yellow tinge to it and fluorescent lighting. And
I've seen those stories.
So I played around with it because I noticed it's kind of popular, and so I created a 10-minute video of that based on somebody else's video making lots of noise. You don't want to make noise in the back rooms because the monsters will come and get you. So I make this video titled "Making a Lot of Noise in the Back Rooms," and this is an obnoxious thing going around. And this video is getting some good. It's getting decent amount of views. It surprised me.
Cool. Yeah. I'll have to go back and check on how many views because they do got all that analytics as well.
There's tons of stuff in the back. It's hilarious. But I'm thinking to make a video to add new content to this whole phenomenon because it looks like people are starved for new content for it. So that should be interesting.
I'll have to go back and look at all the analytics and see.
I've heard of all the backroom stuff because Super Munchkin and Company listen to those stories.
Your audio is not coming through clearly. I want to hear what you have to say about the backrooms.
Oh, I said I've listened to a lot of those stories because Super Munchkin and Company, my daughter and her friends, they play those a lot.
Oh yeah, some people make games, but it didn't start out as a game. Yeah, it's interesting.
No, they play the stories. They've turned them into like audio stories, and some of them are animated and.
Wow.
Like and you'll see like some of the monsters and. At one point, they're trying to figure out now because they're behind. So there's another clue where they found what looks like a person in the back rooms watching through a two-way mirror. And so now they're trying to figure where that fits into the story. They're having fun with it, but I've heard bits and pieces of it because they're having a blast with the back rooms.
Well, here, maybe they'll enjoy this. I'll put it in the chat, a link to the little backrooms video I made. There you go. It's
awesome. Thank you. I'll add it to her list.
Cheers. Yeah.
I'll credit the person who created the original part that I repeated. That's and they came in and they commented in my comments, and it's great. Yeah, I'm encouraging people to go there.
Cool.
They've gone and mixed that one that I copied from. They mixed another game into it in their video, which I didn't feature in mine, where you make these two holes and you go in one and you fall out the other. I forgot what the name of that was, and they've gone and put that into the background. It's hilarious.
I like how even most of the monsters in the back room kind of look like they're unfinished. You know, like they're not. It's great.
You have a favorite? I like Smiler the most.
He's great, but which one has the like really almost like spider-like crawl?
I don't know them all. This is all new thing to me. I'm just discovering it, but I
My
think
least favorite is the one that looks like a razor wire giant, but like undone, almost like a stick figure. He just kind of lumbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kane Pixels, the guy who created this, he did some phenomenal work with the first one, and apparently he ran it through a real VCR so he could get the VHS distortion effects in there. It's not one of the computer simulated ones, so it gives it a really nice touch to it all.
Gives you some indication of his age as well if he's using VCR.
And then I came across a video of some little kid. I guess he's 9 years old or something. He's making a few videos about the back rooms. He's having fun with it. And then he made one that's about 90 seconds long where he goes in and then he's going to come out. He's going to show us how you get out of the back rooms. And then he's wandering around. He doesn't wander off far. And then he says, okay, it's time to go now. I'm going to jump through the ceiling. Jumps through the ceiling, clips right back into reality. And so I wrote a comment. This kid's a genius. He's figured this out. Everybody else is lost. I'm sure he'll be delighted to see my comment.
Randolph, if I can ask you.
Diavolo. Sorry, that's the name. Diavolo is my favorite one so far.
If I can ask you Chinese characters mean in your name. I've just been looking at your name and trying to look it out.
Yeah, that's my Chinese name. I'm studying Mandarin Chinese. I've been studying it for a long time on and off. I should put more time into my studies, but I'm not fluent. But the the first character, Zhang, is my wife's family name, and then Wen Dao is very similar to Randolph. Those second and third characters. The second one in the middle there means like written form, and the third character, the last one, is meaning philosophy. I do take an interest in philosophy. I'm not well studied in it, but I am very interested in it, and I do study it as I have time. And so the name to me was quite fitting. My wife helped me to figure out a good Chinese name for me.
See, I was completely wrong. I thought it'd be either Randolph Richardson or Canadian Atheist. I thought it'd be just a Chinese translation, so I was.
So yeah.
Yeah. That's cool. Yeah.
All right, had my holy smoke.
Yeah, so I like the Chinese language. It's interesting. It's actually quite a well developed language, given that it has more than 6,500 years of developmental history.
My favorite thing about the Chinese language, which I know very, very little about, is that they have words that can mean entire concepts instead of just a word. And I had a friend, a foreign exchange student who I'm still in touch with, actually. He's a really good friend of mine, but he was explaining my favorite one, and I cannot say it, so I'm not even going to try. But my favorite one was this word that meant, like, I understand it, but I can't hold on to it. Like, I can't grasp it. Like, I understand what you're saying to me, but I can't keep it. And I always thought that was a beautiful concept.
Yeah, actually, each of the characters is one syllable when it's pronounced in all the dialects. Mandarin's the most common dialect, and it's the government standard one in China and Taiwan and now Hong Kong and Singapore and other places. So, but the Chinese, but China leads the way on it. There's almost every character has quite a lot of meaning to it, and then multiple characters can be put together to have quite a different meaning as well. So yeah, it is a really cool thing about the language. One character means so much.
And thank you, Christian. You've given me the next musical interlude. I apologise in advance. It's Holy Smoke by Iron Maiden. Because he said Holy Smoke. Again, I might be mildly to moderately to maximally autistic, so I have to do this.
This looks like a Backrooms monster.
That is Eddie. Iron Maiden master. I think this is quite a long Keeping me insane, no money, I died on the cross. That ain't funny, but my so-called friends are making music, don't pick it down when I say it like I never spoke. They choose what they want to hear, don't tell them let it believe that's the truth. They're watching you die, saving you slow by taking your money. Flash around shit, ease around, honey. Holy smoke, when you're there, preaching for the devil's stove. Feed him in, feet first, I'm going to stop. Sorry, I've had some medical problems. I've pulled a muscle in my back, and it makes breathing. And yeah, I'm gonna have to stop that now. How? Yeah, I had the ambulance out the other day. I pulled a muscle, but it makes breathing and coughing and anything to do with lungs very difficult. So I apologise for that.
So Pixie, if you have a link, if your kids are having, they put their videos online for their Backrooms story, their backroom lore, Backrooms lore, I'd be interested in taking a look at it. So I'm writing up a whole bunch of backstory myself for how the Backrooms is actually located pretty close to our black hole in our galaxy, and I'm planning to do quite a few interesting things with it and see where it goes.
I think they just follow a bunch of people working with it, but I will definitely send like the links to you because they get pretty interesting.
Yeah. I find it quite interesting. It's a new discovery. I've only known about it for less than about a week now, and it's such an interesting concept. It definitely fits the thriller genre in my view.
It definitely does.
And Randolph, if you could put the link to your channel in the side chat and the private chat, or either or, just make sure I'm subscribed. And
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Your volume went down.
yeah, if you could just put the link to your channel in the side chat.
Oh, a link to my YouTube channel. Sure.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm subbed.
Oh, thank you. Sure, I'll do that.
This is my backup channel, so cheers. And everyone should go out and check out Randolph and subscribe and like and all that stuff.
It's kind of got like a Matrix feel, except nothing evil is trying to drain your life energy. You can just glitch out of this Matrix somehow into an unfinished one with crazy creatures.
What's that with this link that you're sharing, or
I put a link to my YouTube
No, with
channel.
the back rooms we were talking about. It's
Yeah.
What you mean? You mean the hangout chat?
Oh no.
No, it's like somebody started a story and it's taken off, and it's everybody's adding to it, kind of like what happened with Creepypasta.
Yeah.
But everybody's kind of like adding to it in different ways, but it all fits into this world, right? And so it's out. Have you ever played video games where like it didn't load properly and you're outside of where you're supposed to be and you're kind of stuck?
Yes, I've
It's-
experienced.
I don't know. I might have experienced it once. I don't really do games.
It's kind of like that, except like when you glitch out into this unfinished piece of the game or the world or whatever, you're in the back rooms, and you start out in these like really dingy yellow, just like endless halls, rooms with twists and turns, but you don't want to make any noise because there's monsters there, right? All kinds of monsters, but you can also like drop down holes into different levels, open a door and be somewhere else, but it's all unfinished, and it's very clearly unfinished, and it's very, very dangerous, and you have to try to get out. People are always trying to get out, but
Some levels are more dangerous than others. Hey, there's my channel.
Yes.
With a
And
NASA
it's-
picture in the background.
and
I
at
modified
one
in a number of
point,
ways.
yeah, and at one point, it's
Thank
been
you.
discovered in the storyline that there's a two-way mirror, and like shares about like people were monitoring what's going on, and so how that unfolds in the storyline is like it's just all these it's like a horror thriller kind of thing, but everybody's piling in like these short stories being in the back rooms.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got plans for putting a whole bunch of stories together. I'm going to try to get the first one done. One of my clients has a facility where the upstairs is not used. There's no furniture and it's office space. So I've already done some filming in there. And so I've got the dialogue figured out. I'm just kind of rereading it after I have a good sleep on it. And I'm going to try the first one to see how it goes, introducing little hints here and there. And later on, there'll be some space aliens brought into it. And because there's aliens from another planet who get caught into the clipped into the back room sometimes as well. And but they're nice and they're technologically advanced and all this. So it's going to be interesting to see where it goes.
Nice. See, I have such a hard time with short stories. I love to write, and it's not that I can't write short stories. For some reason, it's just harder for me. It takes a lot more effort to write a short story than to plan a long story or to write a poem or like I don't know what it is. I think it's trying to get a big concept across in less words.
I'm happy to meet you because I enjoy writing. I just don't have enough time for it. This little thing I've all put together has taken me about 2 or 3 hours to throw together. But I have been working on a science fiction / science fantasy story since the 1980s when I was a kid. On BBS's before the internet. I wanted to make a multiplayer game, and then I got carried away with writing backstory. And I have in this about 21 major plot lines. They don't all interact. And there are a number of main characters. There's about 250 different alien species. There's a planet. There's a planet with with 778 continents on it. Makes Earth, one of the moons is about the size of Earth, and there's all kinds of interesting things I put into this. Yeah,
That's really cool.
Mike Sparkle.
Well, hold on. Yeah, hello, Pixie. Which game were you talking about? I was listening to it. I was interested.
Oh, it's
Like-
not a game. It's somebody started telling, like kind of like creepypasta. Somebody told a
CFP.
story and then more.
Yeah,
So
I see.
somebody started telling stories about the back rooms, and like more and more people are getting in on it.
Oh yeah, I just made a video. I posted in the public chat and the private chat for the 10-minute video I made parodying somebody's parody of the Backrooms, and it's got more views than most of my other videos, the pre-recorded ones.
That must be annoying.
Yeah, so there seems to be a lot of people out there starving for more Backrooms content.
Yeah.
By the way, I love you all. I just wanted
Love
to
you
say
too,
that.
Mike Sparkle.
You too.
You forgot except Wild Arts. You forgot
No. I love you too, you little bastard.
that.
Well, that's
See,
too
I've been
bad.
working on,
Too bad it isn't agape love.
What have you been
I've
working on?
I've been working on a psych thriller for a while.
Oh, okay. How long have you been working on that?
Well, it's hard to say because it's off and on. So, like, when did I start it, or how long have
Yeah,
I
when
been
did you
like?
start it? When did you start it?
Okay. I probably started it a long time ago. Probably when I was like 20, 21.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Okay.
You
So-
can
And
do
I'm-
it, Pixie.
Well, but here's the thing. I almost finished it, and then my laptop got stolen.
Okay, that's
no
bullshit.
backup.
Wow.
Yeah. No, and all I had backed up was my intro.
Oh no.
Yeah, and so like which
I'm
is
so
fine
sorry.
because it really got me to change a couple of things I was being stubborn on.
Yeah, but how much do you forget? Like, oh.
Well, it's
yeah.
it's the same story, but I think certain places are going in a little bit different direction, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But I'm trying to rework it is the thing.
Well, a reworked story tends to be better, especially when you're trying to pull things from memory. So it's okay.
Yeah. But like I have my basic scenes together, right? Especially because in a psych thriller, your basic scenes, like your hardcore scenes are going to be other people aren't going to look in and see it that way, right? But it's basic symbolism, right? And dark imagery, and you can build around that. And
Have
so
you-
like there are certain scenes where like the flashing of the camera, that's the only time you see anything is when the camera flashes. That's an awful scene, but it's a pivotal scene, right?
Oh,
So as long as
yeah.
I can keep those scenes, even
Hey,
if how I
Pixie,
connect
finish
it
it.
is a little bit different, it should be fine.
Finish it. I want to read it.
But I'm also trying to turn it into a script at the same time, and that is a nightmare. I don't think I'm going to be able to do that, so I might give up on the script version.
I will literally pay you to finish it.
My advice to you is don't worry about the script. Do what you do well, which is writing the story. Because if somebody really likes it, wants to turn it into a movie, they'll have lots of people who will turn into a script. All you have to do is say, I want to be part of that to make sure that things.
Oh, I don't know if I'd ever publish, but
They'll get in touch with you.
Well,
I just
you know,
like to write.
yeah, but, you know, you could send it into publishers
Publish
and
it.
they could try, right?
Publish it. Publish it.
No.
Midlight Sparkle, you're putting the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllables.
Okay. Whatever. You get the point.
Can I do a couple of things? Randolph Richardson first before I
What a
forget.
shitty day I've had. Ugh.
Well, it's a good thing you're here then, so you can
Yep.
smile.
Let Midnight Sparkle go first.
No, before I forget, Randolph Richardson, do you know Richard Madsen?
Yes, I like him.
Doesn't.
He and I get along well.
He is basically God in this community.
Yeah,
He's God.
I like
He's
Richard
great.
Madsen. Yeah, I like Richard Madsen. Actually, I've been promising to get on his show, and I haven't gotten on yet. I got to talk to him and let him know my schedule so we can do it. So
Something reminded me to ask you whether you knew him or not, but I forget the thing, so I've gone with that Sparkle.
I love all of you. That's all I have to say. Right now, I'm eating leftover pasta, and going to play a game while while being in a stream with some of my best friends, excluding Wildheart. Oh, there it is.
No, so Midnight Sparkle, I can tell you, I can vouch for Midnight Sparkle loving everybody, because even though I use HTML tables, Midnight Sparkle's always been nice to me.
Yeah, stop
Hey,
doing that.
If he can love a Hindu, he can love anyone.
Yeah. Seriously, seriously, Randolph, stop doing that.
Hey, is your pasta sitting on a table right now?
No, not yet. It's in the microwave.
Well, you're going to be using a table soon, so you're not even taking your own advice here, buddy.
I'm talking about tables in the you know damn well. I mean tables that way. What the fuck?
Yeah, I know. I'm just pulling your table legs.
I have an announcement to make. Looks like Brojo's going to have a Biden watch party for his disaster of a speech he's going to give tonight. If anyone's interested, it's Brojo,
Nah,
Brother John.
I don't give a shit about politics.
Let me show you his channel name.
No wonder you're so happy.
I know, right?
Brojo,
Yeah.
420 Cafe.
If you could post a link in the private chat, and
I will.
The time will be great, because by the time that comes on, I'm presuming this will.
No, Wildheart,
anyway.
Wildheart, you're not
Yeah.
ending the stream. Fuck you. You're not ending
Not
the
mine.
stream.
I'm just saying when Brojo comes on, then I'll end the stream.
No, you don't. No. Even if Brojo has his stream, you're still going.
No,
Alright,
Brojo's holy. We don't diss Brojo.
He is, yeah. No, but I have to end it before 11 hours, or else YouTube won't upload it, so it's going to be within the next hour and a half anyway. So
He's just going to tell you to start a new one.
Yeah, I will start a new one, but I don't like streaming when people I know are streaming as well. I think
Yeah,
it's
because you want to join their stream, buddy. I got you figured out.
I thought you didn't like American politics.
I don't.
No, I was talking to Wildheart.
Yeah.
No, I don't, but it's still Brojo stream. There's certain people that I hold up as kind of gods in this community.
Just a second. Hang on.
Yeah. Holy smoke. Holy smoke. Opa.
I am God.
Cheers,
God
midnight.
is-
Cheers, midnight. Enjoy your pasta. I'm sure it'll be very good. Cheers, midnight.
I have the link in the YouTube chat. If anyone's interested in grabbing, I'm sure you all follow Brojo though, except for Midnight.
Yeah.
I mean,
God, so many tabs, so many things going on. I'm getting notifications. It's all happening.
I am fond of Brojo as well.
I'm not. Just kidding. I am.
I think Midnight's gotten a little too confident lately.
What's wrong with that? Is that a problem?
No, everything's good until you get a broken nose. It's all good.
Yeah. Not fun again, so someone loses an eye. Which is always saying that.
And I don't mean by me, by the way.
Oh my gosh, it does not look like I'm going to get off before like 10:30.
Pixie, you need to stop working as much. I know.
I know. I told you this project is ginormous.
Yeah, so Brojo is live in 23 minutes. I'm guessing that mid 10 o'clock. No. Yeah, 23 minutes, so I'll probably end the stream then.
No.
But my mother told me that the Biden speech doesn't actually start till 8:30, and I heard somewhere else 9. So I heard 9 from Mom and 8:30 from someone else. That's right.
Well, they always
Brojo's
gotta
starting at
show
8.
up early and run commentary and look at the crowd and whatever else.
So
yeah, we can watch some people fighting or something.
What's going on? Given that I don't know anything about US politics, what is going
He's
on?
probably giving a speech about Ukraine.
Right.
I'm not really
Yep,
sure.
it's
He's giving a
scammers.
speech. I assume it has to do with Ukraine, given what's happening in the world today, but I don't really know.
I
Hopefully
think it's
giving the
more
appearance of
that's
big
the big
anxiety
topic
and
right now.
worry so that they can profit more.
It says State of the Union.
Oh, it's the State of the Union. Okay, no, that's when he goes and gives his speech, like to the people, but like in front of Congress. It's weird.
I would recommend recording it because they'll probably try to scrub it from the internet as soon as it's over.
Just damn Illuminati.
Yeah. Those speeches are recorded by so many people.
The State of the Union is pointless.
Yeah.
It's just a bunch of recycled party sound bites. Like that's
I was just being a feces.
yeah, but
That's a joke and a joke on facetious.
like I don't know. It's always been kind of pointless, the State of the Union address, in my opinion.
Oh, thanks for Adolf as well for posting that link on Twitter. Cheers.
Yeah, hopefully a few more people will join us.
Yeah.
You never know when people are watching. So yeah, I just promoted this on Twitter. I hope more people come on in.
Cool. Thanks a lot.
I guess has Joe Biden or the administration there talked at all about these anti-vax mandate protesters that were in Canada and have moved on to the U.S. mostly?
I don't know. The State of the Union is supposed to be like it had its place once upon a time. I just don't think we're there anymore. It's supposed to be like now it's televised to all of America, right? And it seems like they're addressing America, but originally it was like an address to Congress, and it was almost like your mission statement, like laying out these are the things we want to accomplish, kind of a thing. Like
okay.
The State of the Union. It was supposed to be that addressing the State of the Union, like, and it's turned into like. They don't even write their own speeches, okay? They have speech writers who give them a speech full of party whatever, and they just go, and it's not what it used to be.
So it's a puppet show. Okay.
The Queen's speech in the UK is very much similar. Giving a prediction of what the government is supposed to achieve over the next 4 years or whatever.
Oh yeah, that stupid convoy thing. Yeah, our economy here was already struggling because of the pandemic, like pretty much every country in the world. And then these protesters came along and they blocked roads and stuff for something, and claiming that they're getting our freedoms back. We never lost our freedoms. It's the most bizarre thing.
Pasta.
Now, you're from Canada, so I want to know from a Canadian. I have been told, but I want to know from you.
Sure.
I have been told that like 90% of the truckers have actually been vaccinated and were like completely against this convoy and trying to separate themselves from it, but that the convoy was just this loud minority.
Yep, that's our understanding. Although 91% is the number that was known here, but that's close enough.
91. Okay.
Yeah, so that's even better. Right? But yeah, there's the convoy. There's a few people in it now. I was driving down the road about 2 weeks ago, and I'm going along a street called Knight Street. There's a lot of trucks on that road, and because it's a connecting route through our city here. I live in the Greater Vancouver area of British Columbia, Canada. So Knight Street's a main street that a lot of trucks use. So they I counted it as I'm driving from one end of Vancouver to the other, and I counted roughly 100 trucks. Only one truck had the F word with the name of our Prime Minister on it, F. Trudeau. None of the other trucks had any signage or Canadian flags hanging out of them. It looked like business as usual to me. So I take that as meaning that this really isn't a big deal to people, and that certainly matches the vaccinated rate. But there's what the protesters are doing going to the U.S. I was watching a video where they were talking about their strategy. They're going to do it one state at a time instead of all the states at the same time. And I know the reason for this because they didn't say, but the reason is That way, each of these protests looks bigger because you have all these people, more people concentrated in one
Well,
area at a time.
They had to. They had to. You know why? You know why they had to change their plan? That wasn't their original plan. Their original plan was to convoy up to DC and have this big stage. You know, what happened was this trucker set out and he sent this text. He's like, if more people don't show up, I'm going to have to cancel this. So he didn't cancel it, but apparently it was like him and maybe one other truck and then a couple of pickups and like 7 SUVs or something.
Yeah, and there was a convoy here in BC. It was last Saturday. I saw a client really early in the morning, went to their site doing after-hours service. I do computer IT work for a living, look after computer networks and whatnot, and internet servers, etc. But what happened was I went there, started at 6 in the morning, 5 in the morning, something really early like that, and then I'm leaving and I'm coming back at 8 a.m. and I'm thinking, great, I'll get back at home before my family wakes up and then we can all have our day and do what we like to do on weekends and it doesn't interrupt the day. I try to schedule things that way because it's better to spend time with family, of course. But what happens is they, on the highway, one of the highways on the way home from my client, there's a convoy, a couple of trucks and a bunch of cars all stopped, blocked the highway for almost 2 hours. And so I was stuck there and I tried to call out the phone, let my wife know I'm stuck in traffic. No phone service. What's going on? And I can see the driver next to me, the people in the next car, they're all looking at their phones trying to figure out because they're not getting phone service either. And then they asked me, you got phone service? I said, no. Do you? No. And then it turns out, I looked into this later, that some of those, what the convoys, what they've been doing is they've been blocking roads and they stop and they do a prayer circle, which, and each person takes a turn preaching and then they all pray and they take their time. So I guess it took them 2 hours to get through it. And they have cell phone signal blocker technology in some of their vehicles. So they're blocking the phones so that nobody can call 911 to report them blocking the road, I guess. And the problem I have with that is if somebody needs help, needs an ambulance, how are they going to call out? So I tried calling 911 because I know 911 will get a priority service on the frequencies in some of the networks. Still couldn't get through. Nothing. So,
was it just me, or was it not like short-sighted to begin with? Because I know I get the putting pressure on the government thing. I get it. But at the same time, the government has a lot more resources than the average person does. What were they going to do by disrupting the supply chain? Starve themselves out?
Yeah, and actually here people take us so long to do this.
There is a way to do a process, and there is not a way to do. That is not a way to do process. If you're blocking like emergency services and that was a very shitty way of going about a process.
So yeah, and because it's hurting a lot of people who aren't involved in this and may be supporting you. So what's happened is originally people are saying, why did it take so long for this to do this? Now, the police chief in Ottawa or Ontario, I forget where, or Toronto, his last name was Slowly, by the way, as ironic as it is. It took them a long time to act, but that's just coincidental. But nonetheless, the thing is, we have people are in Canada, everyone has a constitutional right to protest peacefully, peaceful assembly, it's called. The right to free expression, all these rights are protected rights. They're at the constitutional level in our charter. And the Emergencies Act, when it's invoked in the Emergencies Act, you have to have the charter rights not be interfered with. It's very specific in the Emergency Act. So there's no interference with our freedoms here at all. It just gives the federal government a little bit more flexibility in how they deal with this stuff, so they can reallocate resources without having to go through the normal bureaucratic procedures, and it helps them cut the red tape so they can act more with more agility. And so, and the act, the Emergencies Act here is not the Wartime Act, as some of the protesters are saying that it is. The Wartime Act was removed from our laws. And the Emergencies Act was created, which is quite different from the War Times Act. There are some similarities, but it's mostly very different. So the War Times Act did not preserve people's rights, but like the Emergencies Act does. So this kind of thing, it was in for a very short period of time and then taken out as soon as the problem's dealt with. So
it's
not
hardly the martial law people claim.
It's not
some
martial
people were
law.
screaming
No,
about.
Nope, it's not martial law. That would fall
Okay.
under Department of Defense Act. That's a different thing, and we don't. I don't think we call it martial law here, but yeah, it'd be the Department of Defense or armed forces would have that. It'd be a different setup. I have to look into it. I don't know offhand, but that's what I remember hearing is that it would be more into the military side of things if it's that kind of thing here. So. But what happened is the protesters got to keep blocking those roads in Ottawa and camping out in the streets for almost 3 weeks. And people are saying, oh, that took too long. I think that was quite interesting that there they are complaining that there's no freedoms in Canada, and yet they're exercising their rights as people in Canada to protest and express themselves. And unfortunately, they were breaking a lot of city bylaws and things like that. The reason our prime minister didn't talk with them is a very simple and easy to understand reason. What they were doing is they were saying they're going to keep protesting until the regulation gets changed. So what they're saying is they're going to attempt to circumvent our democratic process, and they're going to hold us all hostage for that. That's something akin to attempted blackmail. It's an ultimatum, and so it's like a threat, and they're doing these things. So of course, it's kind of almost like a terrorist saying they're going to do stuff like this if this is not the case. So there was vandalism going on. There were people who were assaulted by the protesters and all this kind of stuff. And the protest organizers didn't try to distance themselves from it. As they should have said, don't do this. It's not part of the protest. They did not come out and say that initially. So there's our prime minister's like, okay, we're not going to deal with you guys because what you're doing here is illegal. You're violating all these laws as part of your protest. So, and I think that's the right approach. Why do you want to deal with criminals? Why do you want to listen to what the criminals have to say so much? If your focus is getting them out of the country. So having almost 3 weeks to exercise those rights that are constitutionally protected is really makes them look stupid because
I want to go have.
So the way our Charter of Rights and Freedoms in our Constitution is written is there are certain rights that are only for citizens, such as democratic rights like voting, but the other rights like free expression and peaceful assembly and all this kind of stuff, and no cruel and unusual punishment, etc., no discrimination, that is not specific to citizens. That's specific to anybody who's within the borders of Canada, citizen or not. So by being in Canada, they automatically have those rights, and those rights were respected by our government. So I think although they were slow to respond in getting them out, they did, and they followed all the rules properly. And so, I don't see anything wrong with what happened there. And Tamara Leach, she tried to get bail from being arrested and was not granted bail because the judge knows the night before she said she's going to keep on protesting. So I think they probably saw her as a flight risk, I guess you could say, or somebody who's going to go back to doing what they were doing before. So they decided not to give her bail. Another guy got bail, and then and the connections these people have, like Tamara Leach is the kind of the main figure in all this protest organizers. She's kind of seen as the leader, I think. And she, in her history, she was in the province of Alberta before, where she tried to start a political party and start a movement to get British Columbia, my province, the westmost province, in Alberta, which is right next to us, tried to get us to work together to separate from Canada and become part of the U.S. And that didn't go over very well. So these people, one of the other organizers, he's a racist. He's talked openly about our prime minister getting bullet to the head and cops getting shot with guns and stuff like that. So, and then there's another organizer who's got connections to the Sons of Odin, which is a racist group. So like these are not good people who are organizing those protests. They really don't have Canada's interests at heart. They don't have people's interests at heart. And that's how I see it, because of all these horrible things that they've been involved in. And it's no surprise that there have been people who are holding up Nazi flags and U.S. Confederate flags. The U.S. Confederate flag surprised me because that's Southern U.S. from the way we see it here. But, they're coming here and they're waving these kinds of tokens and signals of pro-racist ideals is not welcome here. And this did not reflect well on them at all. And they try to downplay it and say there's only one of each of those flags. Like, really? You're keeping that close a track of all this?
Can you say, thank you very much for that. I've only ever heard one side of the story. It's all been pro-trucker. I've never heard a lot of that.
Yeah.
And, so I think it's valuable.
Sorry, this matters to me because it screwed up our economy, and I'll stop. But I hope I answered the question, Pixie. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just want to say,
I'm just listening.
Thanks for that. Yeah, that's a lot of new information for me. And
but right now, the bigger issue in the world today is Ukraine. This whole thing's paled. It's not in the news at all now. These protests.
Yes,
they're pretty much considered a done deal and gone. And people are almost all focusing on Ukraine and wanting the best for Ukraine is what almost everybody here wants.
Yeah, and
in other countries too, I can see that.
Yeah. No, but thanks for that, Randolph. Yeah, that was good. So, Midnight, do you want to say something?
Well, like I said, I was just having dinner. I watched some Lucifer, and decided, you know what? Let me join the crazy guy's stream again. I mean that with love, Wildheart. You're a crazy guy.
Yes, I sense that. I sense
crazy in love.
Yeah. I love you too, Midnight.
I'm currently programming, so I figured, you know what, I could use some background noise.
So Wildheart, you're going to cut this off before 11 hours so the stream doesn't get lost, right?
Yeah, I was gonna. Bojo goes live in under 10 minutes, but like Pixie said, it's US politics. I don't really care, so I think I might keep it going. We've got an hour left.
Nobody knows the trouble I'm in. Nobody cares about Midnight.
We all care about you, Midnight.
Precisely. I was fixing to say lies, but then you started talking and that would have come out wrong.
Plus, as Midnight said, I don't know if Bojo's Hangout, he will invite people to it because I think it's just watching the State of the Union address. So I think I'll probably keep this going as long as I can, which will be another hour at least. So that's fine.
I'm in love. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried.
Monkeys.
I'm going to have to go in a few minutes, Wildheart. I'm interested to hear other people's perspectives on the protests.
Yeah, that is good. I have literally never heard, like, the truckers, the other side of the story, like, it's all been pro-truckers and they were all doing good and there's not been any violence. It's valuable to hear the other side of the story, yeah.
Yeah, there has been violence here. Not a lot, but there has been some.
Yeah.
I have a question. Is it in any more than one province, or is it in?
They started off in Ontario, in our capital city there, Ottawa, and then they branched out to other cities, and they've been in other provinces, including British Columbia here. But their big protests are in Ottawa, Ontario.
So only two provinces are experiencing.
Oh no, they've been in a couple of them. They had stuff going on in Alberta. They had some bigger protests going on there. And the one in Alberta, they brought in 3 trucks with illegal weapons in them: guns, bulletproof vests, ammunition, a lot of ammunition. And some of these are automatic rifles, as I understand it, and a machete. And there was a plan to assault police officers with those things, with those weapons. So that all got taken down, and 13 people, I think, were arrested in connection with that, and some of them admitted to those plans.
I haven't heard anything about that. thanks for the information and your
Look up
lecture about it.
Alberta guns protest, and news articles should come up. If you still can't find it, I can try to dig something up for you
on YouTube or Google.
Both, either place you'll find it.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
Canada gun protest.
Yeah, I don't think that'll be it. It'll search for Canada protest guns. Yeah, and trucks. Yeah. So okay. Can you go back to the article heading? Alberta RCMP arrest 11. Yeah, that's the one. Take a look there. That's the article. CBC News is our government-run news, nationwide news. They're mandated to report impartially. So they're usually really good about getting people from different perspectives and disagreeing and interviewing them each separately in a lot of their programs. So
I'll check it out. Usually, I as of late, I pretty much don't give a flying fuck what any news, including my own family, has to say. It's very few trustworthy.
Oh, I'm not trying to sell you on it. I'm just explaining.
No, it's cool.
CBC
It's cool. I'm
News
just saying. I'm not saying any disrespect to you. I'm disrespecting all the medias on the left and right. Your country, my country, and that asshole's country.
Oh, I agree. A lot of the media has very poor quality reporting. That's a big problem. It has been for a long time.
I'm going to say, Commissioner, if you do find any interesting links or anything, feel free to post them in the side chat or anything like that. Yeah.
If I find it interesting, you say?
Yeah, if you find any interesting links, just post them in the side chat.
Okay, I'm going to give this a listen. It's only 3 minutes, and then if it's cool, I'll post it, or I'll post it either way.
Yeah.
How's that?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, cheers. Yeah, it's worth looking into.
Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends?
Why can't we be friends?
Well,
Next week, let's Luke. coming up.
Wild Heart and Midnight Sparkle, it's been great to see you two again. 321 Christian, it's been a pleasure to meet you. And goddamn it, Pixie, it's been a pleasure to meet you too.
Bye. Much appreciate you joining.
Back at you. Later days.
Love you.
Cheers.
I'm gonna have to head off. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye. Thanks for the chat.
Thanks a lot. Why can we? And thanks to Midnight, you have just set up the next musical interlude, which I'm sure you will be avoiding guitar costs. Perfectly justified in doing so.
I'm sorry, what?
Looks like he froze to me. He must be on another tab.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just setting up the next musical interlude.
Yeah, it looks like Roger just went live.
Yeah, but it's US politics. I don't.
Oh, you're not interested in that?
No, I don't think it'll be an open hangout either. So I'm going to do a musical interlude. Let's see how
you'll
many
probably
people.
want to be listening to the speech somewhat, depending on how long it is. I don't think old Joe can go for very long.
Yeah. So we have 3 viewers now going to show me out. I hope that was going to be the best to do. Left over left, Midnight, leave it will. Fix it, leave it. 4 views. I'm going to get viewers in that story. I will do Randolph. Yeah. Good idea. Why can't we be friends? 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 I seen you around for a long, long time. I remember when you drank my wine. Why can't we be friends? 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 I seen you walking down Chinatown. I called you, but you never looked around. Yeah. I paid my welfare line. I see you standing in every time. Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? The color of your skin won't matter to me. As long as we can live in harmony, yeah. I'm gonna be the president. Then I'm gonna show you how your money's spent. One, let's one. Why can't we be friends? 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 Sometimes I don't speak right, but did I know what I was talking about? Yeah, I know you're working for the CIA. They wouldn't hide you when I'm not crying. Why can't we be friends? 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 Fucking hell. That hurt a little. Ow. God damn it, Pixie. That was a Smash Mouth version, by the way, not the original version. How's it going, Midnight? Was that a good rendition of Why Can't We Be Friends?
Yeah, I guess.
I do have medical issues that hurt a lot. Bodger is live, by the way. I'll promote him even if I don't end the stream. I'll put the link in the side chat. And yeah, Randolph does make a good point. You should clip out the section where we talked about the process, starting from where Goddamn Pixie started the conversation and then post it in a separate video. I will do that if I can work out how to do that, and I will do it if so. I've never... Basically, I don't like going back and watching any of my previous streams because I don't like hearing me talking. But I will attempt to do that. That's a good idea. Cheers.
Well, nobody likes hearing you talk. Oh!
Oh, shots fired. That hurt Midnight. That got me right in the gut. Good point, though. Well made. Midnight or Goddamn Pixie, do you have any suggestions on how to... I literally don't know. I've never cut out a video. Have any suggestions on software or...
I've never had a channel, much less run my own stream, much less even attempted to edit anything.
Fair enough. You can probably do it from StreamYards or YouTube, to be fair. I've just never tried. I will try to do that. Why can't we be friends? Do you want to sing Midnight?
Yeah. Let's see.
Yes.
As long as you don't. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna sing "Let It Go."
Right. Cool. Well, no video or anything.
What was that?
No video or anything. No.
I'm getting it. I'm getting it.
All right. Sorry. I thought you meant you were gonna stream sing a cappella, if that's what it's called. Right? That's either way. Get in, midnight singing.
That's literally not what I wanted.
What can be the difference? I was going.
Are you sharing?
No, one sec. I was in a different tab. There you go. Take it away, midnight, and thank you very much.
Yep. This one goes out to Pixie.
That's fine. That's Pixie, not me. No, never mind me. Never mind me. That's Pixie.
The snow glows white on the mountain tonight, not a footprint to be seen. A kingdom of isolation, and it looks like I'm the queen. The wind is howling like the swirling storm inside. Couldn't keep it in, heaven knows I've tried. Don't let them in, don't let them see. Be the good girl you always have to be. Conceal, don't feel, don't let them know. Well, now they know. Let it go, let it go. Can't hold it back anymore. Let it go, let it go. Turn away and slam the door. I don't care what they're going to say. Let the storm rage on. The cold never bothered me anyway. Da, 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 da. It's funny how some distance makes everything seem small, and the fears that once controlled me can't get to me at all. It's time to see what I can do to test the limits and break through. No right, no wrong, no rules for me. I am free. Let it go, let it go. I'm one with the wind and sky. Let it go, let it go. You'll never see me cry. Here I stand, and here I'll stay. Let the storm rage on. My power flurries through the air into the ground. My soul is spiraling in frozen fractals all around. And one thought crystallizes like an icy blast. I'm never going back. The past is in the past. Let it go, let it go, and I'll rise like the break of dawn. Let it go, let it go, that perfect girl is gone. Here I stand in the light of day. Let the storm rage on. The cold never bothered me anyway.
Do you know how long it took me to realize that one of my favorite Broadway actresses sang the song in the Disney show?
2 days?
No, it took me a long time. Like years after it came out before I knew it was Idina Menzel.
Yeah.
But Idina Menzel and Kristen Chenoweth are two of my favorites from Broadway.
I like Bojo's video of that. Where it's fucking all. Fuck it all. Fuck it all. I don't
Yeah.
give a shit anymore.
I also like Ted Neely and Carl. What was his name? Carl. His name escapes me now, but they're Broadway people too that I really like.
That was Brilliant Midnight. Thanks a lot. Olive.
Yep.
Idina Menzel was the original Elphaba for Wicked too.
I'd like to propose something to the chat, Bojo, that you might like
Right,
to
I'm going to
address.
be a complete cunt.
Sure.
Bojo, it appears he's doing an open hangout, and there's only 45 minutes left of this one. So I'm going to end this one. I'll put the link in the side chat if anyone wants to watch it.
Only if you say you're coming back later.
I will come back later after Bojo's, yeah. Yeah. That's the
Okay.
link. I'll put it in the private chat as well.
All right, I'll see you there.
Cheers, Pixie, and cheers.
So is
Midnight.
everybody leaving?
Yeah.
guess.
Go over to Bojo's. Over to Bojo's, though. Everyone over to Bojo's.
All right,
I
I
would
guess. I don't know.
I would have had to end it soon anyway. Thanks everyone for being here. Thanks everyone for